Don't miss the awesome Naruto stories my sister creates. Her last channel was hacked, so to stay in the loop, please subscribe to her new channel. It would mean a lot to her, and you won't regret it. Hello to all lovers of lemon scenes. I invite you all to my boosty so you can watch your favorite Naruto What If stories in complete comfort. A subscription to Naruto Lemon, the first video with a full lemon, is already on my boosty channel. Dare! Flashback. Sasuke. Sasuke. Wake up. Naruto shouted. Your friend. He is already dead. He hissed, looking at him in anger, but immediately turned his gaze to the Uchiha. Sasuke. Wake up. Get up. Stop fooling me. Do you hear? Already, with all his might, Sasuke placed 2 fingers on Naruto's forehead and smiled. U-B-F-D-I-L. No. No. Ask. Sasuke. Blue eyes filled with tears, he put his hand on his friend's left chest, trying to stop the bleeding. Live. You will survive. I promise. He couldn't finish, and his hand rolled down Naruto's face, wiping away his tears. Sasuke. People die every day, boy, and he is no exception. I'll kill you. A red aura surrounded Naruto, and he himself growled with anger looking at the masked enemy. The aura was so powerful that the ice mirrors around him immediately broke. No. I'll regret it. I'll take my revenge. The chakra is so powerful, said the masked enemy, and then Naruto appeared in front of him and punched him right in the face, so much so that the enemy flew back and the mask immediately broke. One of yours is already dead, Kakashi. Sasuke. Yes, you guessed. Now there will be nothing left of your genin. He will kill one after another, and in the end you will all die. Haku. Naruto stopped for a moment. It was a familiar boy who looked so much like a girl. Why? Why did you kill Sasuke? In the shinobi world, it's either you or you. He is your friend, and you could not save and protect him. So what kind of shinobi are you? What good are you? Look at yourself. And then he made an ice mirror that reflected Naruto. Who do you see? I personally only see one. A weak person. You are a weakling and incapable of anything. You are a worthless person and you have not lived up to my expectations. You said that you would protect your loved ones, but now you have lost everything. You are alone and no one else will think about you. Because you're the only one to blame. You are a weakling. A girl's voice from behind, the owner was a pink-haired girl who was sitting next to Sasuke and sobbing. It would be better if you died. Not Sasuke-kun. You are a demon. Demon. You will always be a demon. Weak. An orphan. You have no one. No one will ever recognize you. It's all your fault. Sakura-chan. And you. Too? I will kill you and save Sasuke-kun from torment and suffering. Sakura immediately took the kunai in her hands and ran towards Naruto screaming. But she immediately falls to the ground, and her chest is pierced through. You should look at yourself, girl. Said Haku. You are blind, it was I who killed your beloved. Sakura-chan. You. Anger. Hatred. Naruto became completely covered in the nine-tailed fox's chakra and attacked Haku. He began to beat him until he bled, striking him with heavy and powerful blows. Until in the end, he killed him. End flashback. A short man stood in front of the mirror, putting on a gray uniform. He has yellow tousled hair like the sun and blue eyes like the sky. He looked at the mirror and pulled the fox mask over his face, attached a small tanto to his belt, and put on a black cloak on top. And he covered his hair with his hood. "Fox, it's time for us to go on your first task," said the man behind, wearing a tiger mask. "I understand, I'm coming," answers the fox. "I have to go, I'll be back soon," he says, looking at the mirror. "So much time has passed since your only student disappeared, Kakashi," Asuma says, smoking a cigarette. This is Asuma's secret information, none of the genin should know about it. Kakashi answers. "Has he become an apostate?" Asuma is surprised, throwing his cigarette on the ground. "No, it's not that simple, Asuma," Kakashi replied. The fact that Uzumaki Naruto became a member of the Umbu, he considered that it was better not to do this. You never know, someone will spill the beans, and the top brass will look for Uzumaki. Sarutobi himself realized that Naruto most likely joined the Umbu, because this is the only option to stay further from everyone, but is close to the village. "Fox, you are making progress," says the Umbu in the tiger mask. "We will continue your training and continue to carry out the task. Serving as an Umbu requires more than just strength and intelligence. The most important thing is to control emotions or deprive them. And of course a steady hand. To kill the enemy immediately. This is the most important thing about Umbu. An Umbu should not feel pity for the enemy, which is why a mask is needed to not show emotion to other people. Another task tomorrow morning. We have dinner and relax." "Fine." Lise nods. Entering his small room, the fox puts the mask on a small bedside table, and then hangs the cloak and tanto on the wall. The memories never leave him, making him even worse. The heart is broken into pieces, and there is nothing inside to glue everything back together. Naruto renounced his old self, realizing that he was weak. Too weak. Yes, it's hard to admit, but if it weren't for their deaths, he would have been a burden. I would be weak. All that remains is to be a shadow, an abyss among a crowd of people. So that no one knows, and never remembers him again and forgets him forever. Yes. It's complicated. But for Naruto, there is no other choice but to disappear from the lives of all people. Become just a shadow of your village. For years. So much time has passed since he served in Umbu. A lot has happened. Death of the third Hokage at the hands of Orochimaru. New Hokage Tsunade Senju. All his old friends became Chunin. And he himself is currently an elite Umbu. Old wounds are gone, but memories still remain. Naruto learned the truth about his life, the truth about his parents. As a member of the Umbu, he also received the rank of Umbu captain. Where is his old nonsense? They are no longer there. He already lives only for the memory of his parents. He killed many people, he saved many people. For him, nothing changes. Life is like life. Fox, Hokage-sama asked to come to the residence. Said the Umbu in the tiger mask. Understood. The fox nods, and putting on his cloak, disappears. For 4 years, Tiger became his partner. Both are among the strongest Umbu in Konoha. Tiger has the ability of the first Hokage, the wood elemental genome. And Naruto also has his own abilities. Good experience in Kenjutsu, since Umbu must be able to fight in close combat, and kill the enemy without wasting time. Ninjutsu. Kakashi taught him everything, and of course Jiraiya joined in. Hermit from Mount Mayaboku. Training was not easy for the guy, since his chakra control was poor. But fortunately now his chakra control is excellent. Possessing the 3 elements of fire, wind, lightning, Naruto is able to carry them along the blade. to increase damage to enemies. He became very reserved in terms of character and silent. He speaks only when necessary. During his free time, Naruto lies on his bed, twirling a kunai, and looking up at the ceiling. "Fox," said Tiger, standing at the threshold of the door to Naruto's room. "Hokage-sama gave us an order." "Which?" Naruto asks. "New team of Kakashi squad. You and I are on his team, and there will also be one more. Apparently he is from the Umbu route." Naruto clenched his fist. Umbu route. The darkest side of Konoha. These guys are still shady. They kill indiscriminately, even a child or a harmless person. And all because they are controlled by Danzo Shimura. And this guy is a pain in the ass of the 5th Hokage and Konoha. He can help, but then stab you in the back. But on the other hand, the members of the Root Umbu are rather weak. For the Tiger once served with them, until a simple Umbu Kakashi was able to get there and kill a small crowd of Root Umbu. That's why Naruto doesn't worry. Although, what excitement! He doesn't care about that. And further, we leave the Umbu equipment and masks here. I understand that it's difficult to show your face to everyone again. But we have no other choice. That's what the 5th Hokage said. The 5th Hokage herself, although not personally, knows who Uzumaki Naruto is. How can you not know that? Son of the 4th and heiress of the Uzumaki clan? And also Jinchuriki. Not knowing a person who is also the best Umbu, who is almost on par with Tiger and Kakashi? These two are more experienced. Kakashi served in the Umbu for about 15 years. And Tiger has been serving in the Umbu for about 20 years. Naruto is younger, but not inferior in strength to both, and he has advantages in the form of chakra volume, speed, endurance, and strength. Fine. Fox nods, lying on the bed. We'll meet in an hour at the 7th training ground. Naruto was in no hurry to meet Kakashi. As for the choice of clothes, he has nothing except Umbu equipment and a basic vest. Taking off his equipment, he put on his Chunin vest. And he put the hidden leaf bandana on his head. Changes in appearance also appeared. He became taller, wider in the shoulders. The hair is still spiky and disheveled. A look that makes you tremble and fear. As if reminding that this is the 4th Hokage himself, who killed many shinobi in the 3rd Shinobi World War. Kakashi-senpai. Tiger respects Hatake, since Kakashi is kind of like a teacher to him, and a person who is older than him. And in Umbu, Kakashi was his commander. Captain Yamato. Hatake nodded. So this is a new team. The member of the Root Umbu was a real brunette and had pale skin. He was somewhat similar to Sasuke, but this guy smiles all the time. And false. I will be glad to be with you. My name is Sai. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto said briefly and leaned against a tree. What's next? We will carry out missions together. In the meantime, we can go somewhere. And meet old friends. Kakashi fell silent for a moment, as if expecting something. His gaze caught Naruto. Yes, it's hard to show yourself to everyone after 4 years when you disappeared. There are people who have not forgotten about him. Irika, because Naruto was his student at the academy, and the boy with whom he could eat ramen. Tuchi and Iam. They have known him since childhood. Shikamaru. Nara is not stupid. He already knows what happened to Team 7. But he doesn't know where he disappeared to. His first thought was that Naruto was no longer a shinobi. Or he ran away from the village, away from everyone. Since you want this, then let's go. Naruto says as he walks past Kakashi. But he stopped, standing with his back to him. I hope there won't be any unpleasant conversations. But here the tiger tensed. He knows what it means. This means that if you say something wrong to Naruto, or try to insult him, then that person will lose his life. The four of them walked along the main street of Hidden Leaf Village. The residents willingly paid attention to them, and the women. The women hungered for them, seeing the courageous four people walking forward. Naruto was almost taller than Kakashi, a little bit of course. But that's not the point. They met Team 9. Might Guy. He is a Jonin and the strongest in Taijutsu in Konoha. Niji Hyugo. A young Jounin from the Hyugo clan. Rock Lee. Guy's young student, his exact copy. Tenten Takahashi. Kunoichi, master of various weapons. Kakashi. Guy immediately runs up to his friend and hugs him tightly. Best friends after all. I'm so glad to see you with your new team. Will you introduce me? Maybe we can have a competition? No, thanks Guy. We'll get by. Kakashi answers. This is Sai. He pointed at the pale brunette. Naruto Uzumaki. He pointed at the blonde himself. Yamato. He also pointed to the tiger. I can't believe that your team is all Jounin. Niji says. By the way. I saw you somewhere. Niji stares at Naruto, trying to remember where he saw him, and who he was, and where he came from. I was probably mistaken. I haven't seen you in person. Naruto answers. And I know who you are. Guy shouts, about to say who he is. But then he stops. And who are you? And how do I know you? The man thinks. Team 7 quietly leaves them as Guy tries to remember Naruto. But unfortunately, he doesn't remember. Nowadays Guy is always trying to lighten the mood. Of course, this gives him a lot of respect and gives me peace of mind. But sometimes he talks a lot and speaks too loudly. Kakashi said. Your friendship has lasted for several decades. Kakashi-senpai. He is your first friend, and he always supported you in difficult situations. Yamato answers him. You are right. Guy has always been a great guy. I respect people like him. You go again. You're staying at home. Lazy person. We always have to wait for you. If it were up to me, I would kill you. Don't start Ino. We are a good team. And it's not up to you to decide whether I should sleep or not. Good team? Did you decide to make a joke now, Shikamaru? Hokage-sama gave us a special task. Which has already been completed by Umbu members. Ino-chan, it's better to leave Shikamaru alone. He is tired and wants to rest. And you Choji? I already regret not being on Team Kakashi. I would be on a team with them. Suddenly, sadness came over each of them. Sakura. Her best friend. Sasuke. For which she fought with her friend. And Naruto. That very moment when it is impossible to forget. How can you forget the most violent and cheerful fool? He disappeared without a trace, and the blame for the death of a member of the Uchiha clan and Haruna Sakura lies with him. Ordinary people think so. Sakura's parents tried to sue him, but Hiruzen didn't give them a chance. I had to scare him with execution so that they wouldn't find problems with him. You never know, it will kill them. By the way. Shikamaru. You know all the news in Konoha. How is Naruto doing? Asks Choji. So many years have passed already. There are several options. Either he left the village or committed suicide, or is hiding from everyone. There is nothing in my father's archive. Yes, and he is also silent. Shikamaru replied. Apparently he left because of Sasuke-kun and Sakura. But Naruto loved Sakura and respected Sasuke-kun. I can't believe he killed them. These are just rumors from ordinary citizens. Who knows? So you've already thought about this, says Asuma approaching them. I can tell you good news. Which? Nara asked tiredly. Kakashi has a new team, which consists of 2 jounin and 1 chunin. Asuma answers. The man was in no hurry to talk about the fact that Naruto had returned to the team. You never know, they'll pester him with questions. It will be cool to see his new team. Ino is all glowing, fantasizing about Kakashi's new team. The main thing is that there are handsome guys there. Come on, Yamato. It's also good to eat. This voice is very familiar to Team 10. Kakashi. Who is Yamato? New team? But senpai. You weren't like this before. Answers the man next to him. Team 10 turns their gaze to the new team. A man of about 25 with a large protector, like a helmet. Dressed in the usual jonin and chunin uniform. Pale-skinned guy with dark hair. He's dressed. Strange. But nothing. And here's the third one. Tall blonde with 3 stripes on each cheek. Dressed in a regular jounin uniform. A small bladed weapon rests behind his back. There can be no mistake. A man who disappeared for 4 years. About whom no one knew anything. Naruto? Choji couldn't believe his eyes. Nara woke up immediately. The blonde's shoulders trembled from such surprise. It feels like you saw a ghost. Kakashi answered them. Kakashi-sensei. It's Naruto. Choji shouts, pointing his finger at Naruto. And? Naruto asks him a question. Akimichi looked into his eyes and met his gaze so cold that it sent goosebumps across his skin. And you are easy to surprise. Voice. Not the old and cheerful one. Very rude, and it's like he says it like a man without a soul. Emotionless. It's like you don't care about everything. We don't need problems. We need answers. Says Shikamaru. 4 years have passed. Can you explain? It's better for you not to know about this. Think about your business. And it's none of your business where I was. I did not return for your sake, only on the orders of the 5th Hokage. Naruto answered. So you forgot about your friends? Shikamaru asked a question. Friends? Naruto asked with a chuckle. Echem. I didn't have any friends. Just because we know each other from the academy doesn't mean we are friends. If you were my friend Nara, you would have been looking for me even when I returned. I don't need your support and care. Yes, you. You're talking nonsense. Ino flared up. She wanted to continue, but the sensei's hand made it clear that she needed to remain silent. Asuma-sensei. Enough. The man returned several years later. Do not interfere with his life as an ordinary person and shinobi. Better train. I'll catch up with you. Asuma's students left immediately. He himself followed the students with his gaze, and when they left, he turned his gaze back to the 4. Don't pay attention to others. No one is keeping you here anymore. That's better. Yamato says, walking forward. Let's go, Naruto. We need to gain strength. Because you lost weight after the previous mission to eliminate the Hidden Mist Shinobi squad. This is your first mission. The 5th Hokage throws a folder in front of them. Eliminate these bandits in Tanzaku. Your main task is to cover Team 8. They have less experience, and even more so, you are jounin. Almost. She says and glances sideways at Sai. Report to me immediately. Without delay. Why not give this task to us ourselves? Asks Kakashi. We could do it ourselves, it's businesslike. Yeah, of course. You're seasoned killers, and this is a simple click for you. And they need to gain experience. This is their first kill. They recently became chunin. Tsunade answered. Of course, I turned out to be a fool for believing a pervert. They are all former Umbu. One is actually from the root, a spy for Danzo. One has the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, and he is almost the last one to have these eyes. And they are not relatives. One is generally a Jinchuriki and the son of Kushina. And even in Umbu, one actually has the ability of a grandfather. At least they get along, and that's good. Make sure everything goes very smoothly. It's easier to kill them yourself than to entrust it to them. Naruto says. Because of their inexperience, they may get hurt. Who has it easier on the first kill? We have already killed many people and this is not a problem for us. Yes, I agree about that. Tsunade answers. But anyway. First experience, for the sake of their future. That's all. Go. They will be waiting for you at the gate. Tsunade waved her hand, making it clear that they were free and could go on a mission. Team 7 immediately left her office, heading towards the main gate. Kakashi's new team, which consists of experienced jounin, will come with us. But Kurenai-sensei, we ourselves can complete the mission. Kiba is indignant. We are not children. You have never killed people. But today, you will have to destroy the bandits who are stealing grains and rice from Tenzaku. And they are engaged in supplies to Konoha. Kurenai answers. Kill. Hinata was not only shocked, she was scared by this word. Move forward. We're behind you. Kakashi says, jumping on top of them. We'll cover you while you do business there. Team 8 also looked at Kakashi's new team. And getting to know Naruto. It's a little hard. Kiba almost exploded in surprise. Although Shino was surprised by his appearance, he showed no emotion. Hinata blushed deeply when she saw Naruto, trying to come to her senses. Kurenai is also surprised by his appearance. I see that everyone here knows you, and they are surprised by your appearance. Sai says. Otherwise. I have known them since the academy. Naruto answered him. More precisely, I was familiar, now it doesn't matter. You. How did you come back? And how did you become a jounin? Kiba asked a question. Without waiting for an answer, he attacked Naruto. But in vain. He disappeared right before his eyes, and by the smell, he felt that he was behind him. Turning around sharply, Kiba was about to hit him. But he didn't have time, and felt the tip of his blade touching his heart. By asking a question, you decided to attack me. I could kill you if you were an enemy. Naruto answered and returned the blade to its sheath. I'm not going to answer your question. Next time, try not to fall under the tip of my blade. Otherwise, you will suddenly die before you become Hokage. Naruto. Yamato says, placing his hand on his partner's shoulder. You've had enough already. It's time to go. And try not to kill anyone there. Habit. He shrugs. Okay, the smoke break is over. All the way, Team 8 spied on Uzumaki. They all felt the tension. Firstly, the first task in which they have to do a murder. And also Naruto, from whom you don't know what to expect. His look, which gives you goosebumps, concentration on tasks, and a certain relaxation. In fact, he is not relaxed. Mentally, Naruto is completely ready for battle, and tries to hear every rustle in the environment. Kurenai walked in the very front, since she is the captain. Kakashi, Sai, Naruto, Yamato walked behind. Backing up is always important and they are inexperienced. Bandits. But in fact they may also be shinobi. After all, what bandit would think of attacking a village? This is mainly done by Nukanins. Having reached Tenzaku, they discovered that the village, to put it mildly, survives. Why did they decide to ask for help now? Yamato asked. Perhaps they received death threats. Kurenai answered. We need to find out about them. Or find them. We have to split up. We share 2 people. I'm with Kurenai. Yamato with Kiba. Sai and Shino. And Naruto and Hinata. Kakashi ordered. Our team is for backup. If you see them, please let us know. Naruto and Yamato know exactly how. Sai. If anything, send the drawn animal upstairs. We'll come right away. Everyone was divided into different sides. Naruto walked next to Hinata with his hands in his pocket. Hinata herself walked quietly and did not say anything. Only occasionally looked at Naruto. Please. No need. Shouts an elderly woman, and a man in a half-face mask is holding her wrists. Give me the money, woman. Or I'll kill you. The man shouts furiously and hits her in the face with his palm. The woman immediately falls to the ground. Please, the woman said through her tears. I have 2 children. I ask you. Hinata. Naruto says looking at her. She herself trembled at his voice and looked at him. He's alone. Therefore you will have to kill him. But I. Hinata, if you don't kill him, he will kill a woman. I can't. Hinata lowers his head down. Very difficult to kill. Moreover, she is a timid girl. And I have never done such a thing. Naruto couldn't wait until Hugo killed him. Taking his small tanto in his hand, he appears behind the man. Take your dirty hand away from the woman. He says, grabbing the same one by the wrists. Go to .y. The only answer he received was to lean back. Naruto pulled him sharply by the arm, so much so that the bandit's arm was dislocated from the fall. Stop. Stop. Don't worry. I won't kill you. Naruto replies and touches his shoulder. Market. One is here. Yamato and Kiba responded to the call and immediately ran to the market. 1? That can't be true. Where are the others? Kiba asks. He'll tell us himself. Naruto says without taking his eyes off the bandit. Force you? Or will you tell me yourself? They are in the northwestern part of the village. In a big house. There are 8 of them. The bandit answers, holding his injured hand. Clear. Yamato? What should we do with it? Yamato himself turns his gaze to Hinata and Kiba. Hinata doesn't answer, lowering his head. But Kiba was seized with fear. I won't kill. No. He hurt people. Perhaps he killed civilians. And you don't want to punish the criminal? Yamato raises an eyebrow. You are a shinobi. If you don't kill him, he will kill many more people. No. I can't. Kiba shouts. What a child. Naruto rolled his eyes. I told Hokage-sama. What? He pulled out the tanto from his back. We are better. Without torturing, he pierced the bandit through the chest. We'll take care of this task ourselves. He pulled out the tanto from him. But no. What's the point of you? If you can't kill a violent person? Which shinobi are you then? Hinata immediately turns back in fear, and Kiba follows her. The first death they saw. Of course, this has happened before in the Forest of Death. But here it's live, the action itself. We need to inform the others and regroup in the northwest. Says Yamato. Clean it yourself. Naruto shrugged. You are the main one here, not us. And the task is your responsibility. We won't interfere. I'll go with them, just in case. Kakashi said. You never know what can happen. And you guard the outside so that no one can escape. Okay. Let's go. Kurenai commands. And stop acting like little children, Team 8. Unfortunately, this is the beginning of your path to murder. Even if we are against it, because it can damage your psyche, you will have to. The task was successfully completed by Hokage-sama. Tenzaku is released. Kurenai said, placing the report on the Hokage's desk. Even though we had to kill them. Naruto grumbles. Better shut up. Says Yamato. This is their first task. They are not you. What was your first murder? Kiba asked. You were stupid at the academy. It's none of your business anymore. Naruto answered. Unlike you, at least my hand didn't tremble. Stop arguing. You can go about your business. Free. Tsunade finally shouted. All 4 shinobi immediately left her office. Team 8 left together and Team 7 went home. Naruto and Yamato live in the Umbu base, Sai and Kakashi live in their apartment. Our first task in the form of jounins. Sounds good. So right? Yamato asks his partner. Still would. It's more fun. Naruto answers. Naruto. The partners immediately looked back. One blonde from Team 10 was running towards them. They both don't know why and why. And Naruto doesn't know why she shouted his name. Yamato immediately left saying, I'll be at the base, leaving Naruto alone. And he himself waited for her to reach him. What do you want? How about saying, hello? Speak quickly, I'm in a hurry. Tsunade-sama asked me to tell you. She handed the envelope which he immediately took. Payment for your mission. Clear. Thank you. Bye. He said and turned around. Wait. She slows him down. Naruto immediately turns around, his eyes saying he's annoyed. What else do you want from me? I wanted to talk about Sasuke and Sakura. No. Don't mention these names to me again. Leave me alone and go about your business. Naruto answers. But I. Don't test my patience, Ino. Go while I'm still good. Naruto answers, and turns around and goes forward. I wanted to help. She shouts after him. Help? He stops. If you want it that much, then leave me alone. And don't come near me anymore. You will make it easier for me, and for yourself too. Stay away from me. And he disappeared into the Shunshin. Yamanaka stood still, looking at where Naruto had just been. This voice. This look. From which she was scared. It was worse when Orochimaru attacked Konoha. But Naruto. He wasn't rude, you never expected that from him. For many years, she was only interested in Uchiha Sasuke. Charming and strong. But this is a different matter. She just wanted to support Naruto, correct an old mistake, apologize to him for the past. For everything she did before. When a person is in pain, he will try to stay away from everyone. Asuma says, placing his hand on his student's shoulder. You're doing the right thing by trying to help him. Naruto doesn't want to drag anyone down with him, he doesn't want others to suffer like he did. He doesn't want anyone to worry about him. But deep down, he wants support. But he is afraid that he will become attached to someone. I understand him, but I don't support his thoughts. Try to help him, at least he looks at you. As Kakashi said, he does not communicate with anyone except Yamato and him. And he doesn't pay attention to others at all. What a bore. Yamato grumbles. It's hot outside, we're also sitting outside. We could find a place where there is shade. Yamato-san. I think we'd better go somewhere else. Sai suggested. I agree. Naruto said. Do nothing in the heat. It's better to go to a cafe. We can go to Ichiraku, suggested Kakashi. I have a better idea. We can go to the river and sit there. Take a swim, so to speak. Yamato said. Relax? Sai asked. I agree with Yamato-san. Okay. Let's go. Naruto also added. It's like we have nothing to do. Kakashi rolled his eyes. I am going to sleep. Don't wake me up if anything happens. They're jounin, not genin. They'll notice us anyway. Shut up, Shikamaru. We do this to find out more about them. Are you trying to get closer to Naruto? It's easy to guess when Nara saw how his friend trembled. Clear. Of course it's not my business, but I'll try to help. Do they really think that they are invisible? Senpai. What we shall do? Calm down, Yamato. Let them do what they want. Kakashi replied. Naruto-san, it looks like they're after you. Sai began. Apparently I didn't explain it well to them, and to her too. It's okay, Naruto. They just want to help you. That's all. Kakashi said and pulled out his book. By the way, did Jiraiya-sama write the third part? Don't know. Naruto answered. 2 weeks ago he left to look for materials. It seems that Sensei has decided to release the fourth part of his book. This is very good. Okay. Let's rest, take a swim and wait until Hokage-sama gives us a new task. Kakashi said. Naruto-san. Who is the black-haired girl from the last mission? Sai asks. Hinata Hyugo. Naruto answers. And what? Interested? There is such. Hinata always studied well at the academy. She always behaved quietly and blushed in front of me. Of course, I didn't know this before, but then I realized it. Why didn't you reciprocate her feelings? I liked Hinata, but only as a good person. But I didn't love her. I loved someone else, and unfortunately it was my mistake. The biggest mistake in life. And what happened? Naruto did not hide the truth from his new partner. He said that he loved Sakura even before the academy. That she was different from everyone else with her pink hair. That she had a sweet face. But she loved someone else. Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto had a difficult relationship with Sasuke. He considered the Uchiha his friend, but he did not consider him anyone. But in the end, he admitted it. He remembers how his best friend and the one he loved were killed. And after everything that happened, the blame lies with him. That they only blamed him. Who's to blame if there's a demon? That's how it is. I used to torment myself with this, but time has passed. We grow up and see the true face of the shinobi world. These are already unnecessary memories. How do you like Naruto-san now? Great. I don't care what happened anymore. What about you, Sai? I have been serving in corn since I was 10 years old. That's all. Naruto realized that he was preventing his partner from telling the truth. Print on the tongue. Apparently their leader doesn't want them to spill the beans. Root has no feelings. And as much as he hated the Umbu Root, Sai seemed like a good person to him. He understands little, but knows how to listen. Clear. If you are interested in Hinata, then try to get to know her better. Okay, Naruto-san. Thank you. What are they talking about there? Don't know. Sit quietly. Aren't you tired of sitting in the bushes? Kakashi asked, standing behind them. Nara and Yamanaka immediately looked back, seeing Kakashi holding his favorite book in his hands. Pursuit is bad. Especially if you know that we already know that you are following us. Kakashi-sensei. We need answers. Said Shikamaru. Answers to what? About Naruto. Ino added. He made it clear that no one should come near him. And talking about him is also prohibited. But why then does he trust you? Teamwork is always important, Ino. Forget about him, he is not your concern. You are not his nanny. He is much older than you in rank, and it is better to listen to what he tells you. I understand what you want. But he himself said that he did not want to have support. Go away. Until he himself came here. I'll give you a minute. But. Alive. Kakashi says sternly. Don't force me to cross the border either. I said everything. Ino and Shikamaru immediately left. I didn't want to have problems with Kakashi. Because he's right. Naruto is senior to them in rank. And Hatake is unlikely to let them near him. No matter how I say it, it is necessary for yourselves. Naruto doesn't want to get attached to people anymore, and there are few people he can trust. He reminds me of myself. Once upon a time, I was like him, after the death of Obito and Rin. Minato-sensei. How do you think? Maybe. It's time already? Change? Leave Ino alone. Kakashi-sensei is right. Says Shikamaru. And you're going there too? If he wants to be alone, that's his business. I don't want to interfere in Naruto's life anymore. It is dark and there is no light in it. And what will we do for him? Nothing. Remember Sasuke. Who do you think helped Sasuke? She crossed her arms. Naruto was the one who helped him while we walked around him. And? They are different people. You are of no use. You can't even help your friend. You leave everything halfway. He said clearly and made it clear that we were nothing to him. Even if I consider him a friend, I don't want to interfere in his life. What do you care about him? You were nothing to him. She called him names like everyone else, hated his tricks. In the end, you weren't interested in why he was hated so much. And then suddenly I wanted to help him. Why? What's the meaning for you? What will this give you? It is not that simple. Everything is very simple. You yourself don't know and don't understand. Nara answered calmly. You can't help him. He doesn't care about you, not even about your words. You are nobody to him, and never were. He won't listen to you. I want to apologize. She started screaming. I want to help him, because there is not a drop of light in him. I want to support him. Weren't we taught this? We must help our comrades and friends. Don't look at their suffering. Figure it out yourself. I can't help anymore. Nara shrugged. I doubt he'll change because of you. Leave me alone. She snorted, leaving her friend. I can give advice. Said Nara. Ino immediately stopped. Pain can only be drowned out by care. That's what my father told me. Shikamaru himself understands Naruto's situation. He's lost too much. Friend. Which I loved. Parents from early childhood. He was hated and despised. So he kept to himself. Because of all the suffering. Therefore, he doesn't want to experience that pain anymore. Get attached to someone, you will certainly be happy. But when this person dies, you will again feel a prickly pain in your chest. And it will get even worse. Shikamaru understands why he joined the Umbu. Away from everyone. But apparently I had to go back. There are very few shinobi who can have vast experience. Team 7, now a squad of liquidation, surveillance, espionage. Since they all served in the Umbu. About Sai. Nara was not interested, and he is not interested in who he is. Even if so, I will do it. I will return that old light to him. If I have to go through a huge journey, I will go through it. I'll do my best and let him know that there is no need to be afraid of attachment. That even if you live in darkness, you will have light ahead of you. It sounds naive. But I will do it. I will not miss the chance to correct my mistakes, Shikamaru. It's your business. Good luck. Nara said and left. It's difficult to explain. But you know what? What? There are a lot of interesting things in the world. Sigh. We are Team 7. Even if you are from Umbu root, you are our comrade. Kakashi said. We are your support, just as you will be our support. That's what a team is for. I'm sure we will become good friends. I really hope for it. Kakashi turned his gaze to Naruto, who was sleeping. It's time to rest. Lie with us. A task for you. But now you will be in a squad to search for missing corpses from the temples. Some people attacked one of our villages. With Team 10 you need to check the surrounding area. Again. Naruto said. They are Hokage-sama's chunin. And they are incapable of looking for evidence. For such a task, Team 8 is better suited. Team 10 is only capable of holding and attacking. Team 8 and 9 are on a mission. And Asuma's squad is free. And they weren't on assignment for about 3 months. Because one blonde lady was my student. Tsunade answered. And further. Uzumaki Naruto. No need to grumble. They are an ordinary squad, and you are an elite squad. Do not confuse. Okay, Hokage-sama. Kakashi said. We'll take care of it. So right? He turned his gaze to his team. Yamato nodded in response, as did Sai. Naruto stood there, looking with a stone face. Fine. Let's move out. As they left the office, Tsunade leaned back in her chair. There are a lot of problems with Team 7. 2 silent guys, the always calm Kakashi, and Yamato. Unlike them, he is more or less emotional. They caused you a lot of problems. She heard a voice from the window. Especially the missing one. This is what I don't understand. He is your student, but for some reason he hasn't learned anything from you. A closed kid, what can I say? Despite this, we are on good terms with him. He just learned the shinobi system, that's all. So, this is how you will answer me? Did you want to entertain him? Is this the essence of the task? The point is to restore his humanity. That's why we had to force him to leave the Umbu. Yamato was the trump card. Because they have been partners for several years now. And he knows Naruto. And Kakashi too. You are both his teachers. Right? Yes. He learned a lot from me. Kakashi only corrected his weaknesses. And what happened? What? What? The ideal killer against especially dangerous shinobi. Our task is to check the surroundings of the village and detect evidence. It is possible to find survivors who can help us in some way to find them. Okay. Lead Asuma. We're behind you. Hatake nodded. Fine. Let's go. Sarutobi answered. The 2 teams immediately set off for the northwest side of the Fire Country. Naruto couldn't help but think that they had to go on a mission with other teams again. Perhaps Tsunade doesn't trust them that much, you never know what they'll do on assignments. Well, or it's because the 5th Hokage wants Uzumaki Naruto to communicate with everyone. Naruto has said many times that he doesn't care about people's opinions or their concerns. They don't bother him at all. Why do we always have to go on missions? I want to sleep. Shikamaru yawned, jumping over tree to tree. Because it's an order from the Hokage. Asuma answers him. Moreover, since she decided to send 2 teams, this means that the task is at least of rank A or B. And perhaps S. I'm sure we'll have to fight very strong opponents, says Yamanaka. When they are with us. Asuma pointed at Team 7. We have nothing to fear. These guys know what strong opponents are. Kakashi has the ability of the Sharingan, and can copy the techniques of his enemies. He has a very good base in taijutsu and kenjutsu. But in ninjutsu, no one can do anything to him. Next is Captain Yamato. He's an Umbu captain. Ability of techniques and genome of the first Hokage. That is, a very rare ability. The third, Sarutobi, hesitated. But he doesn't know about the abilities of the others. Sai has animals drawn. And has little experience in kenjutsu and surveillance. Kakashi continued. But Naruto has completely different parameters. Which? Asked Asuma. Kakashi and Yamato looked at each other. And Sarutobi realized that Kakashi was asking Yamato for permission. Since Yamato is Naruto's partner. You'll soon find out for yourself, Asuma-san. Yamato said. I didn't tell them that Naruto even has very good abilities. It's easier to always be unpredictable and have some trump cards up your sleeve. There is a big risk that there will be extra ears. And we don't need this. Then you'll have to do something about it. We'll be there soon. Let's speed up. Sai interrupted them. The village is ahead. Catch up. Naruto had just time to say before he jumped up. Disappeared? Choji was surprised. Not really. One of his good abilities. Very well developed physical speed, and with the use of chakra he is able to cover vast distances in a minute. The maximum distance from one jump is about 20 kilometers. Yamato answered them. Let's go faster. Let's catch up with him. Asuma commanded. A very long time. Naruto said, crossing his arms and looking at the destroyed village. It's much worse than we thought. I can't believe it, Ino said. But how? There's probably a motive for this. Destroy the entire village and kill the inhabitants. Perhaps this is some kind of message, or a warning. Naruto said. How would you know? Maybe there's something else here? Asked Shikamaru. As you can see, I have seen this more than once in other villages. The houses were not burned, which means this was not just an attack. The use of ninjutsu is noticeable here. And who would even think of attacking a village just like that? Especially shinobi. This message is probably intentional. I think from a bird's eye view it will be even more noticeable. Naruto continued. I'll see. Said Sai, and having drawn an eagle, he flew up. That's it, he said and went downstairs. Well? What's there? Kakashi asked. This is a clear message. It's crooked, of course, but I get it. It says, death. Sai answered. It looks like these guys want to kill someone. This is probably a feudal lord or daimyo. But the motive? Revenge? Or Akatsuki? Naruto thought. Definitely not Akatsuki. They act very openly. And they won't destroy villages just like that. Maybe it's some kind of gang. Or a squad of nuke-nin who make deaths. Looks like this is an attack on daimyo. Since he has a very high status in our country. But his guards. 3 elite shinobi of Konoha, who used to guard my father, are also standing there. Strange. It doesn't look like it's Akatsuki. Mercenaries don't work like that. It is important for them that everything goes smoothly and without unnecessary sacrifices. But what's the point? Asuma asked a question. If this is a warning, then is the daimyo in danger? It is impossible to attack daimyo. Kakashi said. The daimyo is guarded by the best shinobi of Konoha. They are elite jonin, such as Genma Shiranui. This seems to be a message, not a warning. But who? We'll inspect the entire village and tell Hokage-sama. Yamato said as he sat down on one knee. Maybe we'll find them alive. Everyone went downstairs, examining the entire village. All that was left of the village was its name. Everything was simply destroyed everywhere, including the bodies of innocent victims. It looks like there are no signs of life, Naruto said. He walked forward, trying to find at least a small clue. Yes, although he is not a detective or a detective. But he served in Umbu, where everything is required. An Umbu must not only be a quiet and good fighter, who has at least 3 exits and a plan. He must analyze the environment and people well. Something tells me that this is not just like that. The poor fellows didn't even have time to think, and they were already killed. This was probably done by those who are well hidden. Or they did it from above. What techniques are the ability to make a bomb? This is mainly the element of fire or lightning. Strange. The bodies were not burned, and neither were the houses. Ordinary bombs? It hasn't rained in the land of fire for a long time. Fuck, understand what happened here. There are no leads, Hokage-sama. The attackers clearly have some advantage. This is a message either to you or to the daimyo himself. But an attack on daimyo means certain death. Are you saying that someone wants to die? To me? Tsunade wondered. If it were Orochimaru, he can't stack techniques. And even more so to go to the land of fire. Maybe Akatsuki? They need Naruto, maybe this is a message to him? Stop. Why do Naruto need mercenaries? Asked a dumbfounded Shikamaru. As you can see, Naruto's death is a very important matter for them. Tsunade answered. But Naruto is very good at hiding, and it will be very difficult to find him. And even more so to grab it. If it's them, then they won't just attack and take risks. So this is an attempt on the Hokage. Yamato said. We'll have to find out, and quickly. Until they ended up in our village. Free. Naruto sat on the edge of a cliff, looking out over his entire village. From here there is a very good and beautiful view of Konoha. He noticed for himself that the village was very beautiful. And this is his favorite place where he can look at all of Konoha. But the village is really beautiful from this place. The owner, or rather the owner of this voice, sat down next to him and also looked at Konoha. Naruto didn't answer. He simply stood up from his seat and turned around. The girl followed him. She didn't come for the view. Naruto, wait. Where are you going? I asked, Ino. I asked them to leave me alone, not to come near me, not to look for me. Is it difficult to reach you? Or do you not want to obey? I just. No thanks. I don't need anything from you. Leave me alone. Is it difficult? Yamanaka didn't know what to answer him. She thought that she would finally be able to talk to him. But again that cold look, which gives you goosebumps. Ino just stood there, looking at him. And she took the first step towards him. I cannot. She answers walking forward. Listen Naruto. I see you didn't understand Ino. He shook his head. But you'll soon take off your rose-colored glasses, and I'm sure you'll forget about me forever. And again he disappeared, leaving her alone. This is important to you, not to me. I have already known my life, and I live only for the sake of my parents. Only one thing can sew up the wounds. Loneliness. And nothing more. Ordinary morning. A blonde lady was lying on the bed, hugging a pillow. When the sun passed through the curtain, she winced and had to open her eyes. How tired I am. She muttered, taking a sitting position. How long did I sleep? She asks a question and looks at the alarm clock. 4 hours? Crap. It's already lunch and I'm still sleeping. Looks like a habit from Shikamaru. But the reason is not Nara, as she knows. The reason is Naruto. After he told her those very words, she couldn't sleep at night, trying to understand. And yet, she was offended. It's a shame that time has had such an effect on Naruto. I wanted to sob into my pillow. But she couldn't. All night long she was haunted by thoughts of Naruto. I want to tell him, explain that he is not alone, that the pain can be shared with another person. Be the one he trusts and opens up to. But he's against it. He doesn't want to listen to it, and in this way he reminds Sasuke. He, unlike Naruto, always got mad about the topic of family, and got angry. And Naruto? He frankly didn't care about everything except his past and memories. He became withdrawn, not wanting to see anyone. I have to do this, she says, looking at her reflection. Ino sometimes notices how she copies the old Naruto. Otherwise, forget about him saying, I will become Hokage. You will never forget this, especially when you hear it every day. What should I do? Ino immediately turned her head towards the door in fear. Standing in front of her was a brown-haired, middle-aged woman. Good morning, Mom. The blonde nodded. And you? Well, like this? What do you owe? That's me. Well? Naruto. That same noisy boy? The one who disappeared after 2 genin on his team died? Her mother, unlike other residents, did not blame Naruto. How can such a cheerful boy kill his own friends? This is complete nonsense. It's as if a drunk man who took snooze told everyone around him. They would just believe in any nonsense. Yes. He's back. Wow, I didn't expect that. So many years have passed. And what do you owe this young man? Nothing. Ino screamed sharply, not realizing that her mother would be more suspicious of her. I ran to the shower. She said so quickly that her mother didn't even have time to react. I'll have to ask Inoichi about this young man. Otherwise, our daughter was probably too carried away with the relationship. After the shower, sleep immediately went away. The desire to sleep completely disappeared. And this is good. Arriving at the kitchen, she expected good and hot tea. But it is so. Her mother prepared tea and a sandwich with zucchini and tomato for her daughter. Ino loves vegetable and fruit salads. But she doesn't eat anything high in calories. It has a bad effect on your figure. Aren't you tired of it, daughter? Asked her mother, taking a sip of tea. You're already thin, and you're still on a diet. Mom, but the figure is also important. The girl answers while eating a sandwich. You weigh 46 kilograms, daughter. What figure are we talking about? Take an example from Choji. He has an appetite and doesn't complain about his figure. I'm a girl, and he's a guy. She shrugs. Look then. How did the task go? Are you hurt? No. Team 7 was with us. Does it change anything? Yes. They are elite jounin. The blonde answers, and immediately remembers Naruto. And Naruto too. Strange. He was a genin, and did not pass the chunin and jounin exams like Shikamaru. I have no idea. By the way, when are you going to get married? Ino immediately spat out all the tea. Her mother looked at her daughter with undisguised surprise. And what? She is already 16 years old and will soon be 17. And it's time to dream about grandchildren. Mother. Ino was indignant. What? This is a common question. I'll come out when I'm over 20 years old. At your age I was different. I even remember how I fell in love with one boy who dreamed of becoming Hokage. And not only me. Who was this man? Like who? The blonde guy's father. Naruto's father? Ino couldn't hide her surprise. So her mother knows his father? Besides, was she in love with him? Did they study together? Are they the same age? Well, yes. But he married another girl, and I had a very bad relationship with her. We always fought at the academy, and after. When I first married your father, they were already expecting a child. On that very happy day for them, they died. From the hands of Kyubi. His father was the only one who could stop the huge demon. Stop. That is. It was fourth Sama himself? How is that? So Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage himself? Minato Namikaze? So. They both have yellow hair. Also both have blue eyes. It can't be. So I'll just find out that he's the son of the fourth. Life turned out this way. A handful of the blood of your victims. Suffer. Until others die. You are just a shadow that has nothing. I am your dark side Uzumaki Naruto. An unknown man in a dark cloak stood in front of Naruto. He snapped his fingers and Naruto saw many corpses. A village that was completely destroyed. Only you are to blame for this. You will be swallowed up by darkness. Your life is full of suffering. Get out of my head, whoever you are. Naruto immediately pulled out his tanto and attacked this man. With a quick movement, he pierces the man's chest, and this man takes Naruto's hand. He immediately saw his blood on his hands. When their eyes met, he saw himself. Who are you? Your dark side. Your nightmare. I will torture you until you lose everything. Friends. Loved ones. Relatives. You will be alone and the pain will consume you until I lift this curse from you. Do you know which one for me? Which one should we? When Sakura and Sasuke died. But only one person is to blame. It's you. You killed them and it's your fault. Memories. The hardest thing Naruto has ever experienced. That picture in which Sasuke died protecting him from Haku. And Sakura, who wanted him dead, and eventually died at the hands of Haku. No, a shiver ran through his body, and he stepped back. He saw their faces around him. This is your fault. Repeated his dark side. You killed everyone. People who had a family. You took a piece of their hearts. You took on the burden, the executioner's burden, killing everyone. Your hand is full of the blood of innocent people. So suffer, accept that very pain. Their death is in your hands. And you will not cleanse their blood from your hands. I will not give up. No. I know. I'm just warning you. Your destiny is to see the death of every person close to you. And then. You will remain alone in this world. You'll be the last one left. You are just a pathetic person who thinks of himself as God. A pathetic parody of the god of death. Your sentence is eternal suffering. He woke up immediately. It became difficult to breathe. This is the worst nightmare of his life. The worst thing is that he doesn't want to go through any more. Tears began to shine in his eyes, despite his composure. It felt like hatred itself was torturing you. What the hell, he whispered, and got out of bed and went to the mirror. Tears. I can't. I don't want to suffer. It's not my fault. No. He immediately hits the mirror with his fist. There were small fragments left on the fists, and the hand was already bleeding. Hey! Yamato immediately burst into his room, who heard his scream and the sound of a broken mirror. Are you okay? Yes. Yamato, leave my room. Everything is fine. Sure. There's blood on your hand. I told you, Yamato. He turned his gaze to his partner, and his eyes became blood red with a vertical pupil. Leave. Leave me alone. What if we just talk to him? Heart to heart. He managed to turn me off, and you need that person to talk to. Candidates? Hinata. She treated him well from the very beginning. Are you serious? Kiba was indignant. She won't come near him. Too risky. There's no need to be afraid of Naruto. He won't do anything to her, Kiba. Nara answered him. Besides, it's important. Naruto himself was once a light for everyone, and earned our trust. We are shinobi, and we are practically one big family. We can't leave our friends. Despite Naruto's words, Shikamaru knew that he still needed to help him. Loneliness is, of course, good. But being alone for so long and not having support? It's like torture. He may think so, but Naruto is wrong. Okay. Kiba muttered. He has a strained relationship with Naruto. There is a little hostility towards him. It was as if he was the noisiest of the class, and sometimes infuriated everyone. Kiba then allowed himself to mock him, call him names. But now, he is no longer a small child. Kiba is very jealous of Naruto, especially his role. He is already an elite jounin, and I haven't even heard of this. And disappeared for 4 years. Yes, and there is something else. Death of 2 of his team. He blamed Naruto, thinking that he killed them. I thought he was right about Naruto being a real demon. That he is a monster who did not spare anyone and killed everyone. But times change, and now there is no point in blaming someone who was worse off than others. Walk in front of everyone and wear the stigma of being the killer of your team? Nobody would do this except a crazy person. But Naruto is not like that. If you need help, then it is important. Important for everyone, but you can gain his trust in yourself. And understand who he really is. Things are worse for Naruto. After yesterday's dream, he was afraid to sleep. See those same faces and hear, only you are to blame. This is a very big blow to his heart. But he does not give up, does not give in to the hatred within himself. Every day, he becomes more withdrawn, not wanting to just talk to anyone. Just to the point, and nothing more. Yamato tried to somehow find out the reason, although he knows. Since at first Naruto said that nightmares haunt him. Most likely this is the reason. There is, of course, a way out to turn to Inoichi Yamanaka, or to Ibiki. But Naruto will be against having his head dug into. He doesn't trust them, they might even slip bookmarks. Or even erase some areas of memory. Or they will look at his entire memory and explore. What do you want me to do, Naruto? Yamato asks a question, looking at the stacks of papers. Kakashi-senpai is currently busy with research about the recent attack on that very village. Maybe find him a place to live away from here. The database is uncomfortable, even though it's free. Yamato thought about it. Naruto can afford a house if he wants one. How would he serve in Umbu? And they pay a lot there. Salary in Umbu differs from the rank of the mission, and from the task itself. Umbu has its own classes, and for example, beginners carry out only small assignments. And the most elite Umbu carry out some of the most dangerous missions. On average, they receive from 20 to 50,000 ryo per task. And if the tasks are to eliminate certain targets, then at a time they receive from 50 to 150,000 ryo. Not bad money, considering that the Hokage earns about 200,000 ryo per month. Hinata, just talk to Naruto. Shikamaru almost shakes Hyuga. But Naruto-kun, I know you're afraid. But I assure you 95%, he won't do anything to you. The remaining 5%, he can either seriously insult you. Just chat, that's all. Okay, Shikamaru-kun. I will do this for Naruto-kun. Hinata became more serious for the first time. Yes, she used to breathe unevenly towards Naruto. And even a child can understand that she is in love with him. But this is only a temporary outcome. Although she did not forget about him, she had to move on with her life. Now, she has uneven feelings for the newest member of Team Kakashi. Sigh. She liked him, although she didn't know why. But Naruto is also her friend. And she cannot leave him in trouble. Young Hugo went to look for him. Shikamaru told her that he is usually at the Hokage Rock. The exact address of residence is unknown to them. Therefore, you will have to try your luck to find him there. But it is so. He sits on the head of the fourth Hokage, looking at all the beauty of the village. She carefully approached him from behind, trying to find a reason to start a conversation. Hinata. Hugo immediately trembled at his voice. Extraordinarily scary, and awkward. Did you come here to look at the view? Or was she looking for me? There is nothing in his voice except coldness. Hello Naruto-kun, said Hugo. Long time no see. Indeed, many years have passed since then. He answers. You want answers and Shikamaru sent you? Or Yamanaka? I was looking for you myself Naruto-kun. How did you get me? In his voice, notes of anger and irritation appeared. He immediately stood up from his seat and turned to Hinata, looking into her eyes. Hugo looked away, trying not to intersect with his so terrifying gaze. Why Hinata? Why are you lying to me? I can see. You wouldn't just look for me like that. But Naruto-kun. I have said this many times, and I will repeat it only for the last time. If you don't leave me alone, don't leave me the fuck alone, then you yourself will regret your decision. I don't need anything from you, even if I don't want it. I just want to be alone. Loneliness. This is the most terrible feeling. No, for me it's like heaven. Do you want me to tell you the reason for my decision? He didn't let her answer, and immediately continued. Because you are nothing to me. You are not my friends. I don't trust you and the others. I understand now. Friendship doesn't last forever, and you'd better forget about everything. About me, forever. Please, just leave. Naruto didn't want to offend her, but he knew if he didn't, they wouldn't leave him alone. Reminds me of the situation with Sasuke, when he did not want to communicate with everyone, and looked down on them. He was still an arrogant idiot, but in the end, he turned out to be his best friend. Who then understood what it was like to be an orphan. He even remembers when he overheard his conversation with Sakura. Flashback. Sakura. Where's Naruto? Asks Sasuke. Today they had to go to training with Kakashi and learn to walk on a tree. Although Sasuke hated Naruto for his weakness and stupidity, this is just nitpicking. Everyone can become stronger at any moment. Why are you asking about Naruto, Sasuke-kun? He's just a pitiful orphan, and he can't even do replacement techniques, and he's very stupid. He always looks dirty, and he looks like a homeless person. Let's go to training together. You better forget about Naruto. He is worthless and tries to attract attention to himself with his stupidity. I'd rather act stupid in front of people to get attention than be an orphan and alone. Sasuke answers her. End flashback. Naruto remembers well. He might have been offended by Sakura then, but he loved her with all his heart. Sasuke was like a rival to him, but in the end, he gave his life for him. Hinata, please go away. Leave me alone. Hinata stood there for a moment and then realized. There's no point in arguing with Naruto. She did everything she could, and his words were a knife in her heart. He himself continued to look at the village, and the warm wind blew away his hair. It feels like you feel a little better. Naruto. Yamato appeared behind Naruto. The fifth called us on an urgent mission in Suna. It looks like the Akatsuki have begun to act. Fine. I'm coming. Naruto nodded, and after Yamato disappeared, he also used Shunshin, ending up in the residence. Besides himself and Yamato, Sai was waiting for them. And also Guy's squad. Hokage-sama. An important task for you. The Kazekage of Hidden Sand was kidnapped by Akatsuki. Kakashi has headed to Suna and will be waiting for you there. You and Guy's squad are going together. Since both teams are the strike force of the Hidden Leaf. Get started. Come on. What good are you if you couldn't help your Kage? Kakashi asks, looking at the Hidden Sand shinobi. Did you think he could handle it alone? What do you care about us? He's Kage. And Kage, one of the rank-and-file shinobi of the Hidden Sand, was immediately crushed to the ground. Naruto put his tanto to his neck and looked at this shinobi very menacingly. Whoever your Kage is, he is in danger. And at such a difficult moment, you dared to present it to us, those who are going to save his skin. It feels like as if you don't care about your Kazekage. Who are you? What do you care? I'm a shinobi. So are you. But unlike you, I'm not going to chill here and pretend that I want to help my Kage. Naruto. Yamato walked up to his partner and put his hand on his shoulder. Let's go to. He's not worth our attention. It's better to find Kazekage Gaara. Rather than just chatting with him. Okay. Naruto answered and removed the tanto from his neck. We'll meet when the Kazekage returns. This is his concern, not ours. Firstly, our goal is to find evidence, or something like a smell or something that Akatsuki dropped. Kakashi said. Gaara fought with a certain Tsukuri Deidara. Said a young girl with wheat hair that also has 4 braids. Dressed in a black kimono, tied with a red belt. Temari-san. That was the name of the young kunoichi of Hidden Sand. Do you have at least one clue about Akatsuki? Yamato asks a question. Yes. There is something. The kunoichi immediately got it. How did you get it? She pulled out a piece of fabric from under her kimono and handed it to Kakashi. This is the fabric of one of the 2 Akatsuki members. The second is Sasori Red Sand. Sasori and Deidara, Naruto and Yamato looked at each other. Both know a little about this duo. Is there something wrong? Tenten asked, turning to Naruto. You both just started thinking like you knew them both. In a way, yes. Yamato answers. But we have little information about their abilities. A direct attack will not do. What's needed here is strategy. What for? Niji crossed his arms. Aren't these ordinary shinobi? These shinobi defeated the Kazekage. It's hard to even call them privates. We need to prepare. If we attack directly, we can be pinched and all of us will be killed instantly. Naruto answered. Temari-san. He turned to the sandy-haired one. Half an hour and we're heading out. Is there someone who can look after the village? And start restoring people's health? This is also important. Yes, I have. Gaara's older brother, and my younger brother. Dog no Kankuro. I will gather suitable shinobi for you, but I cannot guarantee it. No one wants to risk their lives and go on such a dangerous mission. Temari answered. It feels like they don't care how and where their Kazekage is. Yamato snorted. Let's start preparing. I'll send a summoning animal so he can find them by the smell of the fabric. And let Niji lead us forward, along Pakin's chakra. Kakashi also said. Let's get ready. Let's show them our strength of youth. Guy shouted, smiling with all 32 teeth. Guy-sensei. I can show them my experience. And your spring of youth. Lee also added. The power of youth? Sai thought. Sai, it's better not to ask about this. Kakashi whispered. Otherwise, you will be infected, and we will have to exchange team members. A sandstorm is rising, soon. We need to find their tracks so quickly that even the Akatsuki members shouldn't expect it. Yamato is right. In that case, let's go. Hatake nodded. In these surroundings, it is difficult to find the true path, young man, said the old granny, about 80 to 90 years old. Dressed in a black, floor-length kimono with a large white collar and black pants. There is a red-brown bandage on the head. You mean you are the son of the famous White Fang? She looked at Kakashi. It turns out that this is so. And who will you be? My name is Chie. And I'm the grandmother of one of the Akatsuki members. Sasori Akasuna, answered the old lady. I certainly understand that you both might be happy to meet. Naruto stood between Kakashi and Chie. But now there is no time for this. So let's better go on our mission and save the Kage. Don't rush me, young man. Chie was indignant. I lived long enough, unlike you. To find Gaara's trail by smell, you need to roughly navigate. I have known these lands since childhood, so I myself will show you the way. There is a huge dense forest ahead, 7 kilometers from Suna. This means that we leave the border of the hidden sand and find ourselves in the land of the great waterfall. Summoning technique. Kakashi shouted, biting his finger and hitting the ground. Pakken. A small brown dog stood in front of him. What do you want? Asked. Dog? Find a person by the smell of his clothes. And we will follow you. Pakken only managed to sniff the fabric as if it were cocaine, and ran forward. Let's go. Apparently the journey will be quite long due to the storm. Yamato said. Extracting the tailed chakra will take a very long time. For one person, this is almost impossible. And for 10 or 15 people, this is possible, but it will take at least 2 days to suck out all the chakra. But where will they place their chakra? Even if you are the most powerful shinobi in the world, it is unlikely that you will become a Jinchuriki. The tailed chakra is poisonous and you will die easily. You know so much about tailed creatures. Expert? Niji asks. Something like that. Only a few people could hold the tailed chakra, and even worse, only members of the Uzumaki clan could. Their true strength lies in the fact that they have enormous vitality and a large amount of chakra. Also, their great members have very incredible abilities. The same Ashina Uzumaki, who lived during the time of the first, he was about 140 years old. And he is the one who opened a school for the martial arts of katanas, which is now called Kenjutsu. And that school became the Land of Iron. Or Mito Uzumaki. Wife of the first Hokage, granddaughter of Ashina Uzumaki, and also one of the founders of the Hidden Fire. Her abilities are one of the rarest, which is known to a narrow circle of people. And what can she do? Tenten asked. Hold the tailed one alone, seal it into yourself, suck out its chakra, and control it. The Uzumaki clan is founded on the fact that they have the ability to seal anything, anywhere, and anyone. Also, it was they who created the red-crimson barrier, which requires for Kage to hold. And for Uzumaki, it only takes 2. Even a bomb from a tailed beast cannot penetrate the huge dome. The basis of the barrier is our sun. The sun absorbs anything and will easily incinerate everything. And the barrier is also capable of this, but on a smaller scale. You know a lot about this clan. Even our teachers know little about this. Niji said. But I'm also from the Uzumaki clan. Guy, you know a lot about your great Uzumaki clan. But there is one mistake. The basis of your barrier is not the sun, but their own chakra, and was created personally by the head of your clan. Chio said. A dense forest with many trees, surrounded by a river of considerable size. Guy's squad split up and are moving from the side of the river, and Kakashi's squad is going directly and must surround their lair. But one young man appeared in front of them. Dressed in a dark cloak with red clouds, shoulder-length hair, and 2 stripes running down from both sides of his nose. Dark hair and eye color. Nice to meet you, Kakashi-senpai. The young guy turned his gaze to Naruto. It turns out that you are the same Naruto Uzumaki. The killer of my stupid little brother. Uchiha Itachi, said Naruto. The same young man who slaughtered his own clan? Chie asked. We both have similarities, Naruto-kun. And I know which one you want. Kill your best friend. With your own hands. If you were an Uchiha, you would have eyes like mine. Itachi said as he activated his Manjikyu Sharingan. Since my younger brother died, there is no one for me to take revenge on. Don't compare me to yourself, killer of your clan. You mercilessly destroyed your loved ones, making Sasuke suffer. Even if I regret his death, I will be glad that he is now at peace where his parents are. And not the brother, who is also a pain in the ass. Naruto answered. I'm rather glad that you killed him and not me. I shouldn't waste my time on a pathetic boy who dreamed of killing me. I'll say this, Naruto answers him, pulling out the tanto from his back. I'll kill you. Personally. Try. Itachi looks intently into Naruto's eyes, trying to cast his powerful genjutsu, but he himself realizes that his genjutsu somehow does not affect Naruto. My genjutsu doesn't even control him. It looks like I won't be able to talk to him. And this is not my original body. So you can resist genjutsu? That's not all I was taught. Element of fire. Fireball technique. Itachi shouted, blowing out a huge fireball. Element of water. Water wall technique. Yamato shouted, responding with a wall of water, which was larger in size than Itachi's technique. As steam was generated, Naruto jumped up, attacking Itachi with tanto. But the Uchiha easily dodges, grabbing his hand. And he himself immediately receives a good charge of lightning. Element of wood. Chokehold technique. Yamato shouted, entwining Itachi. Element of combination. Fire-wind technique. Naruto immediately combined 2 elements into one, blowing a fiery wind at Itachi. A technique that does a lot of damage. The wind accelerates the fire, and the enemy may lose consciousness due to the smoke of the fire. Also, a 3rd-degree burn is guaranteed. Itachi's body was completely engulfed in fire. The Uchiha didn't cough or scream, which was strange. Naruto simply threw the tanto at his face and Yamato dismissed the tree branches. A dead white carcass with green hair lay on the ground. What is this? Chie asked. Probably one of the Akatsuki clones. They probably just wanted to detain us. Kakashi replied. Are Team Guy coping? Naruto asked. If these are like clones, then they can handle it easily. Kakashi replied. Let's move on. It doesn't take long to get to the very place where the Akatsuki members are located. A huge wall blocked their way. Naruto made the first strike with his tanto, but it immediately broke. A physical blow has no effect. It looks like there is a barrier here, and it needs to be removed. How do we remove the barrier? Neji turned to Kakashi. My blood can help. There is no time to think further. Naruto said and made a cut on his forearm with a kunai. He immediately smeared his blood on the wall in front of him. The blood of the Uzumaki clan can remove certain barriers. And it's true. The barrier shell began to fall. When the barrier has completely disappeared, he immediately hits the wall with his bare hands. But only a small crack in the wall appeared. A heavy and very strong blow is needed. Konoha vortex. Guy shouts, and immediately jumping up, kicks the wall, which immediately shatters into splinters. All 9 people went inside, and the Kazekage's body fell to the ground. Naruto looked at the most important of them, who stood in the middle of all the Akatsuki members. Their gaze is no worse than that of Orochimaru. So Konoha sent its shinobi to help the Kazekage? Asks one of them. Apparently, they are just holograms. Because 2 of them are material. My name is Pain. And I am God. Pain-sama. It seems that my old granny is also with them. Says a hunchbacked man with a hoarse voice. Kill them and leave. Pain says, and his hologram disappears. Just like the hologram of the others. Deidara, let's begin. Says Sasori. Let's not keep our new friends waiting. People won't just die, and especially not them. Sasori-sama. Leave it to me. Says the blonde Deidara, and throws white birds at them, which fly at them at breakneck speed. Element of wood. Huge dome technique. Yamato shouts, and a wooden dome forms around everyone. The birds crashed and an explosion occurred. It was as if bombs had fallen from the sky on them. It's time to go on the attack. Guy. That blonde guy on top of you. Judging by him, he is weak in close combat. What about Sasori? I'll take care of it myself. Chie herself interrupted Kakashi. I can handle my descendant. Take the Kazekage's body to a safe place. Sasori of the Red Sand has died. And Deidara. He ran away. Naruto said as he bandaged his wounded arm. What will we tell the people of Suna? The Kazekage is dead and that's it? There is one technique that will allow me to resurrect the Kazekage. Chio said and sat down on her knees in front of Kazekage Gaara. She placed her palms on his chest and her palms glowed green. The shinobi world is huge, and I didn't even think that changes would begin. Konoha and Suna. Who knew that they could become friends? I couldn't even imagine that I would see this day and this same moment. Chie-sama, Kakashi said, but then immediately understood what she was leading to. I was stupid and believed that the world was just a myth. That other countries will never be able to unite. What can you do? She's still an old lady. I killed my grandson with my own hands, but gave him a second life. And I also want to see him where she herself will be. Chie looked at Kakashi. Enmity. Revenge. The worst thing in our lives. I never thought I'd regret White Fang dying like this. He was a strong shinobi, and your father. I forgave him because it was not his fault. Only the war is to blame. Gaara is young, very young. He needs more time to rule his country and bring peace. Now there is one less person in the world, or rather one less old woman. Gaara came to his senses, and Chio's body was buried next to her son and his wife. The young Kazekage was grateful to her, she gave him life, even if she thought that Gaara was too young. Rock Lee and Gaara are not the best, but they are good friends. Therefore, after thanking them, he said that there would be eternal peace between Konoha and Suna as long as he lived. And how do you like Gaara-kun's second life? Tenten asked. I am grateful to all of you. Unfortunately, I'm no longer a Jinchuriki, but that doesn't stop me from being a Kage. Sand Shikaku, although he hated me, is very difficult without him. Gaara answered. We'll meet you again, this time, under mugs of sake. And so they went their separate ways. The Konoha shinobi returned back to the village, having successfully reported to the Hokage. Team Guy is back for another training session. But something else awaited Team 7. Despite the fact that you were able to successfully complete your task. I may also be dissatisfied with the fact that something is going on in Konoha. Tsunade looked gloomy and very angry. Ah, Kakashi tried to say. Kakashi. You and Jiraiya must begin that same mission again about Orochimaru. You are going with Anko's squad. Everyone except Naruto. Have you found his lair? Asked Kakashi. Exactly. Check everything there. Everyone is free except Naruto. Tsunade ordered. 3 were blown away from her office like the wind. Naruto stood and openly stared at 5th. You care? I wonder which one. Asks the guy. You, Asuma's squad, Kurenai's squad, Guy's squad, Aoba, Rado. You stay in the village. As we know, serving in Umbu is very difficult. And according to the archives of Ibiki Marino's interrogation department, you had experience in torture. To put it mildly. He tortured prisoners, forcing them to say something. And what? Do not interrupt. Also, you are an experienced killer of especially dangerous shinobi. And on your account. More than 500,000 victims. Also in your business there is an attack on huge camps of bandits and shinobi. And yet, you have not passed any medical examination. Therefore, now you go to the hospital, tell one blonde girl. By the way, if you don't know her, she knows you well. You will go through completely. If you pass your tests, you will go straight through everything. So that there are no questions later. Free. Naruto walked down the street with his hands in his pockets. The mood was always at 0. But now it's even worse. What the hell is this hospital? For what? I'm tired of it already. He grumbled, and without even noticing how he found himself in front of the hospital. There is no way back. Okay, I think it will take 10 to 15 minutes. As he walked inside the hospital, the smell of alcohol filled his nose. Walking inside the hospital, the same blonde walked in front of him. Naru, then? Ino was surprised by his visit to the hospital. Today she had an examination of a pregnant woman, and she was pretty exhausted. And when Naruto himself arrived, her surprise knew no bounds. What are you doing here? She asked as quietly as she could. Ino was afraid she would say something wrong. I was afraid of how he would answer, from his gaze. She's afraid he'll yell at her. Tsunade-sama asked to undergo examinations. He answered. Fine. Let's follow me. My heart was beating wildly as he walked next to me. On the one hand, Yamanaka felt terribly awkward around him. But in other way. She felt protected. Before this, she couldn't just talk to him, but here they are already alone. They go together to the same office. I see you're a little exhausted. He raised his voice. Yes. Just. It doesn't matter. I have time for your inspection. I still don't want to check the papers. Ino tried to act as usual, and apparently she succeeded. As Naruto walked into her small office, Ino followed him in, closing the door. She pointed to a chair, where the guy immediately sat down, and she sat down in front of him. I need to check you for skin damage first. Can you take off your uniform? Naruto silently unbuttoned his uniform. And took off the mesh jacket inside. For a moment, Ino blushed terribly seeing such a perfect physique. But the scars. Lots of scars on my chest. It is clear that his work was hard, very hard. So much damage? None of your business. He answered, and put on the mesh sweater again. Come quickly. Yeah. The blonde took a blood test from Naruto in a few minutes, and examined Naruto with an X-ray in another 10 minutes. Everything is fine. I wrote you a recipe to get rid of scars. Fine. He nodded. Naruto. Can we just talk? Ino. Naruto sighed heavily. We have already talked about this. Are you not capable of understanding people? I just wanted to chat. There is no time for this, and there is no desire. But you, Yamanaka suddenly grabs his hand. Sorry, she says, putting her hands behind her back. I don't want to be rude to you, Ino, I don't want to offend you. Just please leave me. I hope you understand now. And he immediately disappeared from her office. Again. Again. But there is still hope. It's just a small step. A small step towards her dream. Ino placed her hands on the table and placed her head on top. Tears began to flow from her eyes. And she cried quietly. Ino herself does not understand what is happening to her when she hears his name. At such moments, she gets goosebumps. Again. Naruto. Ino believes that she will do it. This is her path, the path to return that same smile to Uzumaki Naruto. See how he will have fun with everyone and laugh. What is wrong with me? Tell me, Naruto. I want to help. But something attracts me to you. Yamanaka shouldn't just sit still. Therefore, taking off her white robe, she ran to one very smart, but lazy man. Having reached his house, she was met by Shikamaru himself, who was lying on the floor at the entrance to the house. Well? Have you finally solved the mystery behind 7 seals? Asked Shikamaru. What are you talking about? Uzumaki Naruto is a member of the Umbu. I was able to dig up this case, and thought about it for several days. To my surprise, even my assumptions were wrong. All this time, he was in Konoha's Umbu. Moreover, he is an elite jounin. This is indicated by the fact that he did not pass any exam. So he was here all this time? Next to us? Exactly. His call sign is Fox. The same one. Who killed several hundred shinobi. For them, the Fox was a myth. Nobody knew about him, not even his name and appearance. He was so secretive that he was able to hide his chakra. Ino is a great censor, so finding Naruto is easy for her. I talked to him today. He came to the hospital. And what did he answer? As usual. Ino sighed. I asked you to stay away from him. Clear. But at least somehow you were able to talk to him. Shikamaru, I have questions regarding Naruto. I have a feeling. As if I became attached to him. You're not stupid, Ino. You grew older and began to understand Naruto. Understand what he went through. You sincerely want to help him, and perhaps be there for him and support him. Nara answered. Maybe. I'll find out more about him over these few years. Thank you, Shikamaru. Bye. This Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, who is Itachi-san? Asked a tall and shark-like man. This is Uzumaki Naruto, Kisame. One of the strongest Umbu of the Hidden Leaf. Codename, Fox. The same one? Kisame was surprised. Yes. They say that he is so merciless that he was able to single-handedly kill several squads of Hidden Mist Umbu. And even Terumi Mei herself, the 5th Mizukage, is afraid of him. Exactly. But he is also responsible for the death of my stupid little brother. Do you still remember and do not regret it? And you blame the Jinchuriki? You are a cruel man, Itachi-san. My little brother hated me, he had a chance to have eyes like mine. But it's too late. In the shinobi world, the weak die first. Itachi answered. Deep down, Itachi loves his little brother very much. He never blamed Naruto because Sasuke did what no one else could. Giving up his life for a friend. Reminds me of his best friend. Itachi was angry at first, but he resigned himself. Sasuke suffered a lot, especially psychologically. Naruto. The man who returned the light to his little brother, but he himself fell into darkness. Itachi wanted to apologize to the guy, but he's Akatsuki. And his role is to hate him. Since my little brother can't fight me, I'll fight Uzumaki Naruto. Are you crazy, Itachi-san? Even your genjutsu doesn't affect him, let alone your fire element. Kisame answers in surprise. Kisame himself respects Naruto Uzumaki, as well as the same Kakashi Hatake. And also, he wants to fight with them, to test his strength against them. Kisame's life itself was unbearable. He was hated for his appearance. But he became someone that many people feared. He is the blood-mist swordsman. And practically the last of them. It was an honor for me to fight him. But since you Itachi-san want this, I won't interfere. Thank you, Kisame. The time will come when I will fight him. And I will kill him with my eyes. So you haven't finished your obscenity? Naruto asked while eating his ice cream. All you have to do is ask about it. Jiraiya replied. We have a lot of time, Godfather. Me too, I'm offended by you. Still wondering how to win Tsunade-sama's heart? It's easier for me to write books than to confess my love and receive powerful blows. The Akatsuki have begun to act, Naruto. You are a very important goal for them. Be careful. I know. That's why I try to stay away from everyone. But they don't understand anything. Okay. It's time for me to go on a mission with Kakashi. Good luck, Godfather-son. And your godfather is a pervert. Asuma's team under the command of Naruto goes to the Fire Temple. The rest have no information. But Hokage-sama, can't Sarutobi Asuma handle this task on his own? Naruto asked. The entire Asuma team, under your command Uzumaki. Tsunade answered. It's not my job to command Chunin if they have their own teacher. I said everything. Free! Tsunade shouted. Naruto left her office first, managing to slam the door hard. Excuse him, Hokage-sama. Yamanaka bowed. We understand you. Go already. Team 10 followed Naruto as he stood outside, looking into the distance. When they left, he walked straight ahead without saying anything. What's the plan? Shikamaru asked, walking behind Naruto as he stopped. The first thing you need to do is visit the Fire Temple. We'll find out the details there. Most likely, Hokage-sama decided that we needed to find out our goal ourselves. Naruto answered. I will be demanding. A Chunin should be capable of anything. Follow orders from your superior and figure out the assigned mission yourself. Hemorrhoids. It can't be helped, Shikamaru. Naruto is right, if we want to become stronger, then we must become more experienced. Choji said. I made concessions and gave the first task. The rest is in your hands. But I won't let you go. The four of them quickly headed to the Fire Temple. They say that there live monks who have unimaginable strength. That they live long enough. All the way, Choji ate his chips, and Nara yawned. Naruto was a little surprised by the Akimichi's appetite, but calories are very important to them. And Nara. Most likely he is the only lazy person in his family. Ino. She was silent the whole way. The girl was excited, as their captain was Naruto. And she had never seen him in battle. But his silence is most alarming. They got there in almost 3 hours. There were no problems or obstacles on the road. They were greeted by a tall and bald man dressed in a white kimono with a fire sign on his waist. This means that he is a former guard of the daimyo. I am Chiriku from the Fire Temple. The man introduced himself. Who will you be? Yamanaka Ino. Akimichi Choji. Nara Shikamaru. Uzumaki Naruto. The man thought, who is the commander of your squad? The trio hesitated. Naruto simply pointed at them, but 3 fingers were pointed at himself. So it's you? Chiriku pointed at Naruto. Yes, can you tell me in detail? Follow me. Everyone followed him, going inside the temple courtyard. Many monks trained tirelessly. As you can see, in the old days, that is, when I was young, I guarded the daimyo. And we were 12 guards of the daimyo himself. And 4 of them were the ones who could control lightning so much that they could destroy villages. According to history, almost everyone died, except for you and Asuma Sarutobi. Naruto answered. Asuma. He's my old friend. We have been friends since childhood and have gone through many battles. Chiriku smiled, remembering the old times when he and Asuma trained together. About the 4. Their bodies were stolen by unknown people from their own temples, where they were buried. They probably want to use their bodies somehow. Maybe. We checked one village where those same people might have been. There is a possibility that their target is the Hokage, or at least the daimyo. You still have nothing to do here. In this case, I advise you to return to Konoha. In the meantime, I will go to daimyo and will guard him there. The bodies of my old friends have already been taken, but there is no point in looking for them. Chiriku answered. But, Choji wanted to object. He is right. Naruto interrupted him. There is a high probability that this will be a trap. Let's return to the village and wait for them there. What about the daimyo? Chiriku-san. Maybe send Team 10 with you? No, I can handle it myself. Moreover, it is my duty to protect the daimyo, not yours. Better come back to yourself. Fine. I wish you good luck, Chiriku-san. And you too. Take care of yourself. Chiriku bowed. Naruto, before you go, I'd like to talk to you. Personally? Or is it also possible for prying ears? Follow me. Chiriku led them deeper into the temple. This temple has been built since the time of the first Hokage. And here your future is determined. So to speak, a prediction. Here, people can be cleansed of their sins and receive the Buddha's blessing. We cleanse ourselves, renounce our past. We train tirelessly, and when our time comes to die, we die. How will your prediction, Chiriku-san, help us? Ino asked. It's not every day that you can find out about your future, Ino-san. Sit down. Everyone sat down in front of the Buddha statue. Chiriku assumed the lotus position and folded his palms towards each other. About the rest of you, I don't know. But Naruto-san. Your future. Chiriku-san, what if I don't want to know about my future? Naruto asked. We ourselves determine our future, and prediction is just a myth. It can't be true. Okay, it's your right, Naruto-san. Chiriku answered. Deep down, I see. Something you don't expect awaits you. And I probably understand that you yourself understand and don't want to talk about it. We'll probably go back to the village. Thank you for the information, Chiriku-san. Good luck to you. That's how it is, Tsunade clenched her fists. So their destination is Konoha? This is indicated by our guesses. Tsunade knows whether to believe Naruto or not. Of course she believes him. He has a lot of experience on his shoulders. And he is one of Leaf's most trusted Umbu. Okay, I'll strengthen the village's defenses. If there is news, I will inform you. Where is Asuma-sensei? Ino asked. Your teacher is training his nephew to become a chunin in 8 months. And also your teacher is a wonderful suitor for hanging around Kurenai. Tsunade answered. Kurenai-sensei and Asuma-sensei? Ino and Choji were surprised. I can't believe it just dawned on you. They have been dating for several years. There is nothing to be surprised about here. said Shikamaru. You knew? Ino asked her partner. I wouldn't know. I was the first to know. The second to recognize was Kakashi-sensei. Nara answered and lay down on the sofa. I'm tired, as if I've been carrying bricks all day. By the way, where is Naruto? And it's true. Ever since they started talking about Asuma and Kurenai's relationship, it was like the wind had blown him away. While you were chatting, he slipped away. This is common. Tsunade shrugged. What he has, what Kakashi has, what the fourth Hokage has, they are all the same. It feels like they are related. I even forgot to take the money for the task. I can take it to him. Better go to the hospital and work there. He's not your son, honey. If he needs it, he'll pick it up himself if he doesn't forget. No, that's how I'll remind him. Shikamaru, let's go to the barbecue, I want to eat. Again? Choji, you better go see a nutritionist. And then the weight. I'm not fat. Choji increased his fist and slammed it into Shikamaru so much that the sofa was destroyed. But it dawned on him late that it was better not to do that in the Hokage's office, especially the fifth. My favorite sofa. Tsunade growled, and breaking her table with a blow of her fist, she hit Choji with an overhead kick. Choji flew down to the first floor. Get out of my office. Alive. Before I get drunk and kill you. Or I'll give you a D-rank mission. Konoha was very quiet, especially at night. Many people sat in bars and drank. Small establishments were filled with people. Two men were sitting at the gates of Konoha. One appears to be a young shinobi with brown hair and black eyes. His hair is combed down, causing his right eye to be completely covered by his bangs. He wears his headband as a bandana, along with the standard Konoha shinobi outfit, which covers everything down to his chin. The second has long, spiky, black hair and dark eyes. It has a bandage strip running across the bridge of the nose and light-colored markings on the chin. He wears the standard Konoha shinobi outfit, complete with a head protector and body armor. Izumo, it's already boring sitting here. Unlike other chunin, we don't do anything special. One guard grumbled. We can't do anything about it, Kotetsu. However, this is our task. And I don't want to leave Konoha either. Izumo answered him. Both shinobi have known each other since early childhood. And they were always good partners and a duet. Kotetsu, unlike his own, has a carefree and cheerful personality. And Izumo takes any task of this Hokage more seriously. Unlike his friend, he is a responsible and mature man. While the two friends were relaxing at the main gate, 4 people were approaching the gate itself. They all had black cloaks and also black hats. Izumo noticed them first, and despite Konoha always loving guests, these people seemed to be very dangerous individuals. Who you are? Izumo asked carefully. We came for the Hokage, or rather, for the head of the Hokage, answered the tall man. 5 seal barrier, 8 gate closing technique. Suddenly, all of Konoha was surrounded by a red barrier. Many shinobi ran out into the street and began to lead the townspeople away from the center of the village. Now no one can escape from here. One of the men took off his hat. He has ash hair and brown eyes. The man also has impressive height. Part of his white cheek is crossed by a scar. Kazuma began to wear a long purple-blue robe with black, red, and yellow trim. Earth Release Resurrection Technique, Ground Corpse. Previously dead people were crawling out of the ground. In short, zombies. Izumo and Kotetsu couldn't believe their eyes and stood still, recovering from shock. A tall, muscular man with short, black, disheveled hair approached them. He has a rather prominent face, which is reflected in his wide jawline, prominent forehead and noticeable creases under the eyes. He has black triangular markings on each cheek. Along with his teammates, he wears a cheapao-like suit and straw sandals. His costume is a green sleeveless vest with yellow, blue, and purple stripes running down the edges, and brown pants. Underneath, he wears a brown shirt and black elbow braces that cover his arm from his bicep to his forearm. He immediately grabbed both of them by the neck. Shinobi of the Hidden Leaf. You are just disposable, you will die quickly. How long have I waited? The same man grinned. While the others walked on, someone hit the muscular man from behind so hard that he flew back. Who dared? The angry man shouted and looked at Team 10 in front of him. What kind of children? Team 10, Asuma replied, pulling out his chakra blades. Shikamaru, take care of the resurrected ones, do not let them get closer to the residence. I understand you. Nara nodded. All the leaf shinobi ran out onto the entire street. Tsunade watched the huge battle through her office window with Naruto standing behind her. While I'm taking the residents to the bunker and treating them, take care of these undeads. Can I go? Yes. Naruto stood up from the ground, and brushing off his knee, disappeared from the office, appearing in front of the undead themselves. Next to him were Guy's team. There are a lot of them, there is no end or edge. Tenten said, throwing kunai. Naruto took out his previously broken blade, which already looked like a knife. He rushed forward, stabbing each of them with his dagger. He had no shortage of speed, as he moved as if he were using the flickering technique. Jumping up, he clasped his palms together. Element of wind. Wind blade technique. Taking in some air, Naruto blew out invisible blades, and the windy blades began to dismember the undead. When he touched the ground, he slammed his palms onto the ground, causing the undead to jump up into the air, and he used this technique again, spinning around on his axis. A large number of corpses and limbs fell to the ground. We need to stop not them, but the one who resurrected them. Naruto shouted. We will fight like this for days, but they don't even have an edge. It's very difficult when Yamato is not there. Usually, we fight together, and he would be able to create a huge dome out of wood. Or thorns. The undead are preventing us from getting forward. But try it, we've got your back. Guy shouted. In the name of youth. Forward. Naruto jumped onto one of the buildings. The main goal is those who resurrect them further. The first person he saw was Asumu, who was fighting with a tall man, and not far from him, his own team, who were squeezed into a circle of undead. He headed towards them, and jumping up, began to fall face down. When he was a short distance from the ground, he landed on his feet next to Team 10. Now I will help you, and you finish them off. Element of fire. Kusarigama. A large fiery Kusarigama appeared in Naruto's hand, which he spun around its axis, cutting up the undead. Fortunately, he did not touch anyone from Team 10. Since they immediately ducked down. Continue on your own. He ran towards the enemy who was fighting with Asuma, and pulling out a kunai, hit him right in the right side. The same man did not have time to react, being distracted by Naruto, and Asuma pierced him in the stomach with his blades. Cough. The man spat blood. And he hit Asuma on the head, causing Sarutobi to fly back. Where is the second one? Are you looking for me? Naruto touched his shoulder and the man hit him. But he was able to dodge, and responded with a blow to the jaw, so that he could not stand on his feet, flying back 20 meters. This time, Naruto's eyes changed, the pupils became horizontal. An orange pigmentation appeared around the eyes. Asuma-san, will you take care of the boss? There are 7 sources of powerful chakras around the village. I understand. I'm coming. Sarutobi nodded. Naruto was attacked by the same man, trying to hit him. As he understood, the enemy's priority is brute force and taijutsu. Dodging his attack, Naruto hit him right in the armpit with his broken blade. He knows that there are vessels and ligaments responsible for the work of the hands. And pulling out the blade, it pierces his left chest, below his heart, piercing his spleen. You will die painfully and slowly. If you pull out the blade, you'll make things worse for yourself. But now, you will answer my question. Why are you here? Who is your target? And what do you want to do with the Hokage? Naruto asked a question. I'll die anyway, I have nothing to answer, the man answered. My name is Fudo, that's all I can tell you. I won't ask Fudo a second time. Naruto said as he started to pull out his blade, making Fudo suffer even more. Will you tell me? Or should I torture you further? Believe me, the only thing worse than this is genjutsu, in which you can torture the enemy endlessly. Break him psychologically. We don't have time to stall. If you say, I'll kill you right away. Hokage must die. There is only one power. 4. Peace. Fudo immediately pulls out his weapon himself, and dies from more bleeding. So they want to kill the Hokage? So that there is one ruler in the land of fire? We need to find the others and remove this barrier as well. The undead are still moving, which means they are controlled by someone else. Naruto. What should we do? Asked Shikamaru. They surround us, and we are right in the center. We need to organize a huge wall. Naruto answered him. As Naruto intended, they formed a huge wall in front of the undead. In front are those who can attack in ninjutsu, and behind them are those who can fight in taijutsu. Such a wall is important because the undead will not be able to pass through them. And if they pass, then Guy and Lee stand in front of them. The main task is those whom they resurrected. Asuma said. Kitana. My old friend, possessor of the lightning element so much that he was a master. But there is one problem. There were 4 of them. If they form their best technique, then Konoha will no longer exist. If we can stop even one of them, their plan will fall apart. Then things are not so rosy. If these 4 are here, then they must be stopped by any means necessary. They're like a beacon. If you see lightning, that means it's them. You and I can only stop 2. The rest won't be able to do anything, even if we stop 1. Then I'll deal with those who resurrected them. And on you. Naruto looked at the other shinobi. Defend the bunker and hold on. I'll stop them. Naruto has a sensor ability in hermit mode. The enemy does not hide his chakra, and is located on the outskirts of the village. More precisely, there are 3 of them. Asuma went after Kitane to stop his old comrade. Naruto met with 2 women, and in the middle of both stood one man. One shinobi? Somehow. A bit weak for Konoha. The red-haired woman said and licked her lips. We can't know what kind of shinobi he is, but to see him in action. You probably want to experience your main fear. Another woman also added. Fuka. Fuan. I advise you to be careful. If he's alone, he probably thinks he can handle us alone. By the way. He killed Fudo. Said the man. Fudo has always been slow-witted and relied only on his own strength. He could never learn the lesson of never underestimating the enemy. There are 3 of us, smart guy, what are you going to do? The man grinned. Not anymore. Haim Yamanaka appeared next to Naruto. There are 2 of us, and there are 3 of you. What are you doing here? Your task is different, go back. But you need Naruto's help. I won't back down. What a nice situation. Your girlfriend is right, you really do need help, honey. Said the red-haired one. You won't go anywhere. Ino took a kunai and attacked Fuan. And Naruto got Fuka. The main one stood and watched the battle, which he expected them to win. Fuka attacked Naruto in the middle, not knowing what awaited her. Naruto simply hit her with his fist, and before she could fly back, she made seals. Element of water. Water dragon technique. A huge water dragon is approaching Naruto, trying to eat him and drown him in the water. But Uzumaki, evading the attack, himself makes seals. Element of combination. Fire tornado. By combining two elements, a tornado was formed. The wind prevents the dragon from getting out, and the fire makes ordinary steam out of water. Of course, the technique is not easy, but for Naruto, it makes a difference. During steam, little is visible. And since it has sensory sensors, it is able to find an enemy in a second. He immediately finds himself behind Fuka, grabbing her by the back of her neck. The woman turns around sharply and kisses him on the lips. But she failed, she is just a shadow clone. It seems her true power is draining chakra with a kiss. You need to be careful with her. And kill her faster than she can do it with me. During the steam, nothing can be seen without the Byakugan. Silent killing works to my advantage here. Fuka herself is fully concentrated. She doesn't know how strong the enemy is, and she doesn't know who he is. As she tries not to make any noise for him to hear, Naruto appears in front of her for a second. Fuka only notices for a moment, but after he disappears, he feels an unbearable pain in his throat, and it becomes more difficult to breathe. Touching her neck, she sees blood on her hands. What did you do? The woman screams with all her might. You made the mistake of trying not to make noise. This is a silent killing technique. You don't know how or when you will be killed. I thought you could immediately parry my blow, but you turned out to be slow. Who are you? Fox. The woman's eyes widened. Fox. A killer who is the stuff of legends. She, like many, was afraid of him, but did not know that he was a leaf shinobi. The one who was equal in strength to Kakashi's Sharingan. She died in her torment, due to the loss of a large volume of blood. For Ino, everything was a little more complicated. The enemy has an advantage in taijutsu and experience. And therefore, in close combat, she was weaker than her opponent. Yes, and she is mainly in ranged combat. Her enemy also has a huge advantage in genjutsu. Fuin, that was the woman's name, was able to put her genjutsu on her. Genjutsu in which the enemy experiences his greatest fears. Where I am? Ino asked herself. A long corridor, and at the end there is only light. We have to go there and find a way out. She immediately ran forward, towards the light. A door appeared in front of her, which she opened. And in front of her face stood something that she did not expect. Naruto. She saw Naruto holding his stomach and blood flowing from the boy's mouth. In front of him stood an unknown man wearing a mask and a hood. You were always pathetic, and you let them die. Your words were a lie. This man shouted. Your punishment is death. An unknown person pierces his chest and disappears. Ino runs up to Naruto, sitting down next to him. Her hand glowed green. He's still conscious. But how long? Hold on. Naruto. The girl screams in tears. No. Care, and the guy answers. I won't leave. I will not leave you. I won't leave. It's late. You're late. Before her eyes, he dies. The blonde can't hold back her tears, sobbing at his chest level. Meanwhile, Fuin sees her main fear in life. So this guy is dear to you? She breaks off the illusion. Ino doesn't understand what's going on around her. This is your fear, are you afraid? What a pity. But a shinobi should not be afraid of anything, but cry. People like this make me sick. Especially from you. Ninpo. Mind transfer. Ino moves his consciousness into her body. She is certainly good, but there is a certain time. Minimum 5 to 10 seconds. She forces the woman to hit herself with all her might, and, having got out of her body, return to her own. After leaving her confused, Ino runs up to her and plunges a kunai into the woman's stomach. Don't think you could stop us. Even if I die, even if the barrier has fallen, even if the undead have disappeared, there is nothing you can do about the fact that your village will perish. Blood and bones is what the world is built on, darling. How many generations have passed, and the war is still going on. And even now, in peacetime, the world is mired in lies. We are both alike, and unlike you, I lost someone close to me. I was afraid of the one who killed my best friend half a year ago. I remembered this look all my life, and I no longer regret that I died, at least not by his hand. He is the one whose name is Fox. Naruto? So you know him? Echem. It was a good story. Fuka was also afraid of him, due to the fact that the fox was so dangerous that you can't even expect to die. He probably killed her, and probably a long time ago. Like Feudo. Be careful, dear, that your friend doesn't kill you too. Naruto is not that kind of person. Deep down, he is very kind. And he does it for the sake of the village. He does what he is given. Ino answered. I willingly believe it. All of us. Others deep down. Asuma. Forgive me, Kitane said, falling to his knees. They controlled me, but I didn't resist. Kitane. My duty is to maintain peace in my homeland. And I tried to destroy what you and I defended side by side for many years. I wanted to correct my mistakes. I wanted, even now, to be needed by someone. Probably. I was wrong. The one who called me. I thought that I could serve him and accomplish my mission. But I was wrong. First. Kitane, you have always been noble. And he did everything in the name of peace. My old friend. Goodbye Asuma, someday we will meet again. Kitana smiled and sank into the ground. You've always been kind to me, it's time to return the old favor. Goodbye. Kitana. Kitane completely sank underground. Just like the other 3 lightning masters. The next step is the same person who called them and attacked Konoha. It didn't take long to look for him. This man looked at the village from the forest of death. You were able to defeat my army, plus 4 former daimyo defenders. You amazed me, Asuma. Said this man. You better give up. Your intentions bring only death. Whoever you are, I will stop you. Asuma. You haven't changed at all since you killed me. Of course you thought so. You. I didn't even recognize my old friend. Don't expect this from you. What about Fuan? Do you remember her? Impossible. Asuma was very surprised. After all, this man was considered dead 9 years ago. Kazuma? Clever, you can't argue with that. Here and now is our last battle, my old friend. Either you die or I die. The battle with edged weapons has begun. None of them were inferior to the other. Kazuma had long claws with him, and Asuma had his favorite brass knuckles. Kazuma pins Asuma against a tree during the fight, trying to pierce him with his claws, but Sarutobi blocks and prevents him from doing so. Kazuma steps back, surprising Asuma. You've become slow, old man. The last blow, the last push. Both run at each other. And in the end, Asuma cuts his stomach, leaving a deep wound. Kazuma coughs up blood and falls to the ground. Kazuma. It was for the sake of peace. My choice was obvious from then on, and I believed that by killing the Hokage, the country of fire would become different. There will be no war, and there will be no peace in what we went through. Shoulder to shoulder. Your ideals are understandable. You believed in what your friend wanted to do. But I assure you, the new generation will correct our old mistakes. They will make this world a better place. Good joke. Before death, Kazuma laughed. May your soul be with your wife and son. You deserve peace. Kazuma died, and Sarutobi returned to the village. There is no barrier, no undead, no enemies left. The village is safe. He saw many injured shinobi who survived. His lover ran up to him and hugged him tightly. Asuma. It's okay, Kurenai. Everything is fine. He patted her on the back. The issue has been resolved. Therefore, you can go. Tsunade waved her hand. And by the way, since when have you? She pointed to her student. Have you decided to go to the aid of Uzumaki? First of all, you are a doctor. And as my student, I should know the basics. Your task is to treat the wounded and fight from a distance. Only as a last resort, get into battle. He was only Tsunade-sama. This is not an excuse. Be grateful that Naruto insisted that I not touch you. I don't think we will return to this topic again. Where is he? What? Decided to thank your hero? Nothing to do? Shizune needs you, go help her treat the wounded. Naruto is capable of taking care of himself. And it is almost impossible to approach him. Of course. Even when I wanted to treat him myself, he refused. Doesn't he really care about his health? Go already, I have business here. Is something bothering you? Neji put his hand on Naruto's shoulder. You stood here for a long time and looked at all the destruction. Nothing. Naruto answered. Do you even have other phrases? Tenten asked. You're just always silent and don't let us talk to you. My job is not to talk to you. Here we go again. Tenten grumbled. Why are you so secretive? I know the story Hinata told me about. The very day in which you had to experience grief. What are you talking about? Tenten didn't understand. Did someone force you to talk about my past? Naruto asked a question, turning to Neji. Or did I give permission to voice it? Is it important for you to hide it? Neji asked. As you see. Even though you are a jounin, it is forbidden to talk about me without my permission. Wish you luck. He said, walking past them. Neji could not utter a single word, although he did not feel afraid. Tenten stood there in shock, trying to figure out what Neji was talking about and what Naruto was hiding. The guy himself is not in the best mood. Returning to the base, he entered his room and lay down on the bed. He didn't feel tired, but it's very difficult to realize that people are afraid of you because of your strength. If he was despised and feared from him because he was a Jinchuriki. Now, those who knew about the fox felt pure fear of him. This made it even worse. Also, Ino. God. I don't want to remember her at all. During that day, she was able to scare him. After all, she was there and could have died. And he didn't want to feel the old wounds. He's already broken, and here you have it. They added fuel to the fire. Fortunately, she survived. He doesn't feel anything for her, and doesn't want to. But sometimes you want to become attached to someone. Chat about everything, and so on. Apparently, life affected him this way. I wanted to take a walk, but I didn't want to see these faces. Therefore, he decided to just sleep. And it turned out that he fell asleep. This time, he found himself in front of a huge cage, behind which vertical red pupils could be seen. They were very huge. Long time no see, Kyubi. Have you come to me for strength? Or just like that? I've said so many times that I don't need your power. As we agreed, none of us interferes with each other. But this is not a reason for us to become friends with you. I still want to kill you, Naruto. Even though you and I are in a neutral relationship. I would also like to kill you, Kyubi, because you killed my parents. But I keep my word, and I hope you do too. I hope your words are not empty words. This time, I will restore your strength and heal your bruises and abrasions. Letting you die is certain death for me too. Good luck, Kyubi. And Naruto disappeared from the cage. What is it this time? Naruto asked tiredly. According to the plan, he should have a rest today, Sunday, etc. But most likely he won't see any rest. Already tired of the task? Yamato asked his partner. Of course, boring missions. Shouldn't you pick up your new blade? I know, I'll pick it up today. So it also costs a little more than 100,000 ryo. Any news? Yamato asked, sitting down on his partner's personal table, starting to eat his sandwich and tea. Not yet. In that case, Hokage-sama would have reported this immediately. Naruto answered and watched his partner eat a sandwich. Yamato, are you tired of living? I made this sandwich for myself. Yamato himself jumps onto the wall. He knows that if Naruto is evil, then consider yourself buried here. Or your body will not be found. Naruto-san, please. Do not kill me. I'll make you a new sandwich, but I beg you. Don't kill. If I die, how will you complete missions without your beloved partner? You're late, humble yourself and be afraid of Yamato, I'll cut you into pieces like a damn samurai. Are you surprised? This is a small part of what I brought to you. Inoichi Yamanaka is the head of his clan, and also the head of the interrogation department. He has a very high status, as one of the Hokage's trusted men, and is also an expert in torture. Therefore, this person is considered a difficult shinobi. This guy has been working in Umbu for several years. And look, no one noticed it. If it weren't for Jiraiya-sama and Hokage-sama, no one would have known about him until now. He was able to kill more than 1,000 elite shinobi, and this is practically an entire army. No wonder they are so afraid of him. But how? This is an ordinary guy. You didn't know? Inoichi raised an eyebrow, and his wife looked at him as if she didn't understand something. Death of parents, orphan, hatred of him, insults, loss of team. It was because of these factors that he changed. This is not the 4-year-old boy you looked at with interest. He is already 16 years old and not a child. He is an experienced shinobi. Even if you put our daughter and her team here, they won't do anything. Even our old squad Inoshikacho, we won't do anything to him. It turns out. Our daughter has an interest in him? Maybe. She is already 16 years old, at that age girls are already looking for a good and hot guy. Strong, and beautiful. For example, like Hyuga Niji. Do you want her to marry Hyuga? Are you completely crazy, old man? She has a different taste. I know, I gave an example. But she was once interested in him, and he eventually rejected her. Speaking of which, I started to notice her next to this Naruto. Ino is somehow trying to talk him out of it or something. Are these your genes? Or is it still mine? Inoichi, now I'll get up from the couch and hit you so hard. You'll see your face in the frying pan. The head's wife shouted, getting up from the sofa. What do genes have to do with it? It's clear she fell in love. I don't see anything wrong with this. Why didn't you like Naruto? Here the matter is different. Uzumaki Naruto is a good person, but I don't know. A couple of times, his partner told me about the guy's terrible dreams. That this torments him after that incident. I convinced his partner, but Naruto categorically refused. These are just little things. The main problem is that he himself does not want what our daughter wants. What are you talking about? I know him as a person, and one who is ready to take extreme measures. He is the kind of person who will sacrifice anything. On his shoulders is the life of the entire village. Because sooner or later they will come for him. Dangerous people want to kill him because he is their target. But they themselves are also his goal. But isn't he an umbu? They are strong after all. One at a time, he can handle it. But there are many of them. Sooner or later, he cannot avoid a fight with them. Kakuzu. Why the hell did we end up in this temple? Monks have their own gods, and even. I'm not happy about having to kill the monk. This is a sin, my life is. In your bad head, there is only worship of the gods, Haydn. When you are offered a very huge amount, no one will refuse. Of course, there are bigger fish. His name is Lise. And it costs 200 million Rio. Huge money, but impossible to kill him. They say that he is so strong that even you cannot stand next to him with your murders. What kind of faggot is this? How many people did he kill there? Almost twice as much. Basic information is about 700 people. But as I calculated by reading the black market archives, he has 893 people on his account. A lot of shinobi, almost caught up with the 4th Hokage. He has exactly 1,000 victims. In that case, I'll catch up with this yuck, and then I'll fight him. Be careful, Haydn. You can crawl to him like crawling from the earth to the moon. Hokage-sama. A monk burst into Fifth's office. Tsunade immediately removed the sake from the table, taking an even position. The fire temple is under attack. This is Akatsuki. Fine. Tsunade nodded. 20 minutes have passed. A new detachment of 20 platoons. Your task is to find Akatsuki throughout the fire country. Capture them if you can't. Kill. Don't feel sorry for any of them. Tsunade ordered. They dared to attack the fire temple and kill the monks. Can I ask you? Asuma raised his hand. Where is Chiriku? Chiriku-sama fought against Akatsuki. In the end, he lost and died in battle. Answered the monk. Hokage-sama, let Naruto take command of my squad. Said Rato. We need a balance of power, so I will help Shinobu's squad. Rato, are you sure about this? Aoba asked his partner. Who knows, maybe we'll meet them. Rato, you better go with them. I'll go on my own, alone. If there is news, you know how to find me. Naruto said and disappeared into the Shunshin. Move forward. Tsunade ordered. Hey Kakuzu. Finally you got out of that .s. Haydn stood up from the ground, shook himself off, and turned back. But I met Asuma. You. Who it? Asuma throws shurikens at Haydn. Akatsuki himself easily repels them, but he immediately feels that he is immobilized. Here, from both sides, Izumo and Kotetsu pierce his body. One is ready. Says Asuma. Oh, it hurts. Haydn says. You've touched important organs, so don't pull your toys. But how? Is he immortal? Asks Izumo. We have hit the most important organs, and it is impossible to survive. Yes, you are a genius. But I have a partner, he's alive. Shikamaru, who was holding Haydn back with the help of his shadows, receives a powerful blow to the face and flies back. Asuma and Izumo and Kotetsu stand in a circle in front of Nara. Money fell on your head, Haydn. You probably already understand what it means to have money in your pocket. Kakuzu said, holding the suitcase in his hands. By the way, about money. And Chiriku's head costs 30 million Rio on the black market. And how do you know about this place? There was no answer to him, so he put the suitcase with the money on the ground. Well, if you don't want to talk, you'll have to pay with your lives. And Sarutobi Asuma costs 5 million ryo more than Chiriku. Kakuzu, don't interfere in the fight. You can take the money, I don't need it. But before I give you this bastard's corpse, I will show him what Jashin's will is. Haiden said, making a circle around himself. By the way, where is your brave and most dangerous shinobi? Asked Kakuzu. Fox. Probably doesn't want to fight against us, along with very weak shinobi. The battle has begun. Asuma attacked Haiden in close combat, and Shikamaru tried to catch him with his shadows again. Realizing that the enemy most likely did not experience physical pain, and had the highest level of regeneration, Sarutobi decided that it would be better to immobilize him somehow. For example, dismembering an enemy. But he himself also had to dodge Haiden's attacks. Sarutobi dodges the knife thrown by Haiden, but Akatsuki easily lures him into a trap, hitting him in the cheek with the blade of his scythe. Realizing that there is little chance in close combat, Asuma makes seals. Element of fire. Ash clouds. Exhaling huge ash, Asuma stops, and immediately the ash turned into fire, which began to incinerate Haiden. Happened? Shikamaru wonders. The smoke goes away, and the Konoha shinobi see something terrible in front of them. Asuma's body was engulfed in flames, as was Haiden's. Sarutobi is confused and cannot understand the reason. He was standing at a safe distance, how could his equipment even catch him? From now on, you are completely connected with me, you bastard who doesn't believe in Jashin. Haiden is about to impale himself, but Shikamaru prevents him. The Akatsuki member completely forgot about Nara's ability, and did not even know that he was so smart, and was able to understand the meaning of his technique. You said that Asuma-sensei is related to you. When he used his technique, the wounds you received reflected on him. Most likely, his blood connected you both. And that's why you were able to perform your ritual. And this circle of blood, you just didn't get there. This means that outside of it, the connection disappears. Nara steps back, leading Haiden out of the circle. Asuma bends down and picks up his knives. When Haiden is already outside the circle, Asuma attacks Haiden while he is unable to do anything. But Kakuzu, who was standing aside, hits the jounin. Haiden, you are stupid. Haven't you forgotten that it's better not to talk about your will and God to strangers? Thanks to me. Kakuzu increases the length of his arm and grabs Asuma by the neck. Enough talking. Finish your ritual. It's time to go get the money. Finish him off, or I'll do it myself. As a result, Haiden still inflicts enormous damage on Asuma. The rest cannot move. Kakuzu was strangling Izumo and Kotetsu. And Shikamaru had chakra exhaustion. Haiden pierced Asuma's leg and stomach. My faith is eternal, and that's why you will die painfully, you bastard. The test will be right in your atheist. Suddenly, Haiden was surrounded by crows. And Rado appeared in front of him and pushed him out of the circle. Kakuzu stood still until Ino and Choji landed in front of him. Reinforcements? You came late. Akatsuki grinned. It's probably not destined to take the body of Sarutobi Asuma. Kakuzu also met the person he so dreamed of seeing in front of him. Wow, Lise. Himself. It's easy to guess you by your hair. What will you do? Will you avenge your comrade? Or will you just look at me? And my partner? No one is going to let you both go. Naruto answered. He looked at Sarutobi, who looked terrible. Shikamaru. Take Asuma away from here. Aoba will accompany you to a safe distance. Izumo and Kotetsu will cover you. Rado and I will delay them. Shikamaru and Choji immediately dragged Asuma away, followed by Aoba. Naruto and Raito stood still, expecting an attack from Akatsuki. Wow. Jashin's god allowed me to meet you, bastard. Haiden said, holding the scythe in his hands. Wait, Haiden. Kakuzu put his hand on his partner's shoulder. Today we will retreat. You won't be able to defeat the fox with regular attacks. Before you can blink, he'll cut your head off. Are you really afraid of this Dalba, Kakuzu? Haiden growled. We are a duo of immortals. No, I'm not afraid. Simply, fear of the inevitable. Attacking without knowing what the enemy will do is a bad strategy. Yes, and we did what we needed to do. Therefore, I have a proposal for you. Fox. Kakuzu said, glaring at Naruto. Tomorrow morning, we are waiting for you. In the canyons. It doesn't matter whether you come alone or not. That's your business. And you must bring Asuma Sarutobi's body. And if not, then we will have to kill you. You talk a lot. Naruto answers. A second, and he appears in front of Haiden. He manages to swing his scythe, but Naruto, dodging, grabs the handle and stabs Hidana in the right side. Kakuzu extends his arm, trying to grab him. But due to the fact that Naruto is faster than him, the Jounin cut the blood vessels on his legs. As Kakuzu falls to his knees, Naruto delivers a powerful punch to Kakuzu's face. He is slammed into the ground and manages to block after the second blow. Raito jumps up and, swinging his katana, is about to cut off his head. But Haiden manages to interfere by pushing him. Naruto takes the tanto from his back with his other hand, intending to pierce Kakuzu's head. But he put his hand up, and the tanto pierced his hand right through, but did not reach his head. Rasengan. In the hand he hit earlier, a blue ball appeared. This is a technique created by his father. There was an explosion. A crater formed on the ground, in which Kakuzu lay. Naruto's hand pierced right through his chest. Kakuzu. Fuck your mother. Haiden shouted. Akatsuki immediately threw a smoke bomb to provide cover for their escape. But this is his mistake. Silent murder. Naruto whispered, and immediately made several cuts to Haiden. Don't think you can escape. Kakuzu tried to get up from the ground, but he couldn't. The fact that he was pierced through the chest prevented him from somehow getting up from the ground. Damn you, Haiden. Kakuzu said, and his body was engulfed in light. It is high time. All Naruto could hear was that Kakuzu and Haiden began to disappear. And it was as if they were no longer here. Raito, did you see? No, nothing could be seen through the smoke screen. This is probably a teleportation technique, but its basis is unknown to me. It seems like you've been looking for information about Akatsuki and their abilities for a long time. I don't know exactly about their abilities. Let's get back to the others. Sensei. Please. Hang in there. I will cure you. Said the blonde. Her hand glowed green. Ino is a good ironin, but even her abilities cannot help cure Asuma due to her low amount of chakra. Don't waste your power. You three are a great team. And I'm glad that before I die, I see the three of you. And how you try to help me. Ino. He looked at his crying student. You have become a real beauty. May. You find someone who will always be with you. I'm sure you can help him. I believe in you. Choji. He looked at his other student. You always. You were kind and didn't like to hit your friends. You will become the strong head of your own clan. Shikamaru. And you, Nara, unlike his partners, did not cry. You were probably right. Flashback. Asuma-sensei, what does the will of fire mean to you? Nara asked while playing shogi with the teacher. For me? Nothing special. Unlike my father, I am not ready to sacrifice myself. Protecting the Hokage is not my ideal. Like yours, for example. To me, the Hokage is not a king. Asuma answered. And who is the king for you? As time passes, you will understand Shikamaru. End flashback. What I said. About the king. Bend over. Nara immediately leaned over, and Asuma began to whisper. King, this is the future generation. And also, my child. More precisely, our child with Kurenai. He. Future king. Sensei. Don't think that I will leave you alone. I hope Shikamaru will fulfill my last wish. But before I die, I want to smoke. Nara pulled out a cigarette from the teacher's pocket and lit it with a lighter. Asuma finished smoking to the end, and when the last ash fell to the ground, he died in the arms of his own students. Yamanaka began to sob on the teacher's chest. The crying mixed with the rain. It's as if the sky itself is crying along with his students. Naruto and the others stood to the side, not interfering with any of them. This is the beginning of the shinobi life path. It is impossible to avoid the death of loved ones. Therefore, you need to come to terms with it and not turn it into a nightmare. Asuma was the best shinobi, and a great teacher for them. He met his death as befits a true hero. He didn't let any of them die and believed in them. Naruto said. The main thing is that it doesn't break them. I'm sure they will become much stronger. And they will surpass their teacher in everything. Rado added. Asuma's funeral did not last long. The rain did not stop. Many people knew him and were on good terms. Some people were truly sorry. The son followed his father's path. For Team 10, it was painful to see death. Shikamaru was the first to leave, not wanting to be there. Ino cried even after her teacher's funeral. In such cold weather, it is undesirable to sit in the rain. She didn't even react to her interlocutor. Ino didn't want to talk to anyone. The interlocutor sighed heavily, threw a dark cloak over her, and sat down next to her. Leave. I could have, if it weren't for the rain. Moreover, it is still evening. Leave. Ino shouted, about to attack the guest. But when she met him face to face, she saw someone she never expected. Naruto? She is clearly surprised that it was he who visited her. Neither Shikamaru. Neither Choji. Neither the father. Namely, he came. Why? I'm not a philosopher, Ino. Understanding what you feel now, I can only say one thing. Cry. And she cried as best she could, squeezing her knees. It was also not easy for Naruto himself. But Sarutobi is a good person, and they were on good friendly terms. But even he is not a person close to him, like her. Probably. Asuma is like a second father to her. He didn't feel anything like pain, he was already used to it. I could only say one thing. I'm sorry. And hug. He didn't say anything else, just listened as she cried, clutching his form. And how the rain pours. Naruto didn't know, but for some reason he wanted to help her. Probably. This is the worst thing for her. And because she has a fragile heart. He raised his head, looking at the sky. Ignoring her. For the first time in a long time, she saw him as a kind and caring person. And when she found herself in his arms, Ino felt protected from everyone. Knowing that no one will touch her or offend her. She felt that her heart was beating so fast. She touched his hand. He has a very strong hand, and hard as a rock. But very warm. She is sure that deep down, he is a very warm person. Naruto? Ino raised her head, looking at his chin. Seeing how he looks at the sky. And when he looked at her, she sharply lowered her eyes. Thank you. I never thought that it was you. You'll be close. Leaving you in the rain and seeing how wet you get? I'm not as ruthless a person as you think. Sometimes even I can afford to help someone. Allow the person to throw everything out on themselves. But you are not ruthless. Really? He raised an eyebrow. Yes. Clear. I have to go. You better go home, Ino. Maybe. Can you show me off? Let's go. Getting up from the bench, Naruto went to her quarter. Ino followed him, wrapping herself in a cloak and putting on a hood. When they reached her block, he froze. Ino understands that you can't just walk into their neighborhood. Alas. These are the rules now. She didn't want him to leave. But alas. Naruto has a lot to do, especially after his clash with Akatsuki. Bye, don't catch a cold. He turned around and waved his hand. Disappeared. Ino went home and took off her sandals. And she hung the cloak on the hanger. Her mother immediately ran into the hallway and attacked her daughter with hugs. Daughter. Everything will be fine. Don't worry. Mom, everything is fine. Don't worry. This is just the beginning of your life. Her father said, standing behind her mother. Like the life of a shinobi. You will have to go through many trials, Ino. I know, Dad, I'm ready for anything. Ino answered decisively. Sensei may have died, but that won't break her. So they were able to find out who you are? Tsunade was surprised by such news. Not only that, confront the dangerous duo alone, and almost kill them. So did they recognize him? But from where? The information was classified. Even the fact that you are a Jinchuriki. Do you think there is a traitor among us? Naruto was angry. He did not accept and does not believe that anyone is a traitor. He is someone who served or is serving in the Umbu. And he is the person who is on good terms with him. Sure. Otherwise they wouldn't know you. You always wore a fox mask and didn't show it to anyone. Hardly. Only Kakashi, Yamato, Sai, and Jiraiya-sensei saw my face. There is no one else who knows my face. Maybe Sai. He's from Root. And maybe Danzo wants you dead. But this old man doesn't benefit from it. You are also a Jinchuriki, and he does not intend to give you to Akatsuki. Looks like this is the last member of the Uchiha clan. Itachi. He recognized me and maybe he told them about it. Itachi? I am not sure. But there is a high probability that it is him. As I know from the archives, he is one of the best spies. But he knew practically nothing about you. The third Hokage didn't even let him keep an eye on you. There were only Yugao Yuzuki and Genma Shiranui. Let's put this fact aside for Tsunade-sama. Asuma Sarutobi died. Son of the third Hokage. There will be world-class buzz. And now the Sarutobi clan does not have the head of its clan, except for the grandson of the third. Konohamaru Sarutobi. A boy who is 12 years old. And at that time, I was your so to speak. Student. You even taught him seduction techniques. I know. It was a mistake. I thought you needed to get busy with this boy. But there is no time for this, since you are now the main force of Konoha. Asuma is dead and Kurenai is pregnant and is forbidden from taking missions. Your team is on a mission. I forgot to tell you about this. Found the trace of Orochimaru's student. Kabuto Yakushi. There is a high probability that this student of his is collaborating with Akatsuki. You were given another task, you yourself know. And we need you here in the village. It's boring here, in a word. Hey! I'm crucifying myself here in front of you. And you decided to complain to me that you're bored? Should I dance some more? Tsunade's usual state is her anger. Naruto knows if you say anything dissatisfied or wrong, she will start to get angry and destroy everything in the office. And then he will bury you. It's still boring. I'll go rest. He shrugged, leaving the office. By the way. Have you forgotten, Uzumaki? What should I forget? Or did you forget? The fact that you are now the main stopper at the pipe of Shimura and the elders. And also a huge bump for Akatsuki. The fact that you have the rank of Jounin and former Umbu captain means that you can at least somehow influence the village. If they understand that you also found out that you are the son of the Hokage, my mother. This will become a sensation and a problem for them. What are they unhappy with? Because you can find at least some evidence against them. But there is a good side. Their main problem is me and the clans. So you don't have to worry. I just warned you about this. Then, I think we don't need to return to this issue. Ao-san. We snuck into the land of fire without permission, and secretly. Are you sure we can't be caught in a trap? Asked the hidden mist Umbu. Don't know. Ao answered him. Ao is a tall, middle-aged man with short blue hair that is combed up into one point. His left eye is blue and he had an eye patch over his right eye. He wears talismans as earrings, which have simple kanji for the word here written twice on each side. He also wears a standard gray pinstripe suit and a green haori with white trim that only reached to the waist, and a kirigakure forehead protector. As he and the 5 members of the Mist Umbu moved through the forest of the Land of Fire, the man sensed something was wrong. Umbu of the Hidden Mist. The Umbu of the Mist and Ao heard this voice and immediately took a fighting stance. What you need? In the Land of Fire? Ao activated the Byakugan he had taken from the Hyuga clan member he had defeated. The man's eyes immediately widened at the sight of this man. After all, he. Fox. Umbu from the Hidden Leaf. Said Ao. The one who killed your squad and Terumi Mei's squad? 5th Mizukage. Ao is calm, proud and stern, and is the personification of an exemplary male character. He believes that real men should be tough and decisive. Ao's approach to life appears to have been inspired by his upbringing during a time when Kirigakure was known as Blood Mist Village. But the man was also someone who lived through World War II and World War III. He had considerable experience in battles. But he was also someone who could be afraid of someone. He was afraid of Uchiha Shursui, who possessed high-level genjutsu. No one could then guess when and how he could impose genjutsu. The Uchiha tormented his 3 partners with their worst nightmares. And in the end, they died. The fox was the one who made their nightmares come true. When you see him, it is better to leave the fight than to try to kill or run away from him. The fox could also be soft, if he allowed them to leave. But if you refuse, death would overtake anyone. 2 years ago, there was a Chunin exam. Ao and his team had to get into the Hidden Leaf. But the fox caught up with them first. And a detachment of 10 people was destroyed. He then left Ao himself alive. Let's disperse peacefully. You will return home alive. It would be possible to choose the second option. But shed blood. Somehow I don't want to. Don't believe him. The fox always killed everyone. He destroyed the entire Terumi Mei squad. And Ao-san's squad. He will kill us all here. The Hidden Mist Umbu shouted, squeezing his kunai even tighter. I said everything, and I hope for your understanding, gentlemen. I'm sure you understood my words. And I am sure that next time we will meet in a more peaceful situation. After his words, Naruto disappeared. The Mist Umbu and their commander were able to wipe the sweat from their foreheads. Who knew that they were able to meet such a dangerous leaf shinobi, for whom snapping his fingers is more difficult than killing them with ease? His incredible speed and agility give them no chance to defend themselves. Although the best defense is an attack. But he can also dodge and defend against attacks with lightning speed. As you requested, I have completed my mission, Tsunade-sama. The hidden mist shinobi eventually left the land of fire. Although they wanted to move on. Most likely, these guys wanted to take something. Something valuable. Apparently this is Zabuza Momochi's sword. As one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Clear. Tsunade answered. You can go, Naruto. With a bow, he left her office. Tsunade was wary of one piece of news that she decided not to tell Uzumaki. But is she doing the right thing? No. Maybe I should have told him. But how will he take it? Come back soon, she said into the void. Lately, you can't be found. How long have you been coming here? Irika-sensei, if you knew how much I love ramen. They would find me every day, right here. Irika is a man of average height and build. He has brown hair tied in a ponytail, dark eyes and a scar that runs across the bridge of his nose, received in his youth. He wears the standard Konoha shinobi outfit, complete with a face protector, sandals, and body armor. His sleeves are almost always rolled up a quarter. I know what happened then. 4 years ago. I'm so sorry, Naruto. As a teacher, and as your mentor, I was not with you in difficult times. Even if others believed that you killed them, I did not believe it. I understand what you were able to go through during this period. Irika has always been a kind and understanding person. He always had a soft heart. His parents died when the Kyuubi attacked the village. When others hated the bearer of a terrible monster, he tried to be kind to him. After all, Naruto is not the Kyuubi, he is a vessel for it. Just a victim of circumstances. From the moment he disappeared without a trace, Yumino believed that Naruto would return. Both had to survive the death of their parents. But one had love and care, and the other did not. One saw them die, and the other did not. One lost his best friends, and the other didn't. Despite this, Irika understood him like a human. Once upon a time I remember what you were like. Cheerful and energetic. He was always making noise in class, trying to attract attention. And in childhood too. And now you're a jounin, you've grown up and become more mature. Irika was happy for him. He achieved what he himself could not. Yes, becoming a jounin is not easy. Irika wanted to become one, but because of his soft heart, he refused. It's easier for him to be a teacher at the academy. Help students be who they want to be. He doesn't know that Naruto served in the Umbu, and received such an influential name throughout the world. It's easier for him to be a teacher at the academy. Help students be who they want to be. He doesn't know that Naruto served in the Umbu, and received such an influential name throughout the world. It's easier for him to be a teacher at the academy. Help students be who they want to be. He doesn't know that Naruto served in the Umbu, and received such an influential name throughout the world. It's probably in their blood. Father, Yellow Lightning. The fastest shinobi in the world, and one of the most dangerous. He killed thousands of shinobi and was the one who stopped the Third Shinobi World War. And in the end, he earned the title of Hokage. Kushina Uzumaki. She was always called Bloody Habanera. She has always been a strong personality. She started fights at the academy and fought with anyone. Well, she was also the wife of the fourth. And he was afraid when she was angry. Despite this, they loved each other. And they died together, protecting what was dear to them. I already forgot about it, Irika-sensei. By the way, I'll pay for it myself. Naruto remembers how Irika always fed him ramen after school at the academy. Even though he was weak at the time, he believed in Naruto. Believed that he would become Hokage. Yes. Now he has no such dream. Naruto knows that the Hokage must do everything for the sake of the village. Must make sacrifices as a last resort. Must take a huge load on my shoulders. And he is not ready to make sacrifices for the sake of the village. He is used to being who he is now. By the way, you are already a Jonin of the Hidden Leaf. Will you be taking on a team in a year? No. It's easier for me anyway. I don't really like running after genin. Iruka remained silent further. After all, they eat ramen, and if the ramen is hot, then they have to eat it. Naruto. Kakashi appeared behind them with his favorite book and sat down next to them. Have you already submitted a report to the Hokage about the successful completion of the task? Yes. I have already submitted the report. Everything was completed successfully. That's how it is. Sai and Enko will be on a mission for a long time. Yamato will go to them this week. Looks like we'll both have to carry out major missions. Another headache. How are your books? I managed to reread it all in the morning. Hataki answers. Both Jounin forget for a moment that there is also a third person. Kakashi only realizes that he is sitting next to Iruka. Looking at him, Kakashi smiles innocently and awkwardly scratches the back of his head. Iruka-kun. Long time no see, right? I'm glad to see you too, Kakashi-san. Good luck, Iruka-san. Kakashi. Naruto got up from his chair and paid for 2 ramen. If anything happens, I'll be home. I know, good luck, Naruto. Goodbye, Naruto. I was glad to see you. Iruka said. Uchiha Itachi. Naruto said, looking around the huge temple. After looking around, the guy turned to the Uchiha sitting on the throne in front of him. You said you wanted to meet me. Really, just talk. If you can listen to me, then yes. Then we'll talk to you. Itachi replied. First of all, I need to know. You are alone? Yes. I came alone. Tell me, where is your leader now? You are not that interesting to me. Without a leader, there is no organization. Don't worry about him, you're not his concern. Now, I need you, however. The battle cannot be avoided. Itachi shrugged. Element of fire. Fireball technique. A huge ball flew towards Naruto. Uzumaki simply stepped to the left, and immediately Itachi appeared in front of him with a flourish. Naruto takes out his katana and stabs him. But the Uchiha disappears, and crows appear in his place. The ability of your Manjikyu Sharingan. Special Genjutsu. Not bad. Naruto commented, looking at Itachi sitting on the throne. If Sasuke were here, I would ask him a question about his Sharingan. He had a chance to gain this power. But he missed it. Unlike you, he has a heart. And he died like a true hero. Even if your death was the most important thing to him, he sacrificed his goal for the sake of his friend. Soon, Pain will understand. He will understand that you are the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. And he will find you. You are a particularly dangerous person, Naruto-san. And I see that even my partner, Kisame Hashigaki, respects you. You talk a lot, Itachi. I'm wasting my time talking to you. Of course, because you're already under my genjutsu. Itachi's ability is his special genjutsu. One of the strongest genjutsu that will show the true fear of his enemy. Uzumaki's fear was losing everything. That's why his genjutsu showed him exactly that. What he told him was his dark side. I told you that you would lose everything. And today is your last time to breathe. Inhale until you die at the hands of the devil himself. Itachi very quickly appears in front of Naruto, who was standing like a pillar. And just as he was about to kick him in the stomach, Naruto grabbed his leg and hit his knee with his elbow, throwing the Uchiha against the wall. It makes no sense, Kakashi-sensei. Kiba is indignant. Finding it by smell is very difficult. Naruto said it would be about 10 kilometers from our location. What to do? Kakashi thought. He asked not to interfere, since Itachi was looking for him. But an Uchiha must have a partner. But who? Yo! A tall man stood in front of Kakashi and the team of Guy and Kurenai. He is dressed in the outfit of an Akatsuki member. And an orange spiral mask, with one eye open. Hi all. He has a squeaky and cheerful voice. Who are you? Kiba asked him. I don't remember you by smell. I'm Tobi. Akatsuki member. Itachi-san's friend. This new acquaintance answered them. I want to play with you. After all, Itachi-san has an evil and dangerous enemy. It's scary to be around them. You tried to convince me that my main fear would make me tremble. But you probably didn't know that everything had already passed a long time ago? Naruto asked a question, walking towards the Uchiha. Was it really worth it to ruin your brother's life? And kill father and mother with your own hands? If I kill you, the clan will be left without a representative. I'm not alone, I destroyed my clan. I had a partner, he is, the last Uchiha. Itachi answered him. Surprisingly, there was no time, now is battle time. Naruto doesn't have time to chat with his enemy. He began to quickly form the seals. Element of wind. Slashing blade technique. Itachi dodges all of his attacks and throws a dozen shuriken at Naruto. Uzumaki easily grabs them and sends the shurikens to the owner. For a few seconds, they throw shurikens. Itachi takes out a kunai and fights off the shuriken flying towards him, and Naruto does the same, using his tanto. Naruto uses Shunshin to face Itachi. The Uchiha blocks the blow with a tanto, but as he understands, his strength is not easy. Since Naruto has advantages in the form of physical strength. Itachi, looking into his eyes, activates the Manjikyu Sharingan again. It won't work a second time. Naruto shouted, pushing the Uchiha back, doing a somersault forward, he pierced his thigh. Element of fire. Fireball technique. An impressive fireball moves towards Itachi. The Uchiha, using his last strength, jumps up. He knows that Naruto has the main trump card. His speed and large amount of chakra. But even the same Kakuzu and Haiden barely returned alive after the battle with him. Naruto hits the Uchiha so that he breaks the roof of the temple with his body and lands on the whole side. Barely able to stand on his feet, he forms seals, responds to Naruto with a wave of fire, and then jumps back. When the smoke has cleared and the fire has evaporated, Naruto also appears on the roof. I didn't think you were so strong. Itachi said, coughing up blood. I have only heard stories that you are a dangerous shinobi. Even for Akatsuki. You are an experienced Umbu, even if you are a former one. But I'd rather think of something else, Itachi-san. Element of fire. Fireball technique. Element of fire. Fireball technique. Both techniques touched, and neither of the two was going to give in to anyone else. Amaterasu. Both techniques were engulfed in coal-black fire. And in the end, they disappeared, as if they never existed. Naruto looked at Itachi and as he saw, blood was flowing from his right eye. This means that Itachi spent a lot of chakra. Raisin Shuriken. Naruto, holding a huge shuriken in his hands, throws it at Itachi. Itachi only manages to understand when the technique appears a couple of meters away from him. An explosion of enormous proportions occurred. As the dust settled, Naruto saw something he didn't expect and didn't see. A red aura surrounded the Uchiha. My last trump card, Susanoo. The Uchiha moved towards Naruto at a slow pace. Everything I did was wrong. In relation to you, to the village, and to Sasuke. I was stupid and probably didn't foresee the consequences. And I did everything so that my younger brother could kill me. But apparently, fate itself took him first, and he ended up in the arms of his father and mother. Think what you want, but thanks to you, he has become more than a little brother to me. Itachi began coughing up blood. My end is also near. Thank you, Naruto. You are the only one I can trust with the future of our generation. Itachi fell in front of Uzumaki, who was still standing in one place. Seeing the Uchiha die under his feet. He did not look at him contemptuously, did not smile. There was sadness in his eyes. Itachi smiled, this was not the end he was waiting for. But Uzumaki was the only one who connected him with Sasuke. And so the killer of his clan died, at the hands of Uzumaki Naruto. Even though you were on Akatsuki's side, you admitted your death and accepted it with dignity. Uchiha Itachi. Naruto said as he squatted down. Your last wish, I think, will be fulfilled. But not me, the arbiter of destinies. This is the work of the future generation. He left his cold body without touching it. And he left, to where Kakashi's team was waiting for him. Uchiha Itachi is dead. Standing next to Tobi was a creature, one half black and the other white. And around his waist, flowers grow. Come on. Tobi was surprised. What a shame. Itachi-san. Nope. He fell to his knees. It's a joke. The squeaky voice turned into a much rougher and more serious voice. In that case, it's time for us to go, Zetsu. We've finished our business. Naruto. Killed Itachi? Kakashi, of course, knew that Naruto had every chance. But he was surprised. Hatake looked into Tobi's eye and saw something he couldn't expect. 3-volume Sharingan. Sharingan? The body trembled, is there really another person who has such eyes? He couldn't believe it with his eyes, this means that this is the one who attacked the village more than 16 years ago? See you. Tobi waved his hand and disappeared into the funnel. And Zetsu sank into the ground, following him. Uzumaki Naruto. You have completed your mission to eliminate Uchiha Itachi. Of course I'm happy with it, but the body? Where is the body? The same Shimura Danzo was in the residence itself. A man who saw a lot of blood and wars and participated in them. His right hand is bandaged, as is his right eye. He has quite a lot of wrinkles, and the look as if he is looking straight into your soul. I left his body there and I don't know where it is now. Naruto answered. Despite the work you have done, I am not happy with it. You are an experienced jounin and have a lot of strength. But you left the Uchiha's body in the possession of Akatsuki or someone else. Anyone can transplant his eyes. And master the Mangekyo Sharingan. And these eyes, powerful in the Uchiha clan. Have you thought about this? It's not my right to take the body of a dead person. I did what I had to do. Why don't you calm down, Danzo-sama? Naruto replied, raising his head and looking at Shimura. The elder himself saw that his eyes had become blood red with a vertical pupil. These eyes scare anyone, because they are the gaze of the demon nine-tailed fox himself. I am calm. Shimura answered him. Tsunade did not interfere yet. She didn't particularly want to have conflicts with Danzo. But she hates him. For the teacher, because Shimura tried to kill his old friend so many times. For his selfishness, because Danzo only benefits himself, believing that he doesn't owe anyone anything. He had different views on the world, he did not want to agree to a truce, wanting to punish the one who was guilty with special torture and executions. Tsunade has a grudge against the old man, since he was to blame for the death of the fourth and his wife, allowing the Kyuubi to escape from her, and did not even help ensure the protection of citizens. Are you sure about this, Danzo-sama? Naruto asked another question. You insistently ask to return the Uchiha's body, as if you want to take it for yourself. They themselves said that Itachi's eyes are powerful. And many people want to have such eye power. Is it true? Shimura remained silent, saying nothing. To him, Uzumaki only means a weapon. Danzo is afraid that this yellow-haired guy is capable of destroying the Umbu root. But he is sure that Naruto will not fight him. Let's talk later. Shimura said and left the Hokage's office. Finally. You saved us from the old fool. Tsunade was happy and pleased that she was able to get rid of Shimura's presence. It's not over yet. 5. Uchiha Itachi is dead, which means Akatsuki has lost even more power. I found out that Akatsuki has others. Kakuzu and Haiden. Deidara Tsukuri, Hoshigaki Kisame, leader, and 3 more unknown people. 1, as I understand from Kakashi's words, has a Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi is dead. According to Kisame, it was a fox Umbu. Pain said. New York bastard. I'll have to soak it later. Haiden said, waving his scythe. You couldn't even deal with Kakuzu. Therefore, it is better for you to remain silent. Look for the 8-tailed Jinchuriki in the hidden cloud. Pain replied. Pain is the head of Akatsuki. He is of average height and has red hair. What makes him unique is that he has piercings all over his face, and his eyes are distinguished from ordinary ones by the purple pattern, similar to ripples on water, that spreads across the entire eyeball. Realizing that the conversation is over, the head goes to his office. He looks rather thoughtfully at the window in front of him. Pain. Toby appeared behind him. You'd better take care of the fox yourself. I'm afraid to say that this is the same guy. Uzumaki Naruto. I'm not afraid of anyone because I have my eyes. Eyes that speak for me that I am God, the arbiter of destinies, and the savior of the world, as my old teacher predicted. I'm relying on you, said Toby, and disappeared into the funnel. Wait for Yahiko. I will rid this world of darkness and pain by letting them know it. And so, soon the wars will be stopped, as you and I wanted at that time. Naruto calmly walked down the village street to his small room at the base. The day turned out to be difficult, otherwise, fight with Uchiha Itachi and kill him with your own hands? Others would dream about it, and nothing more. But for sure, Naruto was practically the only one who was connected with the Uchiha. And their connection is that they know Sasuke very well. Big brother and best friend. Who knew that they would still cross paths in battle? Naruto. This voice is easy to recognize. He saw a blonde woman from a flower shop waving to him. Naruto just walked into her store. Hello. Hello. He answered. I heard that you defeated Itachi. Almost the entire village already knows about this. How are you feeling? Did you go to the hospital? Shizen-san is on duty there. Nothing special happened, Ino. I see. Ino thought about something for a bit. Listen. How about going to Ichiraka ramen today? Ayam-san said that she would prepare diet vegetable ramen. I would go, but Shikamaru and Choji are busy with their own affairs. Maybe you can join me? The blonde's cheeks turned pink. Because she never invited anyone to dinner besides her team. Usually, the guys themselves ran after her and invited her on a date. But she refused, answering that she did not want to go. For example, there was Kiba Inuzuka. Once he tried to invite her, but Ino politely refused. He's a good guy and a friend. But too hot-tempered, and a little arrogant. Perhaps it's possible. I'll be waiting for you there at 8 p.m. Naruto answered. Then good. I agree. Ino knows this isn't a date, just a friendly dinner. But how will those who want to become her suitors react? Of course they will be outraged, angry, and jealous. What a surprise they will be that this is a jounin, and not some kind of ordinary chunin. She's even surprised that he agreed right away. But before, you had to try to just talk to him. Naruto himself just wanted to relax. Still, this is a dangerous task, and you need to spend the day calmly. At least it won't be boring, and it's better to listen to Ino chatting than to lie on the bed out of boredom. And since Yamato and Sai are on a mission, and Kakashi is most likely sleeping, or reading his obscene book all day. And Jiraiya knows where, but perhaps is looking for more information about the new book, or Orochimaru's lair. So Ino is a good candidate. And they haven't seen each other for about a week, maybe more. Ino spent a long time choosing an outfit. This shouldn't just be mere chatter. Still, she admitted to herself that for her, this was a date. And the very first thing. Turning around in front of the mirror, she looked at the photograph on the shelf. Taking it in her hands, she looked at her teacher. Asuma, who put his hands on Choji and Shikamaru's shoulders, and he smiles. Choji, who also smiles with his eyes closed. Nara, with his lazy look and indifference. And for myself, for my short stature. And she smiles brightly too. But then I wanted to be with Sasuke, and competed with Sakura. What would happen now? What if they were alive? What happened to Naruto probably wouldn't have happened. But he changed so much because of them. She remembers well the first time she met Uzumaki. The boy sat on the crossbar and watched the sunset appear. Then, of course, he interested her, but to her surprise, he didn't even react to her. Just looking at her friend. Now she remembered, he was a very thin boy who was shorter than them in height. How he always did some dirty tricks, painting the Hokage's face. And they didn't even do anything to him, and the third Hokage himself paid free attention to him. Now she realized that Naruto was a close person to him. But who would call the third Hokage grandfather the third or old man the third? He was probably his guardian. Ino. Are you going somewhere? She heard her mother's voice from the corridor. Yes, Mom. I'm going to Ichiraku. She replied, putting down the photo and leaving the room. Her mother looked at her daughter strangely. As if appraising her outfit. And where are we going, dressed like this? Is it really on a date? Mom, I'm not too young to report. She crossed her arms over her chest. At least tell me who you're going on a date with. Her mother stood her ground. And what? She is interested in knowing who liked her and who liked her. I'm just going to Ichiraku with Naruto. That's all. Naruto? Come on. She was very surprised. So what? Nothing. It's just that, as far as I know, he doesn't communicate with anyone. And then for it to be goodbye. I don't know. Rejoice or cry. It's just that if he goes further, you need to understand his position among the shinobi of the village. He is higher in status than Shikamaru, and one of the main captains of the Umbu. Simply, I say this because you will receive little attention from him. And he will forever disappear on dangerous missions. I have to go. Bye, Mom. She flew out of the house like a bullet. I'd like regular ramen with pork, please. Ino saw Naruto ordering ramen. Can I also have a dietary one, Tuchi-san? And didn't even look, as if knowing that she was already here. Thank you. She said, sitting down next to him. No need for gratitude. He answered. Lately, you've started visiting Ichiraku constantly, Naruto. Like before. I remember when I met you for the first time. A small and defenseless child who watched others eat ramen. And now, he is already an adult. An independent person. More than one generation from your family has been coming to Ichiraku. Your grandparents. Father and your mother. And now you came here with a beautiful girl. Our humble eatery has become something more than a eatery. It's as if the love of all the surrounding people for each other begins here. Tucci said. Thank you, Tucci-san. But as you understand, I have no signs of sympathy for Ino. It's just a simple dinner where I want to relax. Naruto answered. You'll repeat it for a long time, but then you'll realize that you've already married her. And I will be right, my young and eternal client. Nagato, so this is what you have become. I didn't expect this from you. Jiraiya said. Your words make no sense, Jiraiya-sama. I'm not Nagato. I'm pain. God. The death of those who were my friends forced me to know pain. Unlike me, you are just an ordinary person. I was a person, but as I grew older, I became different. My words, God's words. My thoughts, God's thoughts. If I want the world to know the pain that I have known, the world will know my pain, even if there are thousands and millions who will be against my decision. Pain replied. You have fallen low, Nagato. Then I saw you as a person who could change the world for the better. Bring goodness to everyone and set an example. But apparently I was wrong. So you killed Yahiko? Jiraiya asked. This person has not existed for decades. Your presence bothers me greatly. But I will volunteer to ask. Where is the Umbu under the name Fox? What kind of fox? Did he find out that Naruto is the fox and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Badly. I'll have to kill him to prevent him from touching Naruto. Even though Naruto is still stronger than me, I will defeat pain. No need to lie, sensei. Uzumaki Naruto. Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Fox. One of Leaf's dangerous Umbu. I know everything I need about him. Where is he? Konoha? Or somewhere else? Why do you need this, Nagato? I don't even want to know, but I won't let you touch him. You haven't gotten rid of your self-confidence, Jiraiya-sensei. Now I will show you what God is capable of. Naruto, thank you very much for the ramen at Ichiraku. In your free time, call me at Ichiraku. I will not refuse your company. Ino smiled good-naturedly, walking level with him. At least a little, she began to notice small changes in Naruto. Yes, it's still cold, but not so cold as to turn it off every time. Ino. Can I ask you a question? Certainly. What do you want to achieve by being near me? You want me to become different, or like before? I'm right? Sorry, but what happened today does not affect what will happen tomorrow. Do you want to be friends with me? And I don't want to be friends with anyone. The main reason is that I don't want to get attached to you. But why? Think about Sasuke and Sakura. They died, I was attached to them. What is the result? They're dead. So is my heart. After this, I don't want to suffer anymore and see my loved one die. Can you understand this, Ino? Yes. Ino sadly lowered her head. This is not what she expected. Of course, she understands that he is not being rude to her, he is saying that. This is probably some kind of concern from Naruto. But she doesn't want to get rid of him, turn away from him. Let him insult her and beat her, but she doesn't want to leave him alone. I refuse. From what? I refuse your offer. Even if you are against me talking to you, I will talk to you, or, so that I am not your friend, I will be your friend. I will never go back on my words, because this is my ninja way. Unexpectedly, Naruto's heart skipped a beat when he heard the last thing she said. I will become Hokage, because this is my path as a ninja. Even if they don't recognize me, I will force everyone to recognize me. This is my shinobi way. He remembered his old words, several years later. It's like he really forgot. Okay, Ino. As you wish. But think carefully before you blurt out anything. And don't mention the last one, it pisses me off. Looks like I know who you are. Pain. I've already seen them all. Apparently, the main one is Yahiko. But how did he steal Nagato's eyes? Or is it Nagato, with Yahiko's body? Jiraiya was an excellent spy and observed Pain under the ocean. Having hermit mode with him, he can hold air for a long time. While he watched Pain. More precisely, behind the panes, he sensed chakra nearby. Without having time to react, he was hit on the neck, and at the same time, squeezing, he was pushed onto a stone. For more pains jumped on top of him, piercing his back. Even if you already understood the truth, Jiraiya-sama. You have no choice but to die here from loss of blood. Pain said and jumped up onto the stone. Jiraiya-chan. Get up. Fukasaku shouted at his student. Sannin himself extended his index finger forward, and it glowed green. Understood. Fukasaku nodded, and taking off his cloak, exposed his back. Jiraiya began to draw unknown numbers on his teacher's back. But Pain turned his attention to this, thinking that Jiraiya seemed to be dying and would not be able to move. I thought you were already dead, sensei. Pain said and fired rockets. 5 seconds before the bomb hits, and Fukasaku jumps into the ocean. The stone on which Jiraiya lay was destroyed, and his body sank into the ocean like a heavy stone. What matters is not how a shinobi lives, but how he dies. The true value of a person is determined not by what he did during life, but by what he did before death. If you think about it. My life was a complete failure. Compared with the great Hokages, I achieved practically nothing, and failed to protect the student and teacher. I could not stop my friend, and Tsunade. I was constantly rejected. A life story is only good if it has a worthy ending. Come to think of it. I wandered the world, trying to find what was destined by fate. Tried to stop Akatsuki, protect the world from them, but failed his mission. The tale of Jiraiya. Everything should have ended differently. Flashback. Come on, sensei, as for me, everything is well written. Whatever the chapter, your life story was magnificent. You are my teacher, and there is no one worthy of a shinobi like you. And you named my child Naruto. Minato said, sitting at the table. Kushina stood next to her husband, placing her hand on his shoulder and smiling brightly. Seriously? I came up with it while eating ramen. Jiraiya answered him. This is the name of the main character of your book, sensei. He is purposeful and kind. So let the book become a reality. You gave him a name, and you have to be his godfather, sensei. End flashback. Exactly. I gave him a name. Naruto. You really look like the character from the book. Although you did not follow the path that Minato and Kushina dreamed of. But you are a true shinobi who did not follow the path of hatred. You an example for everyone, and one who did not give up, even in front of his main fears. I have nothing to regret, as your mentor, and as a godfather. It's time to finish, and put the pen aside. Oh yes. We need to come up with something. The name of the new book. The story of Uzumaki Naruto. Yes. Sounds good. The ending is quite worthy. For me. Now I can put down my pen, because I finished my book. As well as my story. Jiraiya-chan died in battle. These words. I really didn't want to hear them again. Naruto didn't cry, not even a tear. He just looked at Fifth, and at Fukasaku. Tsunade saw only coldness in his eyes. But this is just a mask. False reaction. He doesn't want to show his true feelings. She was sorry. Losing her best friend, whom she has known for over 40 years. And Naruto. He's from a different generation. He didn't see the war. But he also loses people close to him. Your look shows me that you have come to terms with his death, Naruto-chan. Fukasaku added. The only one who is able to control the hermit mode in full force, and the one who has mastered it perfectly, is only Naruto-chan. The surprising thing is that according to the Great Toad, his chakra is already at the level of the Sage of the Six Paths. Naruto-chan is probably the only one who can fight pain. Fukasaku-sama. Who killed Jiraiya-sensei? Naruto asked. Pain. The Akatsuki leader wanted to find and kill you personally, Naruto-chan. He found out who you are. Fukasaku replied. It can't be, said a shocked Kakashi. Moreover, his teacher's mentor died. And then again, Pain knows that Naruto is a Jinchuriki? We hid this information for a long time. The fact that Naruto Uzumaki does not exist, that he disappeared without a trace. So Pain himself decided to kill Naruto himself? Kakashi, there's no need to panic. Sooner or later, he was found out. Moreover, Itachi also knew about this. But I probably didn't tell my leader that I was a Jinchuriki. The fight is inevitable, and I need to know about Pain's abilities. Don't worry about that, Naruto-chan. I'll help you with this, but it's better for us to train here, without going anywhere. To be ready for battle. Fukasaku said. Fine. Naruto nodded. He turned his gaze to the fifth Hokage. Looking at her, he saw. She was tense, and it was obvious that it was very difficult for her. Hokage-sama. You knew that Jiraiya-sensei was going to Hidden Rain. And they didn't stop him. I know it. And I know it's not your fault. The only one to blame is me. Because he wanted to protect me from Pain, my teacher, godfather, my father's mentor, died. It's his choice, Tsunade-sama. There is no need to blame yourself. You better think about the future of the village, you are Hokage. And this should not break you, even if you feel very bad. I know, Naruto. Tsunade nodded. Let's go, Naruto-chan. We have a lot to do. Let's start our training, Naruto-chan. The basis is that Pain has the Rinnegan. But we know little about the abilities of his eyes. Fukasaku said. First of all, it is important to think over a plan with which you can defeat Pain. We can't cope with your brute force alone. You have speed, but they are unlikely to help against Pain's eyes. You don't know Genjutsu, but it has very little effect on you. Therefore, we need to work out a new hermit regime. And which one? Naruto asked. The fusion mode of the Ninetales chakra and your natural energy will give us the Sage mode. Not full strength, of course, but at least something. If Kyuubi can help us, then the outcome of the battle will be on your side. Concentrate on both the Kyuubi chakra and natural energy at the same time. Sitting in the lotus position, Naruto concentrated on the Kyuubi's chakra, while simultaneously absorbing natural energy. A moment, and he found himself in front of the Kyuubi's cage. Brat! Have you come for my power? To connect with the hermit regime? Kyuubi growled. Exactly. I don't need your power, but your chakra will help me, Kyuubi. Naruto answered. However, we both know what we want. I will only help you when I deem it necessary, Naruto. And even now, you want this power. You ask me, standing in front of me, about me. Don't forget, brat, I'm Kyuubi. Not your assistant. And you won't see my chakra. Kyuubi answered. Naruto came out of his subconscious. He understood that it was impossible to get along with Kyuubi. Moreover, persuade. Well? Asked Fukasaku. Refused. Fukasaku sighed heavily. Yes, that's what he expected. But the old man believed that Kyuubi would still help Naruto. Perhaps without the Kyuubi's power and chakra, Naruto-chan will be able to resist pain. For a long time I helped him master the hermit mode. And this is already unimaginable power. In this case, you will have to do a couple of physical trainings, so that his ligaments and muscles are in good shape. Naruto-chan. We will do physical training for this day. As usual, but 5 times more. And we'll extend it by 40 minutes. I don't know, but unlike Jiraiya, I was much stricter with Naruto-chan. Jiraiya became very close to him and tried to do everything wisely. I was more gentle with him. But when I took on Naruto, I forced him to train until he dropped. Despite the fact that he had training on all sides. Kenjutsu, ninjutsu, taijutsu, bukenjutsu. These are the main points for all shinobi. But I realized that it turns out to be unique. After all, there are those who choose 1 or 2 paths. Naruto's training plan included the main types of exercises: pull-ups, push-ups, endurance running. But in addition, he had to work with additional weights. Fukasaku noted that instead of weighting, it is better to choose cobblestones, or large stones. Yes, it's inconvenient, but it has its advantages. The usual additional weight of the stones was approximately 120 to 180 kilograms. And if you train in hermit mode, then 6 to 8 times more weight. Today we finished Naruto-chan. I know that there is no point in us practicing hand-to-hand combat. You are already experienced in it, as in other areas. Me and Ma can help you in any way. I understood you. Naruto replied, taking off his plaid sweater. Having laid it on the grass, he simply lay down on top of his clothes. Thank you, Fukasaku-sama. This is a difficult case. For you and for me. You have lost a teacher and mentor, and I have lost a student. I'm glad you haven't lost faith in him. Glad you weren't consumed by hatred despite what you went through. Jiraiya-chan has always been kind and goofy. But at any moment, he became different. The Toad Sage, as he always called himself. Not that word. Especially a pervert. Both immediately laughed. There is no need to be sad. Being sad won't make you feel better. It's better to remember his good sides and not be sad. Naruto knew that at any moment, Jiraiya could die. But he wanted Sannin to die of old age, or in old age. So that he can see how the world has changed for the better. So that when he sees this, he smiles. That everything was not in vain. It was not in vain that a sea of blood was shed. That it was not in vain that people suffered. He will never see the new generation. But I was able to see something else. How his godson grew up. How he matured, how he became one of the most powerful shinobi. Now everything is in Naruto's hands, everything Jiraiya dreamed of. Hey Naruto. Turning back, Naruto saw Shikamaru, with the company of Ino. How are you feeling? I think I'll go back, Naruto-chan. Fukasaku said, and disappeared into smoke. Who was it? Ino asked. This is Fukasaku-sama. Master Jiraiya-sama, and also my mentor. Naruto answered. What about my health? Everything is fine, Shikamaru. Finding you is not so easy. Nara said as he sat down next to Naruto. The 5th one said that we need to look for you in such quiet places. And while you were training, we had to watch you. Otherwise they would interfere. Yeah. Naruto, can I heal your palms? Ino asked. They are all covered in stone cuts and calluses. After thinking a little, he extended his palms to her. Ino placed her palms on top of his and they glowed green. I have to go. I want to sleep. Getting up from the ground, Nara walked to the side. Naruto watched silently as Ino healed his palms. He felt nothing but the warmth of her palms. Looking at her face, he saw how the young kunoichi was trying. Why? She asked a question. What are you talking about? I know, Naruto. You're wearing a mask, even though you're in pain. So right? No, it doesn't hurt me. The pain comes and goes. I've come to terms with this. Therefore, it doesn't hurt me and I'm not offended. That's how it is. I would like your humility. I still can't come to terms with it. Ino always wanted to show herself strong. But at a certain moment, it was hard for her. She didn't understand herself. I wanted to be open in front of Naruto. Despite the fact that he himself doesn't really trust her. Droplets of tears appeared in her eyes and dripped onto her palms. There are no tears in your eyes, Ino. It is best to remember good moments than to think about death. Remember this. Your tears will not raise him from the grave. What would he say if he saw you crying? Most likely, he would not be happy about this. Don't make things worse for yourself, Ino. Death, that's why it is death. We will never know who will die and who will not. We do not choose this, but our future destiny. What's the point of crying into your pillow? Better getting stronger. So to speak. Distract yourself with your favorite hobby. I know. Then let your bitter tears go away, and let there be a smile instead. Even great shinobi smiled before they died. After all, they were sure that another life awaited them, on the other side. Leader Sama. Looks like we'll need to visit our fox. Big money, and Jinchuriki, too. Haiden and I can do this. Kakuzu said. He is not your concern, Kakuzu. And you both lost to him. You are clearly weaker than Uzumaki Naruto. Therefore, I will go after him myself. When we seal the Nine Tails, I will need his body. Madara said that Uzumaki Naruto's body was good for me. Well. Okay. Let's see. As you wish, Leader Sama. Kakuzu bowed. Uzumaki Naruto. So that means you and I are waiting for a meeting. Well. Let's see what you can do. Using several elements is quite a difficult task. The easiest technique of all is the mud wall. Anyone who has chakra can use it, despite the fact that they do not have this element in their arsenal. What if I don't have the elements? My techniques are based on the influence of the brain and human memory. In that case, the mud wall will be a little more difficult for you. Even I, who have not practiced this element, can create a wall. Look. He began to make seals. Element of earth. A wall of mud. A small wall appeared in front of Naruto. Here. Quite an easy technique. For example, you invested 10% of your chakra. It will be small. Maybe 50%, it will be 5 times larger and stronger. It depends on how much chakra you have. What if I don't like using such techniques? Then you don't have to use it. In your case, you are in Inoshikacho's squad. In combined mode, you are quite strong. You are an excellent sensor, so it is impossible to approach you from behind. Unless, of course, the enemy hides his chakra. Shikamaru has his shadows. With the help of which he directs Choji, who has enormous physical strength. You are a pretty strong opponent on the team. That's why you're called a special squad. So you know our abilities, but we don't? Ino offendedly blew off her bangs and crossed her arms. What more? We don't know anything about you at all. Who knows, maybe you are also Rikudo's son. Although you are smart, you are also stupid at the same time. Try to understand the difference between us, Ino. It's easy to see that I'm a special jounin. And my specialization is reconnaissance and destruction of targets. And since you stuck your noses where they don't belong, you already know that I'm also a former Anbu. And also a celebrity all over the world. All the glory went to you, and you are also our age. Crap. I envy you. There is nothing to envy. Fame in the shinobi world is a minus. When everyone knows about you, many people want to kill you. Money, fame, assignment, and so on. Because of my fame, for example, they wish me death. So it's not very good. This is bad. Well, I know that. You just look like Sasuke. He's also popular. Especially among girls. If you don't tell any of them, they'll squeal at him. What to do? When you are from the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan is a Kekkai Genkai. A special dojutsu of a certain clan and people. Some of the Uchihas do not have the Sharingan, much less the 3-volume and Mangekyo. What is the difference between the Sharingan and the Byakugan? The Sharingan has the ability to genjutsu. And resisting genjutsu. You also become much faster, and can easily copy enemy techniques just by repeating the seals. But the Sharingan is like a toy before its transformation. These eyes are capable of evolving all the way to Manjikyu. And Mangekyo. That's another story. The Byakugan allows you to see your chakra flow. Also, the owner of the Byakugan has a 360-degree horizon. You can know a person by his chakra. And remember. Or see it at great distances. I don't know much about the Byakugan since I haven't had any contact with any of them. Both eyes are approximately equal. Clear. Ino drawled. Thank you for answering my questions. Nothing to do. At least I took a break from my training. Good luck. Naruto waved his hand and walked away. Naruto understood that it was necessary to talk to someone at such moments. There is no longer any need to hide from everyone, or ignore everyone. It's better to chat than to lie on the bed after training and look at the ceiling. Yes, Ino is not boring. But a small minus, there are a lot of obvious questions. Ino already understands that Naruto is changing. He talks, he doesn't have any bad thoughts. Answers all questions. He probably thinks I'm stupid. But I just wanted to cheer him up. After all, Jiraiya-sama is a close person to him. A hot day immediately turns into a rainy one. Dark clouds in the sky and a thunderstorm. I don't like thunderstorms. I used to be afraid, but now I just don't like it. Ino looked at the sky. She saw something strange. It's like a bird levitating in the sky. And carefully goes down. Strange. I've never seen anything like it. Yamanaka shrugged and moved towards her block. At one point, she feels strange. There is a strong wind, and the thunderstorm does not stop. Looking at the sky, she no longer sees anything. Very strange. I feel like this is something dangerous. Okay, Ino. Go ahead. Taking a deep breath, Ino moved on. She didn't want to go home, so she decided to visit her father in the interrogation department. Have you decided to rest here, Naruto-chan? Why is your world so bad? Fukasaku asked the lying Naruto. It's much quieter here, Fukasaku-sama. And calmer than there. But for sure I can sit quietly when the Akatsuki leader, aka Pain, is looking for me all over the world. Hoping to take the Kyuubi inside me. I don't know much about this Pain, Naruto-chan. But what makes it different from others is the Rinnegan. Eyes with the power of God. The creator of the shinobi world. His name was the Sage of the Six Paths. Fukasaku told his student about the sage. Who also had the Rinnegan, and was incredibly strong. He said that he created Ninsha. So that people understand themselves, and use it for peace and prosperity. But in the end, people use this power only for the sake of war, for the sake of battle. He told that the sage had sons, and that he was a creator, that the sage lived for centuries. There were legends that the sage fought such a huge creature together with his brother. This monster was incredibly powerful and could turn our world to dust. Fukasaku also added. You know quite a lot. Apparently, they lived for many hundreds of years. My teacher was a friend of the Sage of the Six Paths. And he still lives. According to him, thousands of years have passed since the sage himself was born. What about me? I'm only a couple of 100 years old. And I feel young compared to my teacher. For a long time I imagined what the Sage of the Six Paths would actually be like. This is not the whole story of the shinobi era Naruto-chan. The time will come, and you, too, will have to find out what our world was built on. Shinobi world. Fukasaku also liked to lie on the grass. He is already old, and the meaning of his life is only one thing. The child of prophecy, about whom his teacher spoke more than once. The child of the prophecy is the very young man who will become Jiraiya-chan's student. The one who will either destroy the whole world, or save our world from war. The choice is up to Jiraiya-chan. His choice will affect his own student. The old toad probably knew that it would be Uzumaki Naruto. The last student of the Sannin from Mayaboku. The last of his students wants to protect what is dear to him. He doesn't know what the young man dreams about. But I am confident that Naruto will be able to fulfill his teacher's wish. Look at all these stars, Naruto-chan. Through the clouds, your teacher is looking at you. Even if he is far away. Fukasaku placed his hand on Naruto's chest. He still lives inside you. And he's watching you. I remember that once we also sat here with him. And what were you talking about? Naruto asked. Well. Long story. But we're in no hurry. And so. I begin. Everything is fine. Konoha is completely protected by a dome. In extreme cases, it will be noticed by censors. Said one of the shinobi rank and file. We can return to the village. There's still nothing to catch here. Said another one. There were 4 jounin in total. Just as they were about to leave, Pain appeared in front of them. He immediately pierced one of them, the other 2 attacked him immediately, trying to hold him back. The 4th realized that it was time to report everything to the 5th Hokage. But those 2 immediately fly away from Pain, and the latter was attracted to him. Pain pierced him with pins, thereby finishing off the last scout. The time has come. Pain said, and 6 people in Akatsuki cloak appeared next to him. 5 of them had piercings all over their faces. 4 had orange hair. And behind them stood a blue-haired girl. We will split into 2 groups. Distraction and search group. The distracting group is the demon world, the animal world, and the spirit world. Search group, the world of the gods, the world of people, and the world of the undead. Conan. You go with the search party. Konoha is protected by a spherical barrier. As well as outside, as well as underground. Anyone who enters will be immediately noticed. Conan said. Now let's make the world tremble with pain. Pain said. It was quite quiet in Konoha and very light. The villagers were simply walking along the street, some were working in the market, others were eating in a cafe. We are waiting, we don't know who was able to get through the dome. But this is clearly not good. Said the Leaf Jounin. Naruto-san and Yamato-san are not in the village at the moment. But Kakashi-san will be able to help us, he is the most powerful ninja. Answered the second one. Immediately there was an explosion in the center of the village, and summoned animals began to appear from the underground. The demon world sends missiles throughout the village. By then, the search party had begun to catch every one of the Leaf Shinobi. Where is Uzumaki Naruto? Asked the world of the gods. I will not say. Answered the Leaf Shinobi. I'd rather die than betray my comrade. I'm just wasting my time on you. said the world of the gods, and squeezed his neck. Shikamaru. What do we do? Choji asked. Running away, protecting residents. There are no more options for Choji. It looks like that's what they're looking for. Nara answered. I'll go to my father and try to heal the wounded shinobi along the way. There are others on you. Ino said and disappeared. Animal World has summoned quite a few summoned animals. 3-head dogs, a huge bird with a large beak, a huge buffalo and a rhinoceros. The world of spirits also destroyed everything in its path. Are you okay? Irika asked the wounded shinobi. Where is Uzumaki Naruto? Pain asked him. Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. Where is he? I won't say a word to you. Irika answered him. Another obstacle that needs to be removed from the path. A pin appeared in Pain's right hand. Just as he swung, about to impale Irika, his hand stopped without doing anything to Irika. You caused a commotion in the village in the hope of finding the one you are looking for. But have you forgotten that your plan may fail? Kakashi-san, said Irika, looking at his savior. Take the wounded man and retreat. I'll deal with him. Irika immediately carried away the wounded man. Now we are here, with you. One-on-one. I hope you'll tell me where Uzumaki Naruto is. Kakashi silently began to squeeze the pin, and immediately breaks it. Pain takes a step back and is about to kick him. But Kakashi crouches down and makes seals. Element of earth. A wall of mud. A wall appeared behind Pain. A new pin immediately appears in his hands, and he successfully pierces Kakashi's left shoulder. Raikiri. The second his technique should touch Pain. But Kakashi looked at Pain's Rinnegan, and for some reason it jammed. He missed unsuccessfully, hitting the wall. The famous copy ninja Sharingan Hataki Kakashi. It's an honor for me. Pain replies, pushing Kakashi back. Kakashi attacks again with Raikiri, and immediately, he cannot move. God's punishment. Pain says, and Hataki immediately pushes him back. Umbu squad. While I'm in Byakugo mode, I'll treat the wounded. Yugao's squad will protect me. And others should divert attention to themselves. We must not let them find Uzumaki Naruto. Says Tsunade. Hi. All the Umbu answered in unison. Should I tell Fukasaku-sama about the attack? Something bad is going on here. Thought the postman Toad. Back. You're not going anywhere, you disgusting toad. The toad was pierced from above with a knife. Uzumaki Naruto will not arrive on the battlefield, it will be better for everyone. Said Danzo. Whatever it is, we will need a Jinchuriki. The fight between Kakashi and Pain dragged on for a long time. The demon world began to help Pain himself. As a result, Kakashi was joined by several shinobi squads, and Choji and his father, Choza Akimichi. They did well, but Pain pushed them back every time they got very close to him. Kakashi began to realize that this technique would take at least 5 seconds to use again. The last thing Kakashi could do was save Choji with his Mangekyo Sharingan. And his Mangekyo can absorb enemy techniques, but spends almost half of his chakra volume. Choji was able to escape, that's good. But Kakashi was pinned under the stones and couldn't even move his arms. I know you are real, you are not a clone. Know the pain. He sent a nail flying, which stuck into Kakashi's forehead, thus killing him. When Pain left, Tsunade tried to heal him, but to no avail. Hataki Kakashi died due to the fact that he spent all his chakra and due to bleeding. So there you are, Tsunade-sama. Pain said, appearing on the roof of the residence. The Umbu were confused. Since this place is protected by a barrier dome, which will prevent anyone from discovering the person's location. The The basket we saw 20 years ago. Tsunade remembered him. Then he was a boy with orange hair, and now he is already an adult, covered in piercings and with a rinnegan. He was also a student of Jiraiya, whom he believed to have died during the Second War against Hanzo Salamander, general of the Amigakure shinobi army. Apparently, you remember me, Tsunade-sama. I didn't come here to fight with you. Is this just an excuse, or? Warning. Tell me where Uzumaki Naruto is, I will leave your village alone. No. Your so-called world is only Tsunade-sama's cruelty for us. Oh yes. I want to tell you. I know where Uzumaki Naruto is. Mount Mayaboku. Village of Toads. It turns out that we wasted our time here, trying to somehow lure him out, or find him. Bastard, Tsunade said. Not only that, he killed many shinobi and residents. Kakashi. Shizune. He even killed her. Damn. Surely Ino could help her. She is a good doctor and will be able to figure it out. Chakra on your feet. Does this mean that you know about my abilities? I will show you my true strength. I'll show you what pain is. And pain flew up. Give in to the pain, accept the pain. Give in to the pain, know the pain. I will never forget the pain Yahiko felt. And he raised his hands to his sides. God's punishment. A powerful blast wave began to destroy everything in its path. It has gotten to the point where most of the village no longer exists. And instead of it, there is only a huge crater. This. No. We lost. Choji said, sitting next to his friend, Shikamaru. Really? Is this our end? Ino held Shizune, trying not to cry. At such a moment, you only want one thing. Naruto. I want him to come, but for some reason he doesn't. As well as the squad of Guy and Kurenai. Naruto. They needed him, and he probably doesn't even know that the village was attacked. We'll try to wait it out. Pain has nothing left to do, he already knows where Naruto is. The main thing is that we are alive, but what about Naruto? Kakashi-sensei died, and the other two members of his team were on a mission with Anko Mitarashi. Reverse summoning technique. A very loud bang in front of Team 10. 3 huge toads, the one in the middle has a smaller toad on his head, and on top of him stands a man in a Chunin uniform with his arms crossed. On both sides, there are 2 more toads, which are 4 to 5 times smaller than himself. Looks like we arrived a little late. Fukasaku said. Tsunade? The old man saw Tsunade barely getting up from the ground. All covered in dirt and dried blood. Pain looked at her calmly. You dared to attack my village. The village that my ancestors built. I am the 5th Hokage. I won't regret you, Pain. The pain still broke your calm spirit. The one we need. The demon world immediately launched an attack on Tsunade, who was unable to anticipate his attack. Before the demon world could reach her, she was immediately destroyed by a blow from her fist. Are you looking for me? Asked the man in the Chunin uniform. Tsunade looked at her savior and realized who he was. This is Uzumaki Naruto. And my soul became a little lighter. Hokage-sama. You better leave the battlefield. While I'm here fighting pain, you should pull out the remaining residents and rest. Enjoy the show. So it's you. The same one. Blood Fox of Konoha. Dangerous killer. Quite a secretive personality. I remember Kakuzu and Haiden wanted to kill you, but they were sent to the 8-tailed Jinchuriki. Let's begin, Naruto answered him. It's time to end this. You decided to attack my village, trying to kill me. But I'm in front of you. Are you trying to convince me not to touch the inhabitants of your village? Asked Pain. Fine. You are exactly what I need, but I don't care about others. I don't care. The demon world was destroyed instantly from his very first blow. The world of gods would not be able to regain its strength for a long time. Okay, let's see what happens. Summoning technique. The animal world has summoned a huge rhinoceros. Gamakichi. Take the Hokage away from the battlefield immediately. Once Gamakichi disappeared, Naruto waited for the rhinoceros to reach him. Grabbing him by the horns on his nose, he throws him up. Summoning technique. This time the animal world calls on the buffalo and the dog. Naruto looked at the two toad elders on each side. Both toads immediately jump up. The art of Sannin. Toad song. The sound wave stuns the animals, allowing Naruto to pass them by. Having summoned one clone, he jumps up. The clone from below pushes him even higher, and Naruto sees Pain's formation. It is important for him to see where the enemy is, so as not to look for him later. Shadow cloning technique. Having made two clones, he throws one at the buffalo and the other at the dog. Two clones using Rasengan attack the summoned animals. Naruto knows there is no time for them, his goal is the 5 paths of pain. The spirit world immediately attacks Naruto hand to hand. Any blow from Naruto misses the enemy. Most likely their vision is connected. So I can't hit it. If he is not in their field of vision, then that is my advantage. The main priority is my speed in hermit mode. Naruto continues to hit the enemy. As soon as he was able to dodge his blow, the spirit world was pierced through by the Tanto. You were able to break through it despite understanding the small fact of my eyes. And he took priority on his speed. Impressive. There are only 4 of us, and you are alone. You have mastered Sannin mode, just like Jiraiya sensei. Sensei? Are you surprised? Yes. He was once my teacher. As you can see, we have a common bond and share the same teacher. We should have understood each other. Jiraiya sensei pursued the true world, but was mistaken. Enough chatter. I don't really like chatting with the enemy. Having wiped the blood from the Tanto, he put it behind his back. Element of wind. Rasen Shuriken. Even though this technique is the basis of the Rasengan, the Rasen Shuriken is capable of destroying anyone with the first hit. Basically, it is quite difficult to dodge her, unless of course you are the fastest shinobi. Also, I now spend 5% of my volume. Therefore, you need to act quickly. Because I can't use this technique the whole fight. Since the Rinnegan, judging by legendary stories, can absorb any technique used with chakra. And since Pain had the 6 paths, it's likely that one of them has this technique. The one I was able to pierce right through with a Tanto. It's more likely he can use this ability. What a powerful chakra. Pa. Did you teach him this? No. He didn't show this technique during training. And in these 4 years, he has not shown such a powerful technique. Naruto immediately throws a Rasen Shuriken at Pain. The human world grabs the animal world by the scruff of the neck and pushes it aside. But he himself finds himself at the epicenter of Naruto's technique. There was a huge explosion, and nothing was left of the human world's body. Fukasaku and his wife were very surprised. Firstly, the technique is very powerful, and the chakra is quite dense. Secondly, throw such a rotating technique at the enemy, and also be sure that you will hit, and the technique will not turn in any direction. In short, this is already a brain explosion, and very difficult. Shikamaru, calm down. Shikaku said. This is their battle. If you try to interfere, you yourself will be in trouble. So sit here. How can you keep cool at such a moment? Nara asked a question. He has already destroyed 3 of the 6. Uzumaki Naruto is not so simple. Apparently he is not fighting with all his might. Tries to understand the enemy's abilities completely. This is where Jiraiya-sama played a role. Apparently he taught him very well. It is not so easy to contain power. I don't know about everyone's abilities. It is impossible to judge its strength by the old legends about the Rinnegan. You cannot understand the abilities of the eyes by thinking about the Manjiko Sharingan. Summoning technique. The animal world summons a huge bird that flies towards Naruto. The Uzumaki easily dodges, running along the back of the bird, and jumps down to the animal world. But she also jumps up, taking out the pin. Hit. Naruto blocks the weapon strike with his tanto. And throwing back her pin, he kicks her in the stomach. I'm tired of playing already. She and her calls greatly interfere and distract me from the most important thing. They land on their feet. Naruto takes off his vest, throwing her to the ground. Pa. Why did he take off his vest? The vest protects him from falling and from physical blows. It's already serious, Ma. Naruto-chan decided to fight with all his might. Fukasaku answered his wife. Now that same battle will begin. Don't blink. Shikamaru said to his team. Has your patience run out? Have you decided to fight at full strength? You've already held out for a long time in front of Pain. And he even destroyed 4 already. I'm just tired of playing with you, Pain. This battle should have ended from the very beginning. Don't drag it out until the very end. Do you think you can resist God? The owner of the great eyes? Give me the Kyuubi, I can bring a new world. And people will understand what war is. Having experienced it again, they will stop hating each other. While you lived under a clear sky, our country cried every day, every moment. And that is why it is named Hidden Rain Village. My friend died because your countries fought among themselves. And we are the center of this war of yours. And why shouldn't I change this world? Why should I stand aside when I am God? It's simple. I will fix everything by creating a new world without war. What's the point in trusting you? You've already crossed the line. Killed my teacher. Attacked my village. Hurt my friends. You destroyed what I and others defended to the last blood. Sometimes you need to go to extreme measures for the sake of true peace. Without knowing pain, no one will understand what pain is. I destroyed the village, killed people, but tomorrow everything will change for the better. Naruto can't stand it. He immediately attacks Pain. Pain meets him with a blow to the face, from which Naruto dives down. And he punches him in the chin. That Pain flies back. Element of combination. Fire slashing blade techniques. Having released a visible, but fast technique. Naruto waits until Pain is dismembered by his technique. But the spirit world suddenly appears in front of Pain and absorbs Naruto's technique. I kind of killed this one. How did he survive? Looking around, Naruto saw the undead world standing next to a huge unknown thing. Which looks like a big mug. Understood. One of the 6 paths resurrection. It will be bad if this one resurrects the others. And I'm running out of time. In 5 minutes, the hermit mode will end. So I'll deal with both of them right away, and then I'll deal with the last Pain. So you have this ability too? Very impressive indeed. I'm still waiting for you to fight at full strength. But you pretend that you are fighting at full strength. I want to see your true strength. Many shinobi and people are afraid of you. And there are those who respect you. But it seems to me that you are not that strong. As you wish. Don't hold back either. Naruto said. Element of combination. Windy steam. Combining the elements of fire and wind will give a huge advantage. Thanks to this technique, a fog is created that will prevent Pain from finding me. Even though he may have a good sensor, I can move quickly. A fog formed, which prevented Pain from seeing well. Silent murder. Naruto whispered. The Pains stood with their backs to each other. He knows that the fox is now dangerous. God's punishment. Pain's technique pushed Naruto back. And the resulting steam immediately disappeared. I can finally use this technique. It's too early to rejoice. Looking at the undead world and the spirit world, he saw something he couldn't expect from Naruto. Both were beheaded. So the steam was the initial distraction. I knew this at the beginning. It turns out he wasn't just moving. Naruto means so fast that even the world of spirits and the world of undead could not expect the attack. And since we stood with each other's backs, this reduced our overall view. Good job, Naruto-chan. He used steam to prevent Pain from escaping. Pain realized that silently killing Naruto-chan would not allow him to move. And since he is in hermit mode, Naruto-chan was able to know where he was by his chakra. Hermit mode isn't all about strength and speed. It also provides sensory abilities for Naruto-chan. He even miscalculated that the Pains shared vision. Excellent, Naruto-chan. Fukasaku said. Even if you destroy all the Pains, you don't know the truth. I'll do you a favor. This body is just a puppet. But not the real me. As they said. There is no real one among them. So, behind Pain there is a coward who is afraid to go out to fight? Who are you after your words, Pain? Things are not going well anymore. The hermit regime has completely dried up. If I use up half my chakra capacity, I will become weak. And since Pain is currently using a repulsion technique, I won't be able to get close to him. Naruto. This is Ino. Pain uses a knockback technique. You have 5 seconds. During this time, his technique is restored. We can provide you with help and distract Pain to ourselves. There's no point in this, Ino. Your task is to sit still and not interfere with me against Pain. Kakashi? How is he? Kakashi-sensei. He. Understood. So that's it. Don't interfere in this fight. Otherwise it will be difficult for me. Divine attraction. Pain raised his hand forward, and Naruto began to pull towards him. He couldn't stand on his feet. And even having stuck the tanto on the ground, he could not hold on with its help. Pain grabbed him by the throat and pushed him to the ground. Naruto immediately punches him in the face and immediately gets up. Pain throws a hard right hand. Catching his blow with his left hand, Naruto leaves himself open to him. A sharp rod appeared in Pain's hands, which he sharply thrust into his stomach. Naruto steps back. The rod was not only able to pierce his liver, but also began to suck out his chakra. For a second, you got distracted. And that's why I was able to stick my weapon into you. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I already need you alive. Naruto forcefully pulls out the rod from his stomach, and attacks the enemy with his weapon. God's punishment. The technique pushes Naruto back. He immediately lands on his stomach. Pain grabbed his palm and placed his other palm on top. And stuck the rod in. I also stuck 4 more rods on his back. Naruto-chan. Fukasaku shouted. These toads. How they infuriate me. Pain said. Divine attraction. Fukasaku was immediately pulled towards him, and Pain stuck the rod into him, piercing right through his stomach. The same thing all the time. He threw Fukasaku's body towards Shima, his wife. Bastard. Naruto said. Now I think we can talk. Since you've calmed down. Who are you? What do you need? For what? Why are you doing all this, Pain? For what? Events always happen without warning, and only then does the reason become clear. In this situation, I see no reason why I shouldn't talk to you a little. Are you wondering why I do all this? I doubt that anything will change if I tell you. However, if I explain everything slowly and clearly, maybe you can understand the reason why I do all this. We have nothing to talk about with you. My goal that I am trying to achieve is peace. Even Jiraiya-sensei failed to do this. I guess I talked about how to bring peace to this mortal earth, and justice. World? Justice? Stop. Stop this nonsense. My teacher, my mentor, my friends, my village. You ruined everything, took away what I had. And you think that you brought peace? Do you think you have the right to talk about peace? Then tell me, what is your goal? My goal is to destroy Akatsuki. What you say is not the true world. I fight against people like you. Trying to rid this world of hatred. I'm trying to correct my mistakes. I want to bring peace without sacrifice. You are deceiving yourself. You yourself are a murderer. Is not it? You kill everyone who lives their life. You pretend that everything is for the sake of the village. However, you have brought a lot of pain to others. So how are we different? Because I'm not like you, murderer. But what about me? My friends? My family? My village? You and your shinobi did the same as I did to you. Then what right do you have to talk about peace and justice? You ruined many lives of those who wanted to help themselves and their family. Killed those who were undesirable for Konoha. And your words only send your actions. You are the fox. The most dangerous umbu of his village, and also a very powerful shinobi. What do you have to do with it then? Judging by your words, you yourself justify your actions. By killing the one who was your teacher. The land of fire and Konoha have grown apart greatly. For the sake of their national interests there was a war between great countries. War is in their favor. Otherwise, the citizens of the country, and villagers, would begin to starve. And the battlefield for great countries turned out to be our small country. Country of rain. As a result, our country and our village were destroyed. Over the years, great countries have gained stability and peace. But they brought pain to small countries like mine. We have a common goal. We want to bring the world that Jiraiya-sensei dreamed of. We are no different from each other. Because we act only on personal provision of justice. The justice I brought to Konoha is no different from the justice you want to do to me. We both lost our loved ones. We are both kindred spirits who have known this pain. You are for your justice, and I am for mine. We are just two ordinary people driven by a form of revenge called justice. However, calling revenge justice will only bring more revenge in return. Thus giving rise to a vicious circle of hatred. We live in the present, mourn the past and wonder about the future. That's the nature of history. It's time to realize that people by their nature are not able to come to universal agreement. This world lives only with hatred. Flashback. But in any case, I feel like this shinobi world is filled with hatred. Said Jiraiya, sitting on the stairs, reading his obscene book. Hatred? Asked Naruto, who was 14 years old. I wish I could do something about this hatred. Clean up like a dirty spot. But I don't even know what is needed for this. Jiraiya looked up from his book and looked at Naruto, his student, with a smile. And one day, I believe the day will come when we can all rely on each other. If I can't find the answers, I'll leave it all to you, Naruto. End flashback. How do you intend to counter all the hatred in this world and bring peace? Answer me. Naruto was silent for a couple of seconds. He still doesn't know the answer to that same question from his teacher. I don't know. I created Akatsuki to break this cycle of hatred. I am confident that I am up to this task. But for this, I need the 9 tails, his strength. With the power of the bijou, I will create a weapon 10 times stronger than the one I used to destroy this village. A weapon that can wipe out entire countries from the earth in an instant. Weapons from Bijou? I will make this world no pain. With the fear of this pain, I will put an end to discord. And I will lead everyone to stability and peace. Nonsense. This is just a deception. You yourself don't know how to bring peace. I will answer. Your death is what will bring peace. If you so want to achieve peace, sacrifice yourself for her. Give me the 9 tails, then the world will be stable. And there will be no more of what our friends, brothers, sisters, fathers and mothers experienced. I promise. Pain squatted down. Your pain will go away forever. And this way you can correct your mistakes and become a hero. Don't listen to that big-eyed psychopath, and don't give up, baby. Shima shouted, sitting next to Fukasaku. You are the child of prophecy, and the one who will bring peace. Jiraiya-chan and Pa gave their lives for you because they believed in you. Dare to give up, I will never forgive you. And she was pushed back. I don't like amphibians. Pain said, lowering his hand. The time has come for us to leave. It's no use, Ino. We can't defeat Pain, even if Naruto lost to him. Nara is trying to dissuade her friend from her idea. Of course, it is possible to save Naruto, but it is very dangerous and risky. Shikamaru. You always pull us back. I don't want to see what happened to Asuma-sensei anymore. Even if you don't go, I'll go alone. Stop, Ino. Her father also tried to persuade his daughter, and did not want her to die either. This. Father. Sorry. But I don't want to be on the sidelines anymore. Naruto saved the village, it's time for us to help him. Sorry, Dad. Naruto couldn't get out. The rods were sucking out his chakra, as well as incredible pain throughout his body, preventing him from moving. How weak I am. I lost to someone I could have defeated. If I hadn't slowed down. I made a mistake this time. Pain was about to teleport Naruto with him, but out of the corner of his eye he saw the shadow of a man behind him. Hinata? Hinata immediately throws a palm strike, which Pain was able to easily dodge. What are you doing here? Leave. Alive. I won't let you touch Naruto-kun. It's cruel to mock Naruto-kun like that, who is already having a hard time. Ino-san. Faster. Hinata immediately attacks Pain using the Byakugan. Ino appeared in front of Naruto, attempting to remove the rods from his body. Your mother. Sorry, Naruto. I couldn't stop. But I'll get you out. Yamanaka answered, further trying to pull out the rods. Pain used his push technique on Hinata, throwing her from side to side. Barely standing, she attacked Pain, trying to buy time for Ino. So that she could pull Naruto out and heal him. Are you so eager to help this person? I'm not afraid of you. Hinata answered Pain. Naruto-kun. You were always kind to me, and helped me every time I was in trouble. I realized how I felt for you from the very beginning. I loved you from the very beginning. But I turned out to be stupid. You was an ideal for me, and now I understand. That my love is only temporary feelings. But I want and will protect you. Even if I am ready to die, for your sake. God's punishment. Hinata was pushed far back. Pain didn't care about her. Since she is not his goal. My target is only Uzumaki Naruto. Why? Why are you so reckless? Sorry. But I realized that you are a close person. Like Hinata, I want to protect what is dear to me. I see you're having a heartbreaking conversation here. Said Pain. Ino took the kunai in her hands and attacked Pain. He dodged it easily and used his rod to knock the kunai out of her hand. Without letting her know, he hits her in the face. And she flew back to Naruto. She's not strong like him. She's not smarter than him. But she doesn't want to give up. She will not let her love be hurt. The one she loves, the one she wants to love. Who wants to help? You said you knew pain. Since this is so, why don't you try it again? Don't touch her. Take me. But don't you dare do this. Ino. Don't get up. Give up. But she got up from the ground, with trembling knees. Stop. Please, she turned to him, and sitting on the ground, she grabbed the rod that pierced his hand. I never go back on my words, I won't give up. This is my ninja way. She was immediately lifted up and fell to the ground. Pain picks up the pin and sticks it in the center of her chest. Yes. This is what you did to my family. No pain again, Uzumaki Naruto. Feel the pain again. Previous chapter. Don't touch her. Take me. But don't you dare do this. Ino. Don't get up. Give up. But she got up from the ground, with trembling knees. Stop. Please, she turned to him, and sitting on the ground, she grabbed the rod that pierced his hand. I never go back on my words, I won't give up. This is my ninja way. She was immediately lifted up and fell to the ground. Pain picks up the pin and sticks it in the center of her chest. Yes. This is what you did to my family. No pain again, Uzumaki Naruto. Feel the pain again. Yes. Feel the pain, accept the pain. Pain chuckled. Naruto's body was covered in a red aura. This is what Pain has been waiting for so long. One that few could defeat. You hate me? The power of the nine tails reflects Naruto's wrath. Naruto now has 4 tails. He was on all fours and immediately attacked Pain. One of his blows was so powerful that Pain could not stand on his feet. Before Pain had time to stand up, stones immediately flew at him. He breaks them easily, but is hit in the face. Although he was able to resist the blow, the nine tails, taking a huge stone, hits Pain on the head. It was like hammering a nail into a tree. You hate me? Pain asks again, emerging from the ground. And after that you hope to convince me that we can understand each other? Naruto now has 2 more tails. With each increase in tails, he becomes stronger, but loses control over himself. Kyuubi is already taking full control. What exactly suits him? For many years, Naruto did not feel anger or hatred towards anyone. Because it was calm. But due to the fact that he lost people close to him, he was influenced by hatred towards Pain. If he already hated him as a teacher, now he hates him tenfold. My pain is stronger than yours. Pain shouts and hits the ground. From his blow, a hole appeared, from which water began to flow. There was so much water that you could easily swim in it. Pain keeps his distance. Knowing that the Kyuubi was far superior to him in close combat, he kept his distance. The Kyuubi landed neatly in the water. It's coming. A moment, and Kyuubi disappeared. Looking around, Pain saw Kyuubi moving very quickly to the left. Fast. God's punishment. But it didn't help him. Kyuubi still got to him. It can't be. Divine punishment has no effect on him. Pain said, and he himself was pushed back. What the hell is going on there? Inoichi said, holding his daughter in his arms. Enraged Uzumaki Naruto. That's what happened, Inoichi. Looks like Pain really pissed him off. Shikaku replied. Then we need to get everyone we can out of here. Said Gamabunta. If he is under the control of the Kyuubi, then he can destroy the village. There is only one way out. And which one? Shikaku asked. The stamp is on his stomach. Tsunade gave Jiraiya her grandfather's necklace, so that Jiraiya would give it to Naruto. If Naruto has the seventh tail, the seal on the necklace will begin to take effect. He also invented the paralysis seal himself. But only his partner has it. Although, according to him, he had not had a manifestation of the Kyuubi before. Gamabunta answered. Yamato. This means that he has the seal of paralysis. We need to tell him about this somehow. Inoichi said. It's no use, Inoichi. Yamato won't help. Now we need to get your daughter to safety. Katsuya, Tsunade-sama's call will cure her completely. Naruto will buy us time. So, let's act. Nagato. You are sure? You will spend a lot of effort on this technique. Conan. Don't stop me from concentrating. The Death Star. Pain shouted. A black ball appeared in the sky. And the same ball attracted the Kyuubi and stones. As a result, Kyuubi found himself inside this huge stone ball. Was there a need to create something huge? My opponent, the Ninetales himself. You can't hold back. Moreover, compared to the moon that, according to legend, Rikudo Sennin created, this is nothing. In any case, the Ninetales is now in my hands. What to do? Naruto asked a question while sitting in his subconscious. How? Why exactly? What can I do? Destroy everything. He heard Kyuubi's voice behind the cage. Destroy everyone who is in pain. Let me consume your soul and I will put you out of your misery. The vest was immediately torn to shreds, as was the mesh jacket. A seal appeared on his stomach and began to spread. Great! The huge ball immediately began to crack, and 8 tails came out of it at once. And behind them, Kyuubi himself climbed out, which blew a huge wave of fire from its mouth. Has his strength increased that much? Pain said, watching him. Come to me and break the seal. Naruto's eyes completely changed. Red eyes with vertical pupils. He extended his hand forward and went to remove the seal on the cage. As soon as he touched the seal, he was about to rip it off. Someone pulled his arm and pushed him back. This man gave him his hand to help him get up. Naruto stood up from the ground and looked at this man. A tall blonde man with long spiky hair who has blue eyes. He wears a white cloak with 4th generation shadow written on the back. 4th. Hokage? Naruto. The 4th smiled. Minato Namikaze. Kyuubi shouted loudly. I concentrated the seal so that when the 8th tail appears, I will appear in your subconscious. Although I didn't think it would come to this. The 4th turned back a little, towards Kyuubi. And I didn't want to see you again, little fox. And yet, you can endure a lot in order to see your own son. The 4th looked at Naruto and smiled brightly. Damn you 4th. Come here. I'll tear you to pieces. Kyuubi growled. A tempting offer, but I have to refuse. How are you, Naruto? Minato asked his son. Without waiting for an answer, he snapped his finger, and both found themselves in a white room. The fox growled loudly, so we moved to a quiet place. Are you even listening to me? Or won't you recognize it? Don't know your own father? Very stupid of me. But as you can see, I have known that you are my father for 4 years now. Ever since I joined the Umbu. I think I asked Third to keep an eye on you. It's pointless to hand you over to the Umbu. Probably so. But there was a reason for that, father. Then tell me. I'll listen to you. Naruto told his father about his life. About how he was bullied since childhood. How the whole village spread rot and hated him. How he was a failure, how he barely graduated from the academy. The first task of rank C. In which his friend died, and the one he loved. That he withdrew into himself and went to the Umbu. How he killed Nuknin and shinobi of another village these years. He told everything calmly. Even the death of a teacher and mentor, and of course friends. It hurts to talk about such things. But this is a test of life. If you think about it, your life is similar to Kakashi's. You both probably have very similar personalities. I also know about his story. We talked a lot about this. He often mentioned you as a father. I understand. How old are you, Naruto? 16 years. Wow. It's already 16, and you have become the most dangerous shinobi of your time. Codename, Fox. So right? Where? I could have been following you, Naruto. Part of my consciousness is in your subconscious. And besides, thanks to Inoichi, I learned to view my son's memories. Why did I ask if I knew? Because I wanted you to be able to tell me everything yourself. Despite all this, you did not break and did not fall into hatred, like the same pain. I want to take revenge on him. But not only that. He destroyed our village, and we must pay for it. He is very dangerous for everyone. The world will be better off without him. Same with the Rinnegan. Yes. But Pain is also a human being. He is consumed by hatred, but he acts just like you. You both want peace, but in different ways. Your only difference is that he is more different than you. Each of your battles ends with the death of the enemy. Naruto. I didn't think I'd say this. But, I won't lie. You are much more dangerous than Pain himself. He is afraid of you because he knows that other Akatsuki members could not cope with you. Probably you and I have it in our blood. In my life, I have killed more than 1,000 shinobi, and you will soon catch up with me. But I will say, this is bad. You always need to look for another way out. In which none of you will die. What am I talking about? Talk to Pain face to face. Listen to him. Maybe you can reason with him again. I believe in you. You can fix this, Naruto. Like your father, I have always believed in you. And despite your mistakes, I'm sure you can do everything that I couldn't fix. I will restore the seal on your stomach for the last time. And I think that now there will be no problems with this. Fine. Father. Minato restored the seal on his son's stomach, and placed another powerful seal on top. To be completely sure that the power of the Nine Tails will not consume Naruto again. Although the fourth is confident in his son. He may have wasted his life. He was sure that everything would be different. Perhaps he was rude to him, saying that his son was a murderer, and very dangerous. But this is just a reminder to the son, so that this time he can talk to the enemy and understand his actions. After all, behind such actions there is always a hard life hidden. Despite what you did, I love you, Naruto. Minato said before disappearing. Kyubi, who was able to destroy the huge ball, disappeared. He returned to his previous state. But why? Did he manage to suppress the Nine Tails within himself? Were you able to stop the complete transformation into the Nine Tails? And even manage to fight his terrible power? I don't have time for a puppet right now. I want to talk to you. Face to face. Naruto answered. It's a shame, but I don't want to play around with you anymore. Your strength is that you are very fast and you can't get any closer. I already know about your abilities, and I can easily defeat you. Pain replied, walking quickly towards Naruto. Of course it didn't work out. But since you want me to fight you at the peak of my strength, then fine. You don't know about all my tricks yet. Pain barely had time to blink before Naruto was already standing in front of him. Pain hits him with a left side kick, but Naruto easily blocks the block and counters with a blow to his stomach. The blow pushes Pain back. I just want to talk to you and then think about it. Naruto does not allow Pain to get up from the ground. Taking him by one hand, he immediately thrust the tanto into his right hand. You use the push-off technique mainly with two hands. As I understand it, using one hand does not cause much damage. Everything is becoming the other way around. Pain pulls out a tanto from his right hand, and with Naruto's tanto, attacks him. Direct strike, Naruto slams his palm into the weapon, which immediately flew out of Pain's hands. Right side kick to Pain's face sends him tumbling to the ground again. Element of lightning. Thunder spear. A long spear appears in his hand, which he throws at Pain. The technique penetrates the right side of Pain's chest and severely fries him. Element of wind. Vacuum bullets. Numerous vacuum bullets make perforating wounds across Pain's body. He simply does not have time to get up, and the barrage of Naruto's techniques falls on him. While Pain barely gets to his feet, Naruto begins to act quickly. Sharp and accurate kunai strikes. He easily cuts off his ligaments so that Pain can no longer even stand on his feet. So, how strong are you? Pain answers. You could have defeated me at the beginning. But he didn't. Cause? First of all, I wanted to find out everything about your abilities. So that later it doesn't happen that I didn't expect something. Moreover, I was a little weaker. Hermit mode takes away some of my techniques. Since this mode is predisposed to melee attacks. If I used my techniques, I would feel bad. The hermit mode helps to endure physical pain. For example, your pins didn't hurt me much. So this is a plus. Naruto answered. These rods. Are they chakra receivers? You have to figure this out yourself. This body has already died, so you can start looking for me. I will do you a favor, human child. The rods will help you find Pain. But first you need to go into hermit mode, and then you can find him. Fox. You decided to help me. Why? I thought you and I hated each other, or were neutral towards each other. Because it is in my own interest that you defeat Pain. He's not there, which means he won't be able to grab you and seal me away too. However, there is a person who can do this quite easily. That bastard with the mask. Orange mask? He seems like an idiot, but he was pretending. I see you don't know much about him yourself, kid. This man once influenced me, your parents, and the entire village. I hope I don't have to explain everything to you. Thank you, Kyubi. I didn't think that you would help me. Naruto pulled the rod from Pain's chest and stuck it into himself. He has already entered hermit mode, and now feels the presence of the Rinnegan nearby, and the chakra of Pain himself. Conan. He found us and will be here soon. Let's move to another place then, Nagato. In your condition, he will easily defeat you. No. No need. I want to hear it. The biggest tree. Naruto said, touching the same tree. This is paper, not wood. It turns out she was never here. Naruto immediately went inside the same tree. In front of him sat a red-haired man, thin to the bone. His entire back was pierced with chakra receivers, and he himself sat as if on a throne. Standing next to him was a blue-haired girl wearing an Akatsuki cloak. A blue-haired girl from Akatsuki stood in his way. Conan, go back. Everything is fine. Pain told her. Nagato, the girl immediately stepped aside. So this is how you turned out, Pain. Naruto said. Looking at you, I already wanted to leave. The world itself came into my hands. Pain grinned. Do you hate me? Now you stand before the killer of your loved ones and friends. And you want to take revenge on me, don't you? You can kill Nagato, but it won't change the world. What you want, you can only achieve it. Conan said. You couldn't find the answer to my question, and so you won't achieve anything. Your only purpose is to die in the name of peace on this earth. Pain immediately shot a huge spear at Naruto. Naruto doesn't shy away from the spear, as if he was waiting for it to pierce him. With a quick movement, the spear was split into 2 pieces of wood. You really are a very fast shinobi. This is what I expected from you. So for what reason did you come to me? You took everything I have from me. He brought chaos to my village and tried to kill me too. Plus, you made me angry. Now, looking at you, I want to understand. Will anger take over me? Or not? So what conclusion did you come to? Asked Nagato. I want to kill you. He walked slowly towards Nagato. Conan immediately ran towards him to stop him from attacking Nagato. As I thought. You won't let me kill him. He stopped. My mentor said that the day will come when we can all rely on each other. When he first said this, I didn't understand much of it because my heart was only consumed by coldness. However, you cannot forgive me. Words alone cannot make you love, much less forgive. The way Jiraiya-sensei spoke proves how outdated his ideas are. They have no relation to reality. Didn't you say that you wanted to defeat me and bring peace yourself? Perhaps this is just an excuse to satisfy your desire for revenge. If this is truly your justice, so be it. You are not God. You believe the nonsense that Jiraiya-sensei spoke about. Having learned that you are a student of Jiraiya-sensei, I want to know. How did you get to this point? He was your teacher, and you couldn't just kill him, could you? You said then that we seemed alike. That I am a murderer of many people who are disliked by my village. But I will tell you one more difference between us. I will never kill a person who is very close to me. But you destroyed your team, didn't you? There were legends that the fox once killed his team when Momochi Zabuza and a boy from the Yuki clan appeared in front of them. After that incident, the fox became a merciless person. You don't know the real truth about this. What's more important to me now is the story. Tell me how it came to this that now you are sitting in front of me, the murderer of my teacher and friends. Fine. Then listen to our story, about our Pain. Pain said his real name is Nagato. That during the Second Shinobi War, his parents died when Leaf Shinobi burst into them. That he had to leave home and look for food and a den. That everyone turned away from him and didn't even give him a piece of bread. He said that he only had 1 piece of bread, and that he shared the food with the dog. Hours, days, weeks passed. There was nothing to eat and he fell. He thought he was going to die, and maybe it was for the best. But he was saved by a girl with blue hair. It was Conan who was then able to help him and brought him to the lair. There he met an orange-haired boy named Yahiko. Then I was able to meet Yahiko and Conan. The war also took away their loved ones. And at the same time, my pain took away. Nagato said that together with Yahiko and Conan, they stole food from the market to survive, and live in abundance. Then Yahiko told them that he would bring peace to his land. I believed Yahiko's words, and believed that he could bring peace. I considered him not only a friend, but also a person whom I would follow to the end. Nagato said that then they survived the explosion of the seal on the kunai. And they met 3 shinobi, who were later nicknamed the 3 Great Sannin. That's what they were called by Hanzo Salamander, who was the most dangerous shinobi of his time, as well as the Kage of the Rain Village. Then the 3 children decided to become students of the 3 Sannin. Later, they were able to meet them. Then it was Jiraiya who volunteered to raise them and train them. There was a case when we were attacked by a refugee ninja. In a fit of anger, he almost killed Yahiko. Then I awakened my power. The power of the Rinnegan. Jiraiya taught them everything he knew, and Nagato also learned to control with his eyes. He felt that now he has a new family. Friends, as well as a teacher, who can also be called a father. Jiraiya guided them on the right path. But most of the time, he amused his students, making them forget about pain. But the end came, and after 3 years of training, Jiraiya left, saying that they were ready for anything. That's when Yahiko created Akatsuki. Those who fight against injustice. We became those who wanted to spread good. And even Hanzo Salamander preferred that they be allies of the head. Later, he called them to a meeting, which turned out horribly. Hanzo grabbed Konan and told me to kill Yahiko. I had a choice. Save Konan using your eyes, or kill Yahiko to believe Hanzo's words. I thought long enough, and Yahiko decided everything for me. He died by my hand, he himself jumped on this kunai. That's when it started and it continues now. I killed Hanzo and my destiny began. Capture all the tailed creatures and bring peace using them. Then the path of the new Akatsuki began, and the creation of pain. I was sure that I had become an adult. But it turned out that I was the same boy who watched my parents die. How wrong I was. I thought I had found the answer, but everything was not as it seemed. Yahiko was the person to whom I owed my life, with whom I shared dreams. He was my closest friend, for whom I would give anything in this world. And now he is gone, such is my true pain. Since then, I have watched my friends die fighting for a common goal. One by one, my closest people died before my eyes. The people of the Fire Country say they don't want war, but everything Konoha does shows the exact opposite. Life is like that people destroy each other without realizing it. And as long as humanity rules this earth, hatred will live. The entire mortal world itself rejects the true world. That's why what our teacher talked about is complete nonsense. This is my story. Now I want to hear yours too. I grew up without the love of my parents, I was an orphan from birth. They died during the Nine Tails attack on Konoha, and then they were able to save the entire village by sealing him inside me. I grew up fearing for my life, and there were people around me who wanted me dead. I always tried to draw their attention, but in response I only received bullying and beatings in the alleys. I was despised, even by those with whom I wanted to be friends. I didn't know who my parents were, and I was afraid that they also hated me and abandoned me. I entered the academy to become stronger. I dreamed of being Hokage. But even there, everyone hated me. Then I was able, at least a little, to get to know one person. With a man who became my rival and friend. We became a team, and Kakashi was our mentor. During a mission in the Land of Waves, Zabuza attacked us. I was afraid of him because I was weak and cowardly. My friend saved my life, and he himself died in my arms. There was also one whom he sincerely loved for her beauty. But then she hated me and wanted to kill me. But she was also killed. Since then, my life has changed. Every day, I killed anyone, and trained, honing my strength. I met Jiraiya sensei, who taught me everything he knew, taught me about life, helped me get out of the darkness. The only one I believed in back then, the one I could trust with everything I could. He replaced my parents for me, encouraging me that they loved me. So, you took away from me everything that I have, and everything that is gone. I admit, I killed many, but you also killed civilians. Because you think that you are God, that you will change the world. But every action has a reason. Is not it? My reason is that I wanted to distance myself from everyone. I wanted to be alone and not see anyone. I didn't even feel sorry for those I killed. Naruto pulled out a book from his back pocket. I can't forgive you. Then let's end this once and for all. He believed in me. I believed that I could bring peace. I realized that I was following the path that my teacher walked. Interesting. Are you telling me to sit here and wait for you to bring peace? Fuck you. Nagato started shouting. It's too late for me to believe in the ideals of Jiraiya sensei. There is no eternal world, and it does not exist. While we live in this damned world. The war will continue. Then I will unleash this curse. If there is peace somewhere in this land, I will find it and never let it go. Nagato was very surprised. These words. Did you guess? The exact same words were in the same book. It was written by our teacher, and inspired by his most beloved student. And it was you, Nagato. At the beginning, I myself did not believe him or this book. But my teacher opened my eyes. And after reading this book, I understood one thing. The main character's name is Naruto, and he was able to bring peace. It may be a coincidence, but I also want to bring peace. I want to end wars. I want to live in peace. I dream about a lot now, and perhaps I no longer think like before. We both went through a lot of pain. So why not end it all? We have the same goals and the same teacher. That's what you said. We should understand each other. With another main character like me, the story won't be the same. You look so much like me in my youth. You are still young and you have a lot of pain to go through. And perhaps the very end awaits you, as written in this book. Therefore, I will believe in you, in your words, Uzumaki Naruto. Nagato said and made a goat seal. Technique of demonic rebirth. This is a technique that will resurrect everyone who died in Konoha. But in return, Nagato will give up his life force. And his red hair will turn white. Conan said. Nagato will die if he resurrects everyone here. It's hard to believe, did he really believe Naruto? Nagato's hair turned completely gray. He lost even more weight and was quite exhausted. Kakashi-sensei. Choji immediately attacked Hatake. Kakashi himself was surprised that he was able to come to life. How? What happened? How could this happen? Kakashi wondered. I'll tell you everything. Shikaku said when he came to him. Ino-san. Are you alive? Hinata immediately hugged her friend. She didn't die, she was just passed out. Katsuya was able to repair her wounds. Hinata, where is Naruto? Asked the concerned Yamanaka. More on this later. Said her father. Rest, daughter. Naruto. You were still able to do it. It's time to correct everything that I did upon arriving in Konoha. War brings only suffering, without giving anyone happiness in return. The more senseless victims there are, the greater the hatred and heart wounds that will never heal. This is the nature of war. You will understand this soon. You and the book are in your hands. As if everything was planned this way. No, as if the Lord God himself had a hand in this. My story in your life is over, Naruto, and I believe in you. The paper tree has disappeared. Conan sealed Nagato's body and Pain's body in paper. Will you take him too? Yes. Pain's main body is Yahiko's body. Their aspirations and dreams are everything to me. Now they have been passed on to you too. In any case, our people, the villages of Rain, will do everything to help you at any moment. And further. Paper flowers appeared in her hand. This is for you. May these flowers never wither. Akatsuki means nothing to me anymore without Nagato and Yahiko. Now I can live in peace because there is you who will bring peace. Conan left Naruto, and he went into the forest. Homemade, he made something like a monument to his teacher. He didn't idolize him, he just wanted to remember him forever. He put down the flower given to Conan, and his very first book, The Story of the Fearless Shinobi. Thank you, teacher. Watch our world from heaven. I am sure that you are now calmly writing your new book there. Naruto stood there for a couple of minutes and walked towards the village. A little tired, with wounds that had not healed, he walked towards his village. But suddenly, my head began to spin. Apparently he lost a lot of blood. He started to fall forward, but fell on someone's back. Great job, Naruto. Kakashi picked him up. Relax. Kakashi carried him further towards the village, where all of Konoha met them. People were screaming, chanting Naruto's name. I know that you don't particularly like fame. But I still decided. Yamato and Sai will be here soon. They missed a lot. As soon as Naruto stood on his own two legs, the princess of the Yamanaka clan ran towards him. She immediately hugged him and was in tears of joy. Now there is no need to worry, because he has returned to the village, and now he has become a hero. Naruto. You truly are the hero of Konoha. Iruka said. He still remembers the words of the third Hokage. Iruka. I know that you have been an orphan since childhood. I want you to devote a lot of time to Naruto. He is lonely and he lacks attention. All these pranks are just so that at least someone will pay attention to him. He wanted, so that his son would become a hero. That's why he sealed the 9 tails in his own son. You really are that hero. Naruto. Ino, we need to talk to you, alone from the others. Naruto was serious. Yamanaka had to follow him. He will probably scold her for her actions. This is more likely to be the case. You put yourself in danger trying to save me. You almost took your own life. Because you would do the same, Naruto. I couldn't watch pain torture you. Hinata too. She loved you. Don't do that again. And try to control your emotions. Naruto, deep down, was worried about her. He doesn't want her to risk her life again, especially for him. You don't need to risk your life for someone. But you. This is the shinobi world, Ino. Didn't you see for yourself what happened today? You almost lost your life because you wanted to save me. Although I didn't ask anyone. And it didn't matter that I needed help. I respect the team's work, and am grateful to you and Hinata. But next time, Ino, don't do it. Fine? His cold gaze was just a cover. This is what she noticed. If you look into his eyes, you can see excitement. Even a shinobi like Naruto can worry about people. She just nodded in response. Well, fine. How is Tsunade-sama? Her condition is stable. But she lost quite a lot of chakra, so she will need about a week to recover, and start eating and drinking everything. Clear. Shizen-senpai is next to her, and I will have to supervise the process of treating patients at the hospital. I'll probably be busy myself. What are you going to do, Naruto? I don't know myself. Naruto answered. Uzumaki Naruto. An Umbu called him back, not a simple Umbu, but a member of the Umbu root. Danzo-sama offered you negotiations together with the elders. Fine. See you. Sit down, Uzumaki-kun. Koharu said. Naruto obediently sat down in front of the 3 elders. I apologize if I took up your time. But now it is very important for us. The old woman sighed heavily. You know that you are the Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed fox. You defeated Pain and brought many shinobi and residents back to life. It sounds very noble, and I will not leave you without a gift. But during the battle with Pain, the 9 tails took control of you. So right? No. The 9 tails is on neutral terms with me, and gave me its chakra. I took control, but it was quite difficult. Therefore, Kyubi helped me control him by force, and we took Pain away from Konoha. Next, Pain used the sealing technique, and then Kyubi and I decided to take a desperate step. Release 8 tails to get out of a dead end. And then they removed this mode altogether. While Kyubi attacked Pain, he gave me time to enter hermit mode. Are you saying that you have taken control of the Kyubi's power? And you had 2 minds for 1 body? Asked Shimura. You should know, Uzumaki Naruto. You can't trust Kyubi. What would happen if he took control of you? Danzo. Koharu looked at her old friend with an angry look. Enough. Okay, Uzumaki-kun. Even though we cause you inconvenience, we must know, especially about the Kyubi. Because according to your archives, the last time you used its power was in the bridge of the Land of Waves. But then there was a clear reason for your anger. And this was 4 years ago. Koharu. We better move on to the most important news. Hamura intervened in the conversation of an old friend. Okay. Tsunade is sick and we need a new Hokage. We have several candidates for this position until Tsunade regains her strength. Koharu Yutatane and Hamura Mitokado will vote for you, Uzumaki Naruto. You are an experienced shinobi, and also a former Anbu captain. They worked together with Kakashi Hatake, who is also a candidate for the role of Hokage. The second candidate will be Shimura Danzo. Well, as for you, there is a very important task. I will introduce you personally to Naruto Uzumaki. Come follow me. Naruto followed Shimura Danzo. He probably knows what awaits him. Attack by his Anbu? Hardly. If Tsunade or Kakashi find out about this, the entire route will be destroyed along with Danzo. But you need to be careful. I know that between us there is hostility towards each other. You hate me because I aim to take you to Anbu route, and I hate you because you have become so strong that you can easily kill me. And perhaps for the death of their parents. What do you want from me, Danzo-sama? As you know, I have the Anbu route. They are good scouts and excellent spies. My people learned that there is a Nukenin camp in the land of bamboo. You will have to go there with the intention of finding out about Orochimaru. They say that there are assassins there, and perhaps a spy of Orochimaru himself. Yakushi Kabuto. You must find him and bring him to me. Then you don't have to worry about me. Fine. I understood you. Country of Bamboos. West Side. Mercenary Camp. 146. Well. Let's see. The camp was quite large. A huge building that resembles a bar. There are guards in front of the entrance, but they are not a hindrance for Naruto. Who? Where? What were your intentions? Asked the guard. This is a bar for mercenaries, where there are mainly a lot of orders. I just want to look at interesting lists. Naruto answers. Fine. You can come in. Naruto walked inside the bar. Many interesting mercenaries were sitting inside. Naruto was dressed in the standard Anbu uniform and hooded, so that no one would recognize his face. For now. Walking up to the bartender, he sat down at the bar counter. I see you have quite a lot of clients here. He said, looking around. Yes. The bartender answered him, clearing another glass. Sake? Amavari? Shochu? Amavari, perhaps. A couple of seconds later there was a cup of fairly strong Amavari in front of him. He immediately gulped it down, and didn't even feel the alcohol itself. They say you have the opportunity to find someone. Yes, many mercenaries or businessmen leave information about their goals here. Or about dangerous shinobi. Answered the bartender. What is your name? Fox. Many mercenaries began to whisper behind the guy. But this is the man who recently killed Uchiha Itachi, one of the most dangerous criminals. The bartender was very surprised by the visit of such an influential killer. The one. The one. The one? The bartender's eyes immediately widened in fear of him. After all, not everyone he met was able to simply survive, let alone escape. Stop being surprised. That's not what I came for. I need Yakushi Kabuto. Is there anything about him? Why? Yes. Eat. Wait. I'll pour you some more. The bartender poured him more amavare, and he himself began to look for papers. Naruto drank another glass and waited for documents from the bartender. He didn't expect everything to be so easy. After all, there must be at least some kind of catch, since Danzo could have lied. I feel like something is wrong here. These mercenaries are cautious, but can also attack. We'll see in the future. Hey! Someone shouted from behind him. They say that you are the same fox. Umbu of Konoha. What are you doing here? This is a place for free mercenaries, not for pawns of these Kage. Unlike you, I am more reasonable. And I'm not a pawn, unlike you, who does the job for little money. At least I don't work for a businessman who can scam you out of money. Naruto answered. Listen. The same mercenary took off his hood from behind. Who did you decide to run into? Did I come at you? Naruto turned to him. Let's not start a bloodbath. You have your own business, and I have mine. There's a lot of money on your head, so why don't we all kill you? So we can't figure it out with words? Naruto asked him. He didn't answer him, looking at him with such an angry look. Okay then. One mercenary will not change the world. A sharp wave of his hand, and this mercenary was left without a head and fell to the ground. Naruto, as if nothing had happened, turned towards the bartender, who was further looking for documents. He killed Iron. Let's show him. Other mercenaries immediately began to attack him, but a wooden wall appeared in front of them, and some were entwined with white snakes. What the hell? What are you doing here? Yamato asked him. Why, you came too. Naruto answered. Yakushi Kabuto. Danzo asked to find him. Danzo? Enko asked him. Did this old brat convince you? I remember you hated him so much that you would rather wish him dead rather than help the old man with his desires. No, yes. As I understand it, Sai gave him information about Kabuto. And that's why he sent me to you. Yes. I myself asked Sai to send Danzo about this. Otherwise, they won't leave the guy alone. Yamato answered. I know everything that happened in the village. And that you defeated Pain. That's not what we're talking about now. Naruto says. The bartender hands him a folder. Opening the folder, he quickly glanced over it. Kabuto Yakushi. A rank Nuke Nin. Orochimaru's second hand, and former agent of Sasori Akasuna. Nothing else is known. We wasted our time, so we'd better go back to the village. Enko said. And by the way, mercenaries are dangerous guys. I think that then we need to send Yugao Yuzuki's detachment here. She will quickly look around the entire building and then close this counter. Because it's kind of like a black market. And you are here too, Uzumaki. She looked at Naruto. It's up to you to decide. I did my job, which means I need to report to the old man about this task. And give him the folder. Let him figure it out himself. Fine. Okay. You can go, Uzumaki. Danzo says, placing the folder on his desk. Despite personal animosities, we worked well together. There won't even be a hint about this now. If you try to set me up, I will kill you. Well, you shouldn't say that to a person who will die of old age anyway. I myself hope not to see you again. Hope so. Naruto said and disappeared. Okay. Now I am sure that this guy is not a hindrance to me becoming Hokage. When I become one, you will dance to my tune. Are you saying that pain restored the lives of the residents and shinobi? Yamato asked Naruto. Yes. Well, yeah. Yamato was not very surprised. Well. Of course, when he saw the village. His eyes widened greatly. My mother. This is. Are you the one who caused the apocalypse here? Or Pain? Asked Enko, stunned. No. Pain used his special technique. Naruto answers. Since the technique was powerful enough to destroy half the village, I think that Akatsuki are not ordinary shinobi. Fucked up, Yamato said. I'll go help rebuild the village with the others. Enko. Report back to Shizen Kato. Enko immediately disappeared, as did Naruto. It was as if he had never been here. And Yamato had to start work from which it would be quite difficult for him to recover. Who knew that there would be such a turn in our lives? Akatsuki's intentions are complex. And they need Naruto, who will be killed. But for some reason Pain did not kill him. Although, the head of Akatsuki had a motive. Perhaps these are just guesses, but Naruto could have convinced Pain. He's not the killer you think. Says Kakashi. I've known him longer than you. The fact that he was at the academy with you and Shinobi. These are different things. So how did it all start? Kakashi-sensei? Choji asked. The third Hokage gave us the task of escorting the bridge builder. At first everything was fine until Momochi's people attacked. Naruto couldn't do anything then, that was clear. The first difficult mission. Unlike Sasuke, who saved him then. We learned that there is a man named Gato who does not want the bridge to be built. And they wanted to kill Tazuna, the bridge builder. Eventually Zabuza attacked too. He did not spare any of the children. And then he said, in the shinobi world, it's either you or you. His partner, Yuki Haku, from the Yuki clan, who are famous for their Ice Kekiai Genkai, killed Sasuke, who once again saved Naruto, and this time from death. Afterwards, Sakura also died, but she herself wanted Naruto to die. From the hands of Yuki. Naruto was very angry, he killed Haku, and Gato betrayed Zabuza. Naruto heard how Zabuza hated Gato because Haku died. That he has no meaning in life. Zabuza died and Naruto's second tail activated. He killed Gato's henchman on his own. From that moment on, I took him under my wing, under my leadership. The third gave the go-ahead because the residents, and some other shinobi, thought that Uzumaki Naruto had killed his partners. Therefore, the third agreed for Naruto to become an Umbu. I assigned Yamato as his partner. And later Jiraiya-sama found out that Naruto was an Umbu. Although he didn't know that he was his godson. Very difficult training awaited Naruto. I taught him lightning elemental techniques, and Jiraiya-sama taught him other techniques. He trained tirelessly, and at the same time carried out missions with Yamato. A year later, Naruto became quite a dangerous Umbu. Because his speed was incredible, and his honed strength, too. Working with edged weapons is his forte. While you were becoming Chunin and Jounin, he quickly jumped the rank of Chunin to Jounin. After all, he is a high-level Jonin. Has he suffered all this time? So right? Ino asked. If only he knew what nightmares haunt Naruto. He doesn't sleep at night because he's on a mission. And during the day he trains. I saw him being so harsh when I was on a mission with him. Flashback. Fox, we've probably already completed the mission. These guys have already given up. Said the Umbu in the dog mask. They gave up or they didn't give up. But they cannot be left alive. The fact that a bunch of these shinobi will die will make the world a lot better, dog. An Umbu in a dog mask saw how the fox finished off everyone, even the one who begged for mercy. End flashback. I didn't interfere because Naruto was right. But why? They are people too. Ino flared up. Because the gang attacked civilians. Kakashi answers. We are Umbu, and we are obliged to fulfill our mission. If they had not been killed, only death and grief would have awaited others. This gives rise to that same hatred and revenge. You cannot judge a person just because he kills. Naruto does this not for himself, but for the sake of the village, perhaps because he cannot forgive himself. Kakashi thought a little and looked at the sky. In heaven are those who were dear to him. This is how he and I are very similar. Kakashi himself was exactly the same person as Naruto. His mother, who died after giving birth, leaving his only son to his father. Tsukumo Hatake, known as the White Fang of the Leaf. Kakashi dreamed of being like his father, trying to be like him. His father was a rather humble man, but very devoted to his village. Perhaps his devotion was his undoing. The choice was on his shoulders. Complete the mission, or save your comrades. He chose the second one, but in the end they turned away from him. And he committed suicide. Kakashi was broken, but realized that his father was wrong. He lost interest in almost everyone and lived alone. At the academy and after the academy, he had only friends. Uchiha Obito, who saved him from death and gave him his Sharingan. And Rin Noara, which was kidnapped, but when he wanted to kill the kidnappers, she died at his hands. Last straw, this is Minato Namikaze and Uzumaki Kushina. The one who could be considered the second father, and the caring wife of the fourth. He and I are very similar, with our destinies, Kakashi repeated again. Yes, you are very right, Kakashi-sensei, Shikamaru said. By the way, where did Ino go? And it's true. She is no longer there. Kakashi realized where she had run off to. To Naruto. Will it take a long time for the fifth to be restored? Naruto asked Shizune, who was still sitting next to fifth. Yes, Naruto-kun. Tsunade-sama recovers her chakra, so she sleeps soundly. Shizune answers. You should rest, Naruto-kun. You fought against pain alone, I advise you to rest and gain strength. Don't worry about me. I'm just tired of the elders wanting things from me at the moment. Especially Danzo. Tsunade-sama will recover quickly, and I'm sure that she will deal with the elders personally. You better go and rest, I have things to do here myself. Fine. Uzumaki Naruto defeated pain. Therefore, from now on, I am the head of Akatsuki, said the guy in the orange mask. Hey, Toby. What do you think you are? Haiden flared up. Oh.L? Or are you dead? Haiden. I wouldn't advise you to talk to me like that, says Toby. Once again I will hear from you, even a squeak on my side, pray to your God. What kind of mother is this? Toby. Are you crazy? Deidara also flared up. You weren't even accepted into Akatsuki. And you, Deidara, better be silent. There is someone else behind this mask. Is not it? Kisame. I believe we will work with you again, Uchiha Madara. Kisame said. I respect our enemy very much, and I think it's better to do without bloodshed. I am of the same opinion. Even pain lost to him, but I won't let myself respect him. The games are over. I will make sure that now Uzumaki Naruto himself comes into contact with us. Very interesting, Shizune. Tsunade nods, simultaneously eating all the food on the table. Danzo made contact with Naruto? I remember they both hate each other so much that they wish each other dead. Unexpectedly, Naruto agreed. Tsunade could not have expected such a turn. The first thing she heard was that she had been sleeping for about a week, the second was that her student had finished her business at the hospital. The third was that Anko's squad had returned, and the last was that Naruto was dealing with Danzo. Okay, I crossed paths. But why? Why make contact? Danzo is a good manipulator, he has a small, but some kind of power. We have our own people. Why does he need Naruto if he could send his own? Perhaps he wants to gain his trust, or send him on a mission, and then get killed. What did you decide, Tsunade-sama? Shizun asks. I won't let Danzo get close to him, not even one step. This stubborn and vile old man. I will watch his every move. If there is a chance to kill him, then I will do it. Not for the sake of the village, not for Naruto's sake, just because you expect anything from him. He could betray the entire village at any moment. The woman has a storm of emotions. No, Danzo won't get what he wants. Neither the Hokage post nor Naruto. He won't get anything. But now we need to think about something else. The 5th Kage meeting is about to begin. It is said that Raikage called everyone to tell the news about Akatsuki. Shizun said. You need escorts. Kakashi and Shikaku. Tsunade answers. I'm worried about something else. Naruto's current state. He's fine, Tsunade-sama, don't worry. Shizun replied. How tired I am. Naruto falls onto his bed. At least I can rest in peace. Naruto, what about the 9 tails? You've never had an 8th tail appear before. Moreover, after the 6th tail, the seal is destroyed. How come you were able to stop the full emergence of the 9 tails? Kakashi asked. The 4th stopped the complete transformation. Before his death, he most likely invested his chakra to help me with the seal at some point. Naruto answered. How can this be? Yamato was surprised. The 4th one died a long time ago. And he couldn't even use chakra, as he was completely exhausted. The death god technique temporarily provides chakra, although we know little about this. But I know one thing. A father will always find time to talk with his own son. Right, Naruto? Kakashi smiled through his mask. Yes, Naruto said, smiling. He said he believed in me, and he always did. Kakashi and Yamato smiled. But these are the words, the very words that Naruto wanted to hear from the lips of his father and mother. Unfortunately, he doesn't know what his mother was like. Yes, he saw their photos, but he didn't see his mother in reality. But it becomes so warm in your soul when you hear that your father loves and has always loved you. All people are children at heart when their parents are next to them, despite everything they have experienced, despite their character, despite their view of the world. The presence or words of your parents will always comfort you and melt your cold heart. He's not the only one who believes in you, we do too. Partner. Yamato and Naruto are best friends and always will be. He extended his fist to his partner, and he responded in kind. Okay, partner. Have a rest. It's time for me to help rebuild the village. Yes, it's time for me to go too. And by the way, Ino said that she would come to you today. Of course I could say that it is impossible. But I'm not your servant. So. Good luck. You're screwed, Uzumaki. Oh, how I got there. Yamato commented to his partner. And then a kunai flew at him. Got it, don't say another word. I'm not here. I ran. And he ran out the door, but stuck his head out a little. Should I bring you something tasty here? Well, like a date. The kunai flew next to Yamato again. I understand, I'm no longer here. Yamato smiled sarcastically. Bye. Naruto-san Kuin-chan-sama senpai. Kabuto Yakushi. You're trying very hard. Said Tobi. Edo Tensei, the very technique that will help us against Uzumaki Naruto. And only those resurrected will return those same old feelings when I declare war at the 5th Kage Council. I guess Orochimaru-sama shouldn't know about this. Right, Tobi? Kabuto asked, looking at the coffin. Yes, after this Sannin lost to the 3rd Hokage, he decided that it was necessary to improve Edo Tensei. But now, I was able to use Zetsu and added Hashirama cells. Toby answered. Kabuto. In front of others, call me Uchiha Madara, not Toby. Am I clear? Yes, Madara-sama. Well, Naruto. Let's see how you react to seeing them. An ordinary clear day. In the Hidden Leaf Village. Guy shouted. Nothing will stop us from training until the next morning. Guy-sensei. Maybe we can rest after all? Tenten asked. We already trained for almost 2 hours. Although according to today's schedule, they were supposed to train for only 1 hour. No, Tenten. Training is our sacred thing. Our youthful strength is dawning. And we must be the green leaves of Konoha. Guy answered. Because we train, we become stronger. This is understandable, but don't we need a rest? Training for 8 hours a day is no longer easy, considering that we have a lot of missions to perform. Niji said. Not far from them were Yamato and Kakashi, who were discussing personal matters. Well, how about personal ones? Yamato was trying to understand why his senpai was constantly reading his obscene book. Well, of course it is clear that Kakashi is a hidden and at the same time open pervert. Wow. Naruto will have a difficult conversation. Kakashi said without looking up from his book. Why did it happen? Yamato asked. In response, Hatake pointed his finger to his right. Wow. Naruto. I would like. Well, you know. It was very difficult for Yamanaka. It is not easy to explain to someone how you feel. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it to you. Then why did you want to talk to me if you can't explain what you want to tell me? He crossed his arms over his chest. Ino, listen. I don't understand what you want to tell me. Therefore, of course, forgive me if I am rude to you. But now it's time for me to go about my business. He waved his hand and walked past her. He doesn't understand my feelings. Even if I can explain it to him, Naruto won't understand. I fell into the trap that Hinata also fell into. I can't make up my mind. I'm trying to become a ray of light for the dark side of the moon. What can I do? Looking after him, I wanted to run after him. But what's the point? If you can't tell him. In such cases, advice from Sakura would help her. But she's not there. The 5th Kage Council is at stake. Kakashi Hatake and Shikaku Nara go along with the 5th Hokage. Says Yamato. You have nothing to catch there anyway, Naruto. Mei Terumi is still afraid of you, and your appearance is unacceptable. Quite. I can't sit in this hole and look at this fucking ceiling. You've been too boring lately, partner. Let's go have a drink. I refuse. And what can you offer? Well, there is one thought. And which one? Briefly speaking. And this is your plan? Did you fall from the oak tree? Yamato was indignant. Yes, I'd better go Akatsuki or I'll kill Danzo. Then walking with you here. What is this? A place where you can calmly relax from everything. I found this place almost 12 years ago while walking outside of Konoha. Naruto answered. The place they are talking about is the river bank next to the waterfall. A place where many trees grow. For Naruto, this is one of the most peaceful places. It was here that Jiraiya-sensei and I trained and rested. Therefore, I can only honor his memory by coming here. Still thinking about him? Yes. Moments with him can never be forgotten. But something has to happen. I have a feeling. These are bad thoughts, partner. So no need to worry. Since the day we joined Team 7, you have shown a lot of emotions. This is unusual for me or something. Okay, since you're staying here, then it's time for me to go to the village. I'll mind my own business. A second was enough for Yamato to disappear from sight. Naruto lay down on the grass, feeling the slight softness and pleasant atmosphere of summer days. Of course, it's starting to get colder, but nothing can stop you from lying on the grass. Naruto. I would like. Well, you know. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it to you, that's all he heard from her. But what did she want to say? I didn't even listen, and most likely I was just rude to her in response. Maybe she wanted to say something important? Who knows what the young blonde wanted to tell him? Naruto had no idea. This is probably from his father, because Minato, although he is the fastest shinobi, is as slow as a husband. But this is all a joke. Maybe it's still worth talking to her. Of course, you can say they are friends. No. It too. Like acquaintances. But the other one thinks differently. It's not every day that Naruto has time to talk to people. Okay, I'll talk to her. Kurenai-sensei. I myself don't understand why Naruto behaves like this. He didn't even listen to me and left. I try to be close to him, but he doesn't perceive it. Yamanaka held a handkerchief in her hand, small drops of tears flowing from her eyes. Kurenai always found an answer to such topics. Understanding a man's feelings is not easy. Things won't always work out as you planned. I don't know Naruto well as a person. But what he went through shows one thing. He doesn't want to get attached to someone. This is a fear of attachment. Having felt one pain, we do not want to feel another. I can understand how he lives, but understand how he lived. I cannot. Ino doesn't know which one he wants. She doesn't know about his feelings, nothing at all. To expect from a person who has experienced a lot of pain. Such people become withdrawn, trying to be further away from everyone. Kurenai understands the state of the young Kunoichi. She is young, and only time will help her understand how Naruto lives and his feelings. Thank you, Kurenai-sensei. Of course, come to me again if you have any questions. I'm still bored sitting here alone. And water the flowers alone. Asuma. The same person that Kurenai loved and will love. She is expecting a child, waiting for the day when a child will be born whom she will love all her life. A child who will be the meaning of life for her, and thus a ray of light. Of course, Kurenai-sensei. Yamanaka bowed and left Kurenai's apartment. Even though she's smiling now. Deep inside, it's hard for her to realize what's happening. As soon as she stepped outside, he stood in front of her. Naruto? Sorry for my rudeness, Ino. I couldn't listen to you, so, if it's not a secret to you, can you tell me? Well. I kind of talked to Kurenai-sensei about this. And I wasn't offended, because it was my own fault that I couldn't tell you. Sorry, Naruto. Everything is fine. Uzumaki understands that now he is not the same as he was just a few hours ago. What have I come to? I go up to the person and apologize. It's good that at least I don't blush like Hinata. I was going to visit the graves of Sasuke and Sakura. 4 years have passed and I haven't even been to the funeral. Would you like to come with me? Certainly. Refuse? No. Yamanaka will never refuse to help his friends or go somewhere with them. From somewhere he took out a couple of bouquets. Walking along the long street of the village, they stood in front of their tombstones. Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura. It's been a long time since I've been here. Since the funeral, I have already been in Umbu. Well, I had no desire to appear to people. Naruto says, placing a bouquet on Sasuke and Sakura's grave. Whatever they are my comrades. It's probably strange that I'm talking on my own now. But as you can see, it's not easy to find someone you can talk to. So right? Well, yes, Ino drawled. Sakura and I always fought for Sasuke. She and I were real rivals, not giving in to each other. I idolized Sasuke, believing that he was the only one so handsome and strong. There's nothing to hide. He was the first one I loved. Likewise. But time passes, and my love has faded. No matter how much I want, no matter how much I dream, the scar on my chest will not disappear. He didn't hear the answer. Just a warm hand on your shoulder. This gesture can calm anyone down. One sage once told me, everything that has passed is forgotten. Everything that will happen in the future is closed. And what is happening now is real. The same sage who turned out to be a real pervert. In the end, the teacher turned out to be right. Yes. Jiraiya-sama was right. Thank you, Ino. You spent time, and for the first time you saw the real me. Not the same dangerous fox from the hidden leaf. And me, the real Naruto. She saw his tears for the first time. For the first time he sees the most dangerous and cruel person cry. But that woman turned out to be right. Everyone is different, deep down. And everyone is afraid of something. Now you see that weak boy who could cry every day when he was cursed and beaten by the villagers. It probably looks ridiculous from the outside. Everyone has feelings deep down, Naruto. I feel only a drop of pain, unlike you. You are strong because you were able to survive something that no one else could. You kept everything to yourself. Kurenai-sensei said that even the moon has a ray of light. Therefore, I will become your ray of light and illuminate your ninja path. Tip 5 Kage. Well, let's start the 5th Kage Council. I am Mifune, and I will be a neutral party. Mifune said. He has long, gray hair that reaches to his waist. His head is covered in bandages, possibly to cover his wounds. He has black eyes with wrinkles under them, a gray mustache and goatee. He wears a simple purple kimono, sandals, and a weapon. His armor consists of a breastplate, 4 leg plates, identical shoulder pads, and arm and leg protection. Mifune also wears a belt, which comes with a bag and Kurosawa's sword. Under his armor, he wears a dark suit and gloves, as well as sandals. I want to start because I was the one who called this Kage Council. Said the Raikage. Akatsuki. These mercenaries are getting very impudent. Moreover, they attack villages and kill whoever they want. And now the Jinchuriki are being kidnapped. Curb your ardor, Raikage. Sachikage said. I have been in office for a long time, and I have lived through the reign of the very first Kage. And I have never seen you young Kages create a scandal here. Besides that, he glanced at the young Kazekage. I've never seen a teenager become Kazekage. Whatever the Kazekage is, at this council, we are all equal, said the Mizukage. Sachikage-sama, we have other problems than deciding that the Kazekage is a young guy. Akatsuki poses a great threat to all 5 great countries. The leader of Akatsuki was Pain. But fortunately, he was killed by Uzumaki Naruto. Tsunade said. Uzumaki Naruto? The Mizukage was surprised. The same. Fox, do you want to say? Mizukage-sama. Sachikage addressed. Why were you so alarmed when you heard this name? Several years ago, I was still a jounin and not a Kage. We were carrying out a particularly difficult mission. And he stood in front. Fox from the hidden leaf. I thought that we could cope with him, since we have a numerical advantage. But it turned out quite the opposite. He single-handedly destroyed my entire team, but spared me. So that I report to the daimyo so that the hidden mist no longer appears in the land of fire. Naruto Uzumaki, this is the same Umbu. Under the code name, Fox. The Raikage chuckled. It turns out this guy was able to destroy the leader of Akatsuki. Not bad, Hokage. You have a good killer. You mean I can use Naruto Uzumaki? For the purpose of destroying targets I don't like? Are you completely nuts? Tsunade flared up. In our time. I don't care about your time. Now we have a different reason for meeting. Akatsuki captured 7 Jinchuriki. Do you think there should be a conversation about the personal affairs of the village now? Uzumaki Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Just like the Reikichi's younger brother. They are both in danger as Akatsuki has 2 leaders. And the second is Uchiha Madara. Tsunade was beside herself with rage. Madara. It was he who attacked the village and released the Kyuubi. It was him that only Minato could defeat. It was he who tried to kill Naruto since his birth, making the village hate him. The plan was not so simple. Perhaps Madara wanted to lure Naruto to himself from behind the village. A village that hates you today will respect you tomorrow. As well as vice versa. Are you sure about this, Hokage? Sasuke asks dumbfounded. Madara has no mercy for anyone. If it's true more than 80 years have passed since he died at the hands of the first Hokage. How can you prove that he is alive? It's a Sharingan. While Uzumaki Naruto fought against Uchiha Itachi to the death, there was no one left from the Uchiha except Itachi. Without a doubt it was Madara. Since the Mangekyo Sharingan. Few could control those eyes. I am confident in my words, Anoki. Tsunade answered. In that case, we 5 great countries will have to cooperate for common purposes. Akatsuki kidnapped our Jinchuriki, and only 2 remained. Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails and the 8 Tails. I see you are discussing your personal council here, 5 Kage. All Kage heard an unexpected voice. Looking at the owner of the same voice, they were shocked. After all, I am Uchiha Madara. Founder of the Assassins, former Amigakure revolutionaries. But now, I want to talk to you. If we get along, I'll tell you something. About what? Asks the Reikichi, taking off his cloak. About my project called Eye of the Moon. The Reikichi, without waiting, immediately attacks Madara. Even with the fastest speed in the world, it did not cause damage to him, passing through the enemy. Why are you impatient? I just came to chat with you. With your permission, I take the oath. And he simply sat down at the table while others stood, fearing Madara's actions. Frankly, I didn't expect such an appearance from you. You weren't afraid to come face to face. Sasuke says. After the battle with Hashirama Senju, I lost almost all my strength. All that remains is an empty shell. Madara answers. What is the Eye of the Moon, and why do you need it? Asked Mifune. Everything will become one with me, and this will all be my completed form. It all started with the time of Rikudo Sennin. Once upon a time, he was able to defeat one monster in which all the bijou were sealed. From the one-tailed Shikaku to the demon fox Kyuubi. Combining them all into one, you get the same 10 tails that Rikudo Sennin was able to defeat, and from it he created 9 others, the same bijou who had Jinchuriki. What is your goal, Madara? Tsunade asked. If I have to sacrifice Naruto for this, then I myself will die. How will I let you touch him? Lady Tsunade, you are still impulsive. I'm afraid to say that my plan didn't work. Kakashi Hatake. He looked at him. Do you remember that moment? Momochi Zabuza, Yuki Haku. Wait, so Kakashi began to understand. This is true. By killing 2 of your students and Naruto's friends, I tried to make you feel great pain in your heart. And replace it with hatred. Uzumaki Naruto is dangerous to me, as well as to Akatsuki members. Defeating the owner of the Rinnegan alone, and not fighting at full strength. Such a guy would be useful to me as the executor of my plan. Or do you think I did everything just like that? Attacks on the village, the death of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, their son, into whom they sealed the 9 tails. The hatred of the residents for a harmless boy who was beaten half to death. The death of his closest friends. But the fact that Kakashi and Jiraiya-sama would be able to reason with him was not part of my plans. I believed Hashirama's words, since he promised that the Jinchuriki would be protected like the apple of his eye. That the Jinchuriki will not be a weapon, that the world will always be stable. Eventually, exactly the opposite happened. I tried to take advantage of my hatred for Naruto, but I couldn't get close to him. Everything that happened to him was partly my plan. That's why I think Uzumaki Naruto is dangerous. An experienced killer. Who killed his enemies mercilessly. I'm afraid to say that he outdid me. Everything became clear. Kakashi and Tsunade realized that Madara had been interested in Naruto since his birth. He wanted the Nine Tails to be sealed into him, and he knew that they would hate him. Therefore, since childhood, he wanted to take him with him. To make a killing machine out of Naruto. Leaving no emotions, pity, compassion. He wanted Naruto to be his servant for his own purposes. You and I are no different, Hokage. Any mongrel needs a leash to direct his fury in the direction you want. It's nice to have someone with great power at hand. He's not your dog on a leash. He's a jounin of the hidden leaf. Tsunade answers. Really? Madara asks. Give me the Jinchuriki and I'll leave you alone. Otherwise, I will declare the Fourth Shinobi World War. There is no need for unnecessary sacrifices. We won't give you the Jinchuriki, Madara. You won't get any of them. The Kazekage answers menacingly. I am the fifth Kazekage of the country of wind, against it. That's how it is. In that case, see you on the battlefield. But I tried to resolve everything peacefully. Soon, you yourself will regret your decision. See you later, 5 Kage. And he disappeared. What have we decided, Hokage-sama? Asks Kakashi. Even if we have to, we will sacrifice everything for Naruto. I don't believe Madara's words, and everything he said was a lie. Tsunade answered. Since we have decided, then let the alliance of the 5 great countries come. We have a common enemy, and as the Hokage said, Madara cannot be trusted. Tsuchikage said. When you are ready for war, send a message to everyone. We'll get back together later. Even when I'm so old, I won't bend to Madara and Akatsuki. Mizukage. The Raikage turned to her. What is your answer? I won't stand aside. There will be a shinobi alliance, just say so. The fate of the whole world is on our shoulders, and so is our country. I am ready to sacrifice everything so that Madara disappears forever. Despite our relations with other countries, we united. 5 Kage against Akatsuki and Uchiha Madara. Says Tsunade at the council of the head of the clans and the elders. Madara's target from the very beginning was Uzumaki Naruto. That very attack on the village is his initial plan to steal the Kyuubi, or Naruto. How can this be? Hayashi asks. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails are under your supervision, Hokage-sama. The second coming of the Kyuubi cannot be allowed to affect the entire village. Konoha no longer has anyone who can hold back so much chakra and the power of a tailed beast. I know, Hayashi. But I'm afraid that none of us can escape war. Naruto shouldn't know about the war. Otherwise you will fall into a trap. Tsunade answers. What if Uzumaki has enough strength? He defeated Pain single-handedly. I'm not sure Madara is that strong. Says Chuza. I have no doubt, Chuza. But the Hokage is right. We don't know what Madara is capable of. He defeated Pain because he could study his abilities in battle. This probably won't work with Madara. He has been following Naruto since his birth, and probably knows his abilities. Since Naruto was already on the list of dangerous shinobi. Shikaku answered his old friend. Madara most likely has a plan, which he uses in the form of a weapon. Uzumaki Naruto must not be allowed to appear on the battlefield. He is a Jinchuriki, and even more so our ally, and our shinobi. What are we going to do? Princess Tsunade, the choice is yours. Koharu said. It's up to you to decide, and you are responsible for our shinobi. I think it's better to do without bloodshed. If we are so unsure that we can defeat Madara, then it is not a fact that other countries will not attack us. Madara has high-level genjutsu, and possibly controls one or more countries. Maybe during the war, he will set them on us. Where is the guarantee that there is an alliance? There are rats in every hole, says Danzo. For the Hokage, the most important thing is the village, but not the sacrifice of the soldiers. Princess Tsunade, you need to think coldly. Will one jounin die, or thousands? What is more important to you? Danzo, are you crazy? Hamura was indignant. Although you are right, there is no guarantee that Uchiha Madara will stop there. He was one of the founders of the village, but betrayed the hidden leaf. We don't know what will happen. Hamura, you understand me, right, old friend? Danzo asks. The village is more important to me than some shinobi. Where were you when Pain attacked Konoha? A counter-question from Koharu. Even though I was on your side before, because the Jinchuriki was dangerous. But when he single-handedly defeated Pain himself, I understood. Uzumaki Naruto is our shinobi, and not a disposable vessel as you think. I am for the alliance to protect Uzumaki Naruto. Me too. Hayashi says. Koharu-sama is right. Whatever our Jinchuriki is, he is also human. We also agree. They told Ino Shikacho. And I, Hamura, also said. We must not remain on the sidelines. Our task is to protect Naruto, said the head of the Aburame clan. Well, that means I'm also with you, added Tsum, head of the Inazuka clan. Only you remain, Danzo. Hamura says. I understand why you and him have such a relationship with each other. But it seems we have no other choice. Fine. But this will not be my responsibility. If Uchiha Madara wants war again, then so be it. The Root Umbu will be in the alliance squad, says Danzo. Great. Then we'll call it a day. The second Kage Council will take place in the Hidden Leaf Village. Danzo, we need one of your best censors for Anko's squad. They will look for the Akatsuki's lair and try to estimate the number of their troops. And we will begin preparations for war. The head of each clan will gather his shinobi, starting from Chunin and above. The genin will protect the hidden leaf. Come on. Remember, don't tell Naruto about the war. I know where I'll send it. Flashback. What are you thinking about, Princess Tsunade? Asks the Raikage. I have a request. Which? I know that your younger brother, Baisan, can control the 8 tails. I want him to teach Naruto how to control his tailed beast. If this guy can control the power of the 9 tails, then Konoha will have a powerful weapon. As I know, Uzumaki Naruto is a very dangerous shinobi. Many villages, and even the 5th Mizukage, are afraid of him. If things go further, he can destroy any village. As the Raikage, I have the right to fear this guy. But I have no right or desire to help him. Don't start thinking only about your own interests, hey. Our enemy is Uchiha Madara. And we both know that the strength of your little brother and Naruto will come in handy in any case. Don't get angry, Tsunade. I thought of all this after the advice of the 5 Kage. Naruto and B go to the island, where I trained B to control the 8 tails. B already knows how to do everything, so she will teach him. But I'll tell you right now. Finding a common language with my younger brother will be quite difficult. Who knew that he would become an 8-year-old rapper? Fine. Thank you. Hey. End flashback. Naruto, Yamato, Aoba, Guy. You are going on a rank C mission. There is one island in Hidden Cloud Village, and you need to go there. I see. Tsunade-sama. This is the case here. What's happened? Tsunade was clearly surprised. Uzumaki became more different or something? He had never said too much before, except sometimes he could be indignant that some shinobi were not capable of killing or go on dangerous missions. That's not the point. Remember that sage from Mayaboku? He said something about a prediction. About my meeting with the 8 tails. The prophecy is coming true, Naruto. Well, as you can see for yourself, everything has already come true. But we can't let him find out about the war. It will be too bad. Okay, what is the essence of our task? Let's just say, a meeting with the 8-tailed Jinchuriki from Hidden Cloud. He can help you with controlling the Kyuubi. I see, Naruto said. But why such a rush? And I don't remember Konoha and Cloud starting to be friendly. As I know, on Hidden Cloud missions they always liked to attack our squad, and me. The Raikage offered peace. Although the leader of Akatsuki is no longer there, members of this organization still remain. Bai-san will help you and teach you how to control the power of the Kyuubi. So that you can then kill them single-handedly, if necessary. Tsunade answered. Fine. When are we leaving? Tomorrow morning. I will send another detachment with you. On the way, I think you will help them with herbs. Shizen's squad will go with you. Choji Akimichi, Shizun, and Yamanaka Ino. Well. Okay. I didn't plan to cross paths with her. Okay. I think it wouldn't hurt to help them. What about Kakashi and Sai? Aoba is a good censor and can read minds. You already know that. And Guy. I just decided that he needed a break from his team. I understand you. Our strength of youth is always with us. We're going on a mission where Naruto can recognize his youthful power. Guy shouted. It seems. It won't be easy. Aoba said. Naruto, why are you so gloomy? Yamato asks his partner. We are going on a special mission. You will be able to control the 9 tails with the power. But there were legends that no one except Uzumaki could control his power. Yes, I know. What irritates me is that it takes so long for Shizen's squad to assemble. Says Uzumaki. Is it really so difficult to come quickly? You shouldn't rush them, Aoba tells him. You know, Team 10 has never been sent on such a mission, far from home. Calm down and wait. After 23 minutes. What took you so long? We've been waiting here for an hour. Whole. Gry. Hour. Aoba shouted. Someone told me that I need to be calmer. And then he caused a stir throughout the whole village. Naruto grinned. He was simply amused by the whole picture. Shizun, who did not know what to answer him, Choji, as usual, eating chips with her mouth open, and Yamanaka, who was openly staring at Uzumaki. Okay, Aoba. We won't stand here for long, huh? Our strength of youth will not wait forever for the green leaves to wither and fall to the ground. Let's go, Naruto. Student of my eternal rival. Guy shouts, dragging Naruto forward. Let's have a competition. Who is faster? You. Or the green beast of Konoha? Might Guy. Naruto grabs Guy's arm and twists him back. Everything is simple and easy. Guy is just lying on the ground. Next time, Guy-san. Now we need to go on a mission, if no one has forgotten about it. Aren't you happy with us just standing here? Ino asks. And where were you? I was looking for you and asking about you. Even Kakashi-sensei didn't say anything. Ino-chan, why did you get turned on by the sight of Naruto-kun? He's not your boyfriend. Shizun says. What? I started up? What does Shizun-senpai want? No, she didn't start, now she's confused. Let's better go on our mission. We won't just stand here and talk about our interests and feelings. Naruto doesn't like it when people talk specifically about him. Yes, maybe someone will praise him and so on, but it somehow irritates him. He has no interests or feelings. Because it brought him a lot of pain. It's better not to love and not suffer than to love and lose. Although he believed in his parents' love for each other. Perhaps because no one explained to him about love, he doesn't know about it. But Jiraiya explained it to him, but of course in his own way. He's also a pervert. Ino became more and more tense at the sight of Naruto. She tried not to blush in front of him, and not to approach him. Naruto is very gloomy as a shinobi, but as she understands, he has a mask on. That very day showed her that Naruto had feelings. But he doesn't show them, and doesn't want to. After all, for him, shinobi with feelings are weak. Is not it? But despite his character, despite her dream with a prince on a white horse, she loves him. Ino doesn't know how she could fall in love with this icy guy. She just wanted to ask for forgiveness and help him. But in the end, I fell in love. So much so that she is ready to give her life for him. To sacrifice your happiness for Naruto, to share his pain. Naruto, she still finds it difficult to talk to him. Yes? He answers, walking alongside her. How are you doing? A very strange question, of course. But we have to start the conversation somewhere. They have a long way to go. Not bad, and you? He asks her a counter question. Great, listen. I would like to say. But I feel somehow uncomfortable. We'd better talk when we can get to the nearest hotel. We still have a long way to go, and we need to wait for the ship to get to the edge of the hidden cloud. They were still able to get to the hotel on the shore. Of course, it took quite 9 hours. They were able to come to an agreement with the captain of the ship. And finally, set off the next morning. There is still an evening dinner ahead, and then a good night's sleep. They were able to get away from the others, being in a small village park near the ocean. I've never been here. The view from here is very beautiful, especially the sunset. Indeed, Ino was right. The sun touched the horizon, and the ocean raged in front of them. The waves reached the shore. Underneath them is ordinary sand. Indeed, a beautiful place. I agree, what did you want to tell me? He asks. I always tried to understand you. I thought that I didn't see in you the kind of person I would like to see. I guess. I'm stupid for trying to correct you. She smiled stupidly. But in the end I realized that I was doing wrong. I'm sorry I bothered you. I imposed on myself that I had to help you. You really are stupid. He smiled faintly. Didn't you tell me that you would become my ray of light and illuminate my path? You know, you and I are like the light and the moon. Except we both have the color of the sun. What do I want to say? Your hair is probably like the sun. They are easy to spot and can even blind someone. Do you like my hair? Maybe yes. But I'll tell you the truth, and I hope you won't be offended. My mom's hair is more beautiful than yours. Obviously Naruto isn't saying this because he's pretending he's still the same. No, he shows her his true emotions, as if to say that he trusts her. Yes, you also need to smile. But looking at him, she understands. This is not his fake smile, this is the true smile of that same Uzumaki Naruto. Still, I think it will be dangerous for you to go on your own. The ocean is big, and you won't be able to find the exact route without a captain," says the middle-aged captain of the ship. "I have been wandering the ocean for more than 30 years. Even so, I don't know the location of many places. But don't worry, I know the way to the island. We need to get to an abandoned island, Captain," Aoba said. "They say that there are rare herbs for medicine there. I think you'll wait for our shinobi. Half the squad will go back with you, and we will go ourselves." "Are you crazy? You don't think, to meet this terrible water monster with thousands of small teeth? Sharp as the very blade of a dagger, and the very sight of it. They say it easily eats ships. It is huge, 3 times the size of my ship. Is it really possible to be afraid of some beast?" Naruto is calm as before. He knows that there is no one more terrible than the tailed beast. "We are shinobi, and it's not scary for us to see a huge shark. Everything is as ordered." A huge shark was swimming right behind them. You could lose consciousness just looking at him. Element of wood. Chokehold technique. Yamato does the most important thing, immobilization. Naruto and Yamato always have this habit. Is the enemy strong? So we attack from 2 sides. Uzumaki himself folded the seals. Element of lightning. Thunder spear. Out of nowhere, a long spear appeared in his hand, from which lightning emanated. The shark is completely immobilized, so Naruto throws the spear. Yamato immediately realized he needed to step back. The technique was even so strong that a huge shark became grilled meat. Of course, the smell is not pleasant. Well, there are intestines, stomach, generally disgusting. "Captain, what were you talking about the shark? Dangerous beast?" Naruto asks the captain. The captain himself faints. Not a very good sight. Naruto sighs heavily. The captain is passed out, which means the further path will be difficult. Because they don't know the route. Lovely. This isn't funny anymore. This old man is passed out. Now we have to look for the right route. Now he is indignant. "It's your own fault that you killed the shark," Yamato tells him. "This is our combination, by the way, Yamato. You just had to fry it with fire." Yamanaka and Shizun can barely hold on. They vomited a lot. Guy, meanwhile, was vomiting overboard. As it turned out, he was very sick. "Welcome to the hidden island of the country of cloud. My name is Motoi." He is short and has spiky hair. His most noticeable mark is the dark green marking that runs down the bridge of his nose. He wears the standard Kumogakure ninja outfit, complete with hand and ankle shields, and body armor. He also wears a light gray scarf around his neck. Luckily there was no storm, but now let's go to our living room. Shizun's team left them 20 hours ago. Kakashi came for them, otherwise you never know. He is an experienced shinobi and will be able to protect them. Naruto was thinking about meeting B. Only he can help him. That's what they say about you everywhere. Motoi approaches Naruto. "It's an honor for me, Naruto-san. Everyone knows your name and about your exploits. And even the Nukanins respect you." "I don't like fame," Naruto answered. "Tell me Motoi, is B here?" "Unfortunately not yet. Bai-san was with the Raikage. He was recently kidnapped by 2 Akatsuki members. More precisely, they tried. One is called Kakuzu, and the other is Kisame. He killed Kisame, and Kakuzu was able to escape from the Raikage-sama's reinforcements. Okay, so we need to wait. Does he even know himself? Unfortunately no. He hasn't been notified yet. He will arrive here soon, I will inform you immediately. That's just. Naruto-san. Be careful when you talk to him. Is this bee of yours really so formidable and dangerous? Yamato asks. Yes. Bai-san is almost on par with the rakeage. He also knows you, Naruto-san. Let's not waste time. Our strength of youth awaits further adventures. So let's celebrate. Guy shouts, and vomits again. Do you have something like a rope and a stretcher? Naruto asks Motoya. If yes, you can put him in one of the rooms, put a barrel and a glass of water there. It is difficult for him to endure crossing the ocean. That's why he, and again they heard Guy burp. This time on the shinobi of the hidden mist. I'm sorry. Nothing. Let's go inside our hotel. Says Motoi, and everyone followed him, well, except Guy and 2 cloud shinobi. They have no time for that now. Choose any room. There is a shower and toilet in each room, and you can eat in the dining room. Anything you want. We have a whole food warehouse here. If you have any questions, you can contact me. I'm on the 3rd floor, immediately to the right. Motoi left them immediately. For Jounin became neighbors to each other. Guy, of course, was brought in after they were able to calm his stomach. Fortunately, the room has what he needs. Naruto lay down calmly on the comfortable and soft bed. Who knows, if Jiraiya were here. He would want to rock out right here. These memories will never leave him. A meeting with the Nine Tails awaits him. Naruto is completely focused on this. I must be immersed in this very training. I can't be distracted by other things. Naruto clenches his fists. But what will happen? If B could do this, maybe he would only help Naruto in one way. Is he capable? After all, this Jinchuriki already has experience in control. And even they became friends. But to be a friend of hatred itself is impossible even for such a person as Madara. According to legend, it was he who controlled the Kyuubi in the battle against Hashirama Senju. And he lost. Naruto-san. He looked up and saw Motoi, and next to him was a rather tall man. He has dark skin and a muscular build, as well as white hair and a goatee. He has a tattoo on his right shoulder that says, Iron, in kanji, and a tattoo of a bull's horn on his left cheek. His upper lip is also a slightly darker shade than his lower lip. He also wears oval-shaped, rimless sunglasses and a white forehead protector. He also has the standard village body armor with a single strap over the shoulder, and a long, red rope belt tied around his waist, the standard arm and shin guards worn by Kyumo fighters, shinobi sandals, and a white scarf around his neck. This Jinchuriki can only inspire fear with his huge appearance. But Naruto is not afraid. This is Killer Bee Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails. I will teach you control. But only when you give Kyuubi freedom. I've heard a lot about you too, which means it's rap time. Yo! Says B, and holds out his fist. Naruto silently extended his fist and they bumped. We will find out if you are worthy. We will start with the waterfall of truth. Yo! Naruto's eye twitched, to put it mildly. Is he really that frivolous? No, you can understand. But to read such the worst rap? Horror, just horror. B, I think you and I should start by getting to know each other. I think you tell me. I won't tell you how to get there. Because in sacred kanji. Written only by the worthy. Which means without my help, brother. Yo! Yes, Bai-san is right. You can't just go through the waterfall of truth. You will meet the dark side of yourself. And you must defeat him to get inside. Says Motoi. Fine. Then let's go. Sitting in the lotus position with your eyes closed, you will be able to see your very self. Reflection cannot be defeated by blows. If your heart is not foggy, then you will pass. Naruto sits down around a small river near a waterfall. Sitting in the lotus position, he closes his eyes. I told you. We met again. Frankly, I didn't think I was so evil. Naruto says as his dark self emerges from the waterfall. You let our teacher die. You had a chance to take revenge, but you did nothing. Acted like a coward by not killing Nagato and Konan. Nothing stopped you before. We were everyone's nightmare, and in the end you went soft. It was my choice. You are only my hatred, my dark side. Your words are just the past. Haku killed Sasuke. And then Sakura. They hated you and me even more. We left everyone. And no one supported you and me. These nightmares tormented us. Jiraiya died too. Our teacher. He was like a father to us. Our whole life is complete crap. Only suffering. Torment. How long can we endure? What have we come to? His dark side screams. To what extent, tears flowed from his eyes. For what? Why exactly, why us? I don't know, but I can only say one thing. You and I are together from the very beginning. We were once the sun, but we became the moon. Our moon was Sasuke. But now we are the moon, and our Sunday. You know who I mean. Naruto comes closer to him, and his dark side begins to retreat back. I regret their death, I regret it very much. I feel pain when I remember them. But we need to move on with our lives. The past is already in the past, you need to live in the present. That's what our teacher told us. Do you remember this gesture? Naruto poked the forehead of his dark side with 2 fingers. And of those red eyes, not a trace remained. Those bloody eyes turned blue, just like his. I still remember this gesture from Sasuke. Rest assured, a happy life awaits us. You're right. So, it's time for me, the second, smiles at him. I believe in you, I believe in myself, and I believe in us. The second self immediately disappears and Naruto calmly opens his eyes. Well? Yamato asks. Everything is fine. I was able to defeat my I. Ahead of us is the temple itself behind the waterfall. Says B. Follow me. This is the place where you can fight against the Kyuubi. Says B. I also started here and became a Jinchuriki. I will help you. You first need to remove the seal on the cage. Naruto sat down on the floor and found himself in front of the Kyuubi's cage. He removed the seal and placed his hand on his stomach. The cage immediately opened. And Kyuubi was perplexed. I see. You want to control my chakra. Kyuubi already understood Naruto's intentions. So you've made up your mind? He immediately attacks Naruto, but Uzumaki is more mobile and faster than the Nine Tails. He calmly dodges. Suddenly, the Kyuubi is grabbed by tentacles. And this already angers him more. Uzumaki Naruto is being helped by the Eight Tails? What a disgrace. You already have the Nine Tails. And it's me. The Kyuubi easily escapes from the tentacles. You have to draw chakra out of him using your own. But there is a risk that the Kyuubi's chakra can also do this. Then he can control your body and get out of you. B tells him. Kyuubi gathers chakra to make a tailed beast bomb. Naruto begins to make seals and expects this very bomb. Tailed beast bomb. Kyuubi shouts, sending a huge dark ball at Naruto. Element of fire. Fireball technique. Naruto and Kyuubi have almost the same chakra levels. Both have almost equal chakra volume, but Kyuubi has a little more. Therefore, Naruto can stop his bomb at any time. Not all. Element of lightning. Thunder spear. Naruto throws his spear at Kyuubi, hitting him in the right leg. And begins to suck out his chakra. At first it seemed easy, but it becomes more difficult as the Kyuubi's chakra is about to swallow him too. It's okay, you're safe. A red-haired girl stood in front of Naruto. He looks several years older than him. And this smile. This is it, Naruto, the girl says, placing her hand on her chest. It can't be, he doesn't believe his eyes. This is true? Or, is this a genjutsu from the Kyuubi? But it's impossible. Do you know who I am, Naruto? Asks the red-haired girl. He does not answer. He immediately hugs his mother. The Kyuubi's cover disappears, which means Naruto is already in a normal state and can draw chakra further. All my life. I dreamed of seeing you. Mom. This is the first time he says this word. And this is the first time Kushina hears the very word she dreamed of. To see my son, such an adult. But, with a difficult fate. I knew you would come. But now we need to defeat the Kyuubi. Chains come out of Naruto's body, enveloping the Kyuubi completely. This chakra. Kushina, Kyuubi was very surprised, because she died a long time ago. But how does she help him? That Minato technique? Unfortunately there is no answer. Sealing techniques, seals, and barriers were lost during the war. These techniques are one of the key techniques of the Uzumaki clan. This is the same clan that can easily seal anything. It was because of this very power that everyone was afraid of them. That is why this clan no longer exists for decades. The art of the hermit. Element of fire. Kusarigama. Naruto's eyes were horizontal in shape, like a toad's. And pigmentation appeared. A large fiery kusarigama appeared in his hand. After twisting once, he was able to wrap his arms, paws, around the Kyuubi. Element of wind. Raisin shuriken. He immediately throws a raisin shuriken at the Kyuubi. The tailed beast itself flies back from the blow, and its chakra leaves Naruto. He was able to drain his chakra. There was nothing left of the old red cover. Naruto has a new and more different cover. Yellow in color, and this time he is able to control himself and his techniques. And also his chakra volume increased several times. Naruto. You made me angry. Kyuubi shouts. He has lost a lot of weight, which means he has lost a lot of chakra. He creates a tailed beast bomb. But he was immediately nailed to the ground by the gate. You still have a lot of chakra, and you never cease to amaze me. Naruto says as he closes the gate. Is this the power of the Sage of the Six Paths? But Naruto is no longer here. He is already near his mother. You did great, Naruto. I forgot to say. Minato sealed part of my chakra to you so that at the right time I could help you control the power of the Nine Tails. You were able to cope alone. I'm proud of you. Kushina smiles brightly. But looking at her son, she sees something else. Sadness, Naruto. What's wrong with you? Kushina gently runs her palm over the face of such an adult son. His eyes reflect his pain from within. No, everything is fine, Mom. He replies, removing her hand from his face. But Naruto still wants to feel the softness of his mother's hands. No matter what, she won't be around soon. It's better to tell while there's time to talk. I need to know how my son lives. Isn't that right? He doesn't want to lie. Especially mothers. I don't want to hide anything from such a dear person. So he tells her everything. Starting from the very beginning until today. Kushina had different emotions, but there was only sadness on her face. Every time he says that it hurts him. It hurts her hundreds of times. Any mother will blame herself because she could not protect her child. Kushina only hates herself because she allowed fate to do this to her son. But nevertheless, he became the same man who can now do anything. But, he's a killer. Sorry mom. I guess I didn't live up to your expectations. No, you became what you wanted to become. If it weren't for you, they would have killed you or someone else. It's you who forgive me. But I have to tell you a story. I was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails before you. She told about everything. The first day in the village, meeting with Mito Uzumaki, the academy, becoming a genin, kidnapping, saving from Minato, their relationship, Minato becoming the future Hokage, how she finds out about her pregnancy, how she is expecting, how Jiraiya gives the name to the child, and how she Minato dreams of raising a baby, her childbirth, threats of taking Naruto's life from the masked man, unsealing the Kyuubi, controlling it, attacking the village, and the last one. Her death and Minato's to save Naruto's life. And the last words. And then, their death. I'm sorry that we made you into a vessel from the Nine Tails. And they placed this burden on you. I'm sorry I couldn't raise you. I'm sorry I wasn't there to love you. I never thought that everything would be like this. All you felt was. I'll never forgive myself. You don't have to ask for forgiveness. It is very difficult to be a Jinchuriki, and even more difficult to lose people close to you. This is the most painful thing. But over time I understood what love is. I may not fully understand it yet, but I know one. My parents love and loved me. That's why they gave their lives for me. My vessel is full of love. I am glad that I am your son, mother, and father. Kushina couldn't stand it. Naruto's words pierce her heart. She immediately hugs her son, bursting into tears. Minato, can you hear? Naruto. Thank you for becoming your mother. Thank you for letting Minato be your father. Thank you for being our son. Thank you. She disappears, because her path is already in the afterlife. Next to Minato. Naruto feels tears in his eyes. Father and mother are no more. But they are deep in his soul. They are always there and love him more than anyone. Whatever it is. Let him become a villain, a murderer, whatever. They love him. This he was able to understand. His mother's love was never enough for him. But these few minutes next to her gave him confidence. He's not the fox from the hidden leaf, he's Uzumaki Naruto. Son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. The son of two village heroes. It does not matter. Your technique for summoning the resurrected will work well. Since you say that you were able to improve your technique. My developments took a lot of time, so you can rest assured. The unholy resurrection technique requires more of me than you think. Only they can lure Uzumaki Naruto. He will feel their chakra, and in this case he will come straight to the battle. Then we can take the Nine Tails. It's okay, Tsunade-sama. The hidden leaf will be ready soon. All that remains is to unite at headquarters, and then we will begin to collect shinobi. You decided to start with Chunin to Umbu and Elite Jounin. But the Tiger Fox duet is not included in this list. Shizun says, standing next to Tsunade. Yes. Only one of them is a Jinchuriki, and the other is his partner. Although they are very strong individually, they are stronger together and their teamwork is excellent. Tsunade answers. The creation of this duet dates back to the reign of the third Hokage. Yamato can easily hold off an enemy with the element of wood, and Naruto is an attacker, or a diversionary maneuver. You did a very wise thing, Tsunade. Says Danzo. He appeared quite unexpectedly in the office. So Uzumaki Naruto is in the country of Cloud? Very interesting. Please be polite. And weren't you taught that you can't enter here without knocking? Asks Tsunade. How she hates this old man. Oh. I just want to send him to hell. What about Naruto? It's not your problem anymore. You don't have to be so rude. Tsunade-sama. Says Danzo. I came to discuss something with you. Since preparations are underway for the war against Akatsuki, I am not remaining on the sidelines. Members of the Umbu root will also take part in the war. Unlike your Umbu Uzumaki, they are stronger. Tsunade's eye twitched nervously. Does Danzo really think that his Umbu is stronger than Naruto? The fox is the most dangerous of the many shinobi. He surpassed Tsukumo and Kakashi Hatake, Minato, and especially Tobirama. For murders, of course. Root Umbu are strong, no question. But standing up to Naruto? It would be better to laugh here, but since preparations are underway for war, Tsunade turned a deaf ear to this. Okay, Danzo. What will you do? I have one thing. Let's put it this way. Personal, Danzo answers. His intentions are unclear. Who knows, maybe he will betray them. But Danzo's ideals are to protect Konoha by any means necessary. If he has a choice between his family or the village, he will not hesitate to kill his family for the sake of Konoha. I will watch you carefully. I don't know what you're up to, but just try to betray us. I will personally make you suffer, Shimura Danzo. Tsunade can barely hold on so as not to beat the old man. I understood you. Danzo bows. I think I will go. See you later, Tsunade-sama. Naruto's new transformation is just. B and Yamato don't even know how to describe it. His chakra became much more powerful than before. And it's clear that Naruto is at a very high level. What is this feeling? Naruto asks a question. I sense an evil entity. Well, hello Naruto-san. One of the Akatsuki members appears in front of them. He was a very tall, muscular shinobi. He had a distinctive, shark appearance. He also has small, round, white eyes, gill-like facial markings under his eyes, true gills on his shoulders, and sharp triangular teeth. Additionally, he has blue hair that resembles a shark's fin in style. My name is Kisame Hashigake. I'm your fan and I respect you. Your fame has spread throughout the world. And probably you are that same person from the Umbu. Fox. So are you the same swordsman of the Hidden Mist? Owner of Semikata? Naruto asks him. Yes, I'm not here for the fight Naruto-san. I'm just talking. After Itachi-san died, I understood. I have no place in Akatsuki. As you can see, I don't even want to fight you. I know that I will lose and may die. Kisame answers. So what did you want to talk about, Kisame? Are you from Akatsuki, sent by Madara? Yamato asks. Shark or man? But don't expect trouble from us. You won't even have time to blink. How your face will become a puddle. Yo! Says B. Since I am no longer in Akatsuki, I made up my mind. I learned about the brewing war. And I had a choice. Choose the side of Madara or the alliance. Therefore, now I am on your side. And I think that you Naruto-san understand the reason. Understand. But I don't trust you. You can also deceive us. I'm sorry. I have a concept of honor, Naruto-san. It's your right to trust me or not. All for just one reason. As the last swordsman of the mist, I want to die a noble death. At that time, we served the third and fourth Mizukage faithfully. But as it turned out, Madara controlled the fourth. Therefore, our country was bloody mist. That's why we betrayed our village. And now, I want to serve the hidden mist. Die for peace, fight against hatred and lies. What kind of war are we talking about? Yamato understood, he hit it. Naruto found out about the war. Which means no one will stop him. You knew? Naruto looks at Yamato. His angry look shows him that now everything is very bad. Yes. There was an order that you should not know about the war. Yamato answers. You know Yamato. For me the law is not written down anywhere. You could have told me earlier. But you decided to lie to me. Naruto. Yamato tried to justify himself. Forgive me, but I won't stand by. I will kill Madara and stop this war. Even if I have to die for it. I'm ready. Naruto. Stop. Naruto literally runs on water. He wasn't in the best of moods. That he won't even listen to his partner. Element of wood. Chokehold technique. Yamato does something he shouldn't. Tree roots entangle Naruto, but he easily gets out. I didn't think you'd try to stop me, old friend, Naruto says. Going to war is dangerous, especially for you. Madara needs you, and also Bai-san. You can't risk your life. His partner answers. My task is to protect you from war. Forgive Yamato, but I will decide everything for myself. You know I can't be stopped. And I don't want to fight you. Me too. Guy and Aoba are the last to catch up with them. Seeing Kisame, they are about to attack. But Naruto blocked their path. What are you doing? Aoba asks. This is Akatsuki. He was betrayed. That's why he's on our side. Trust, Aoba. Naruto answers. Aoba, Yamato, Guy. You can return to Konoha. Perhaps the alliance is already completely ready. And we will move forward. Let's wait for the alliance. Naruto, we shouldn't. Naruto-san. Perhaps we should all go together. I certainly don't mind visiting Konoha, but I have confidence. They all hate Akatsuki, even the former one. I will be on your side whether you believe me or not. Madara wants to attack you, and may know the location. White Zetsu is one of the best spies. Says Kisame. You. Kisame is right, on the mouth. You're a real walker. The bastard betrayed us, I will punish you in the name of Jashin. And your blue ass will go to sushi, New York bastard. I'll pull you on. Haiten. Kakuzu says to his partner. It's not nice for Kisame to do that. You betrayed Akatsuki, Pain, us all. And all in order to protect the fox. Very interesting. If I kill you, your sword will become my trophy. Sorry Kakuzu. But I have my own honor and my own choice. I have already made my choice. And I'd rather die defending my honor, and the one who could accept me for who I am. Itachi-san, only his existence kept me in Akatsuki. Naruto-san, they are mine. Perhaps my trail led them here, so I will fix everything alone. And you will return to Konoha. Kisame decided for himself. They may be strong, but he will kill them. Even if he has to die himself. I killed so many innocent people. And he did it only for Madara. I will be responsible for my actions. Itachi-san. Everything will be as you told me. Flashback. My name is Kisame Hashigake, I am from the Hidden Mist and one of its swordsmen. Kisame says, approaching Itachi, who is sitting by the shore. Glad to meet you. From now on I will be your partner. So are you Uchiha Itachi? From Konoha, right? You talk too much. You know a lot about me, but what about you? Itachi asks standing up. Do you want to know something interesting? Kisame asks and swings Semihata. Sharks are born from eggs, but appear in the womb of the mother. It happens that the number of sharks is less than the number of eggs. Do you know what it means? Kisame is waiting for an answer. But realizing that Itachi will not answer, he continues. Cannibalism. Baby sharks devour each other in the womb as soon as they are born. They kill from the day they appear, perceiving everything around them as prey. From today we are partners in Akatsuki. So be careful. With me. Itachi doesn't look at him. His black eyes change to the 3-volume Sharingan, and then to the Mangekyo Sharingan. The same applies to you. Itachi answers him. Kisame smirks. Whatever it is, I think we'll have fun. And I think we won't die in a fight with each other. Anyone who kills his comrades dies the most terrible death. Itachi says, now looking at Kisame. Remember this. Does this mean that we both bear this mark? Kisame grins. No. We are not fish, we are people. Itachi says as he walks past Kisame. And people have honor and a reason to fight for something. End flashback. Itachi-san. Everything is as you said. Say goodbye to your life, you pathetic bastard. Your death will bring me happiness. Water bastard. Haiden immediately attacks Kisame by jumping from above, and Kakuzu attacks him by extending his arms. The swordsman easily dodges and blocks Haiden's attack. Element of water. Water dragon technique. Kisame shouts, folding the seals. This is where Kakuzu uses his ace in his hole. Element of earth. Earth spear. Says Kakuzu. When used, the user sends a stream of chakra through all parts of their body, causing it to become visibly darker, which increases their defensive ability to the extreme, making the skin as hard as diamond, after which it is able to withstand most attacks with ease, taking virtually no damage. A water dragon's technique will not be able to penetrate such armor if he does not have a lightning elemental technique. As expected, the water dragon was unable to do anything. Kisame was surprised, but there was no time to just stand there. Haiden's attacks are dangerous. Therefore we have to work very quickly. I don't have any techniques. Only the will of my master Jashin. For your insolence, you will die in your terrible torments. Bastard. Element of water. Big water prison technique. This is my only chance to stop them. All three find themselves inside a huge water prison. Sharks eat everything, even those who look like them. Do you understand, Itachi-san, who you are? I'm probably not so terrible after all. While inside a huge ball, all three were surrounded by sharks. But their enemy is Kisame. These are his sharks. Haiden was out of breath, as was Kakuzu. Kisame feels his advantage here. After all, this is his element. Naruto-san, I think you will soon understand what I did. This is not for your sake, not for your village's sake. I do this only because I can trust the future to you as a strong person. I hope you will stop the war that we started. I will only correct my mistakes. Sharks attack everyone. They devour them, leaving nothing of them. Kisame sacrificed himself to take them. It is almost impossible to go beyond the huge water ball. He spent all his reserves to make this technique impenetrable, and of course, summoning many sharks. Ka! Bastard! He destroyed all my hearts. Now I will have to kill the best shinobi again. Says Kakuzu. You won't get far, Kakuzu. A voice was heard from Kakuzu's left. I was your prey, but now I see. Your partner died, it's a shame. This is not how I imagined the death of the immortal duo. Should I tell you this, Lise? No matter how much you try, you will still die. Someone else will want to kill you. Your head is worth a lot. That's why I was interested in you. Your words will go with you. Naruto makes several seals, and the same technique appears in his hands. A technique with which he was once able to destroy Terumi Mei's squad. This is the technique of one shinobi who taught me. Unfortunately, I can't study it, but it's just an alternative. The lightning spear technique is based on Kakashi Hataki's Raikiri Sharingan. You will only feel a trembling all over your body, and you will quickly die. Are you saying this is mercy? Yes, that is right. I remember how you killed Asuma Sarutobi. I cannot forgive you for this. We are both killers, but I kill in such a way that the enemy cannot feel pain if he deserves my respect. I only respect you for your battle experience. The thunder spear pierces through Kakuzu's chest. Naruto leaves his body. He notices the body of another one. It was Kisame. All that was left of him was his upper body, head, and right arm. And next to him lies his sword. Semakata. You sacrificed yourself to kill them. Even your weapon is next to you. And he has a mind of his own. I didn't have time to help you. Rest in peace, Kisame Hashigake. May the ocean rest your body. Naruto tries to take the sword with him, but apparently Semakata has a different way. Located next to the owner. Protect his peace now. Fine. Let it be. What the hell? Naruto. Tsunade shouts furiously. I sent you on a mission. What are you and Killer Bee doing here? Don't bro. Bust, Bee blushed greatly when he saw the fifth Hokage's big breasts. Bye. Why are you looking at the fifth Hokage's chest? Raikage Hei also shouts furiously. You can't get past us any further. Hokage, is this the same young man? Sachikage asks. He's young, not yet old enough to become the most dangerous shinobi. It's really him, Sachikage-sama. I remember the very day when my squad and I met him. Mizukage adds. She is afraid of Naruto, knowing that he can easily kill her. Despite her abilities. War is expected, I cannot stand aside. As a full-fledged shinobi of the Hidden Leaf, I am also obliged to accept this fight. Naruto answers them. Hokage-sama. Please, let us pass. No Naruto, I can't let you pass. It's not just me who decides. We 5 Kage decide this together. And now I ask you, come back. Says Tsunade. Late. The Akatsuki know where I am and even attacked me. Luckily we escaped the battle and were able to kill 2. Dear Kage, you knew my father. And you know that my abilities are much higher than his. I just want to end this war. Puppy. You won't go any further. Even if I have to kill you. Hei answers furiously. Your father died young, but not a hero. He made a mistake and lost to the Nine Tails. He was nicknamed Child Prophecy, but he is no longer there. You should have learned from this mistakes, and not rushed to war. Because you believe in yourself. Mind the Uzumaki. You won't pass me by. I understand you, Raikage. If we cannot come to an amicable agreement, then only a battle awaits us. If I lose, do what you want, you lose, I will pass you by and take part in the war. You're either arrogant or an idiot. Sachikage taunts. We are the 5 Kage, not ordinary genin. But if that's what you want, boy. It will be like this. Sachikage. Raikage. Stop. Tsunade didn't think it would come to this. This is completely stupid of them. She could miss it, but repeat what happened with her best friend, the pervert. No. She cannot. Jiraiya, especially Minato and Kushina, would never forgive her for this. The Raikage quickly accelerates and strikes. But Naruto was able to dodge and hits back. But nothing happened. It's impossible for someone like you to break through my lightning defense. How will you stop the war if you can't break through my defenses? Asks the Raikage. Good question, Raikage-sama. Naruto answers. In this case, with full force, as if we want to kill each other. Naruto's body is covered with the yellow chakra of the nine-tailed fox. At this point the Raikage was already tense. The Nine Tails chakra has very high defense. Since only the first Hokage's technique was able to break through it. The cover of lightning is much weaker. Naruto does a lot of seals. Element of fire. Kusarigama. A fiery Kusarigama appears in his hand. He immediately makes a swing, which the Raikage manages to dodge. He's not surprised. The Raikage is very fast. But not enough. Canceling the technique, Naruto reapplies the seals. Element of wind. Huge slashing blade. Naruto blows out a huge amount of windy blades. As he knows, lightning is weaker than wind. That's why he uses this technique. Moreover, it has a large area, and the Raikage speed will not help him. The Raikage dodges his attack while the Tsuchikage creates walls of mud. But even they don't help. Therefore, the old man manages to dodge. True. I couldn't do without back pain. The Raikage is one of the fastest shinobi. Only Minato was faster than him. Naruto doesn't know how his father managed to defeat the Raikage. But his kunai with the mark of the flying thunder god. That's what it's all about. A technique created by the second Hokage, which Minato was able to improve by now using kunai. He can put a mark anywhere and it will never go away. While the Raikage barely dodges his attack, Naruto does not stand still. His movements are quite fast. Tsunade is surprised by his speed. In Kyuubi mode, Naruto is faster than the Raikage. Your speed amazes me, Raikage-sama. Naruto says. Hey, didn't expect that. He didn't expect Uzumaki to simply hold his tanto at the level of his neck. So Naruto is so fast that he could get behind him unnoticed. But to your regret, you lost. How could you? I used the element of wind to attack, but at the same time distracted you. This technique was also aimed at Tsuchikage. Knowing that his wall of mud would not help, I decided that I would attack both of you at the same time. This is just a distraction for you. It's impressive that you are so fast and strong. Naruto says, putting the tanto behind his back. That's how it is. Did you deceive me using ordinary techniques? This time the Raikage does not lose his temper, on the contrary, he calms down. It wasn't me who spilled the beans. You said that I couldn't break through your lightning shield. And I immediately realized that the element of wind affects you. You fight without thinking about the consequences. I think I better finish what I started. Kill you. The rest of the Kage were shocked, and Tsunade was the most surprised. Naruto is a very good killer, and here he was able to defeat the Raikage and Tsuchikage themselves. She knows that the Mizukage is afraid of him, and the Kazekage is afraid. But why would he kill the Raikage? Naruto waves his tanto as the Raikage closes his eyes. He accepted defeat and realized that the fox was really dangerous. As soon as there are only a few centimeters left to his neck, Naruto hears someone running towards him. Stop! Tsunade shouts furiously as she throws a punch. Naruto blocks with his tanto, but unfortunately the new weapon could not withstand its power. Naruto. You defeated the Raikage, but why did you want to kill him? I thought that now one of you would save him. Especially you, Hokage-sama. I thought that I would really have to kill him. Well, you know. These are your so-called jokes. Tsunade couldn't stand it and laughed. This is already a mockery of the Raikage. In short, they intimidated the guy. So you decided to laugh at the Raikage? That is, about me? The Raikage roared. In the middle of a war? Well, you know, hey, you deserve it. You also joked when you told me that Uzumaki Naruto is dangerous. Suddenly he will become stronger and a war will begin. And then Cloud and Konoha will fight. And Tsunade tried to make a masculine and rude voice, which of course she didn't succeed. Naruto, I think it's time for you to know the truth. At the 5 Kage Council, Madara Uchiha visited us. He wants to take you and Killer Bee. To seal it, and then to do something like the Eternal Tsukiyomi. We have assembled the alliance, but your participation is not in our plan. I will accept any of your Naruto. When others fight, I will not sit on the sidelines. It's better to fight side by side with them than to guess what will happen. Naruto answered. Hokage. Are you letting the guy go to war? Sasuke was indignant. You understand. It's Madara. And Madara. It's not up to you to decide, Sasuke-sama. The Mizukage intervenes. Even though he is a Jinchuriki, even though he destroyed my squad. I'm not offended. It's time to look at it from his side. If you weren't taken to the war because of your old age, would you have sat on the sidelines? I think no. This is a different case. He may be a Jinchuriki, but he is also a shinobi. I'm for Hokage-sama. The Mizukage told everything according to the facts. I'm also for Hokage-sama. Naruto-san has his own voice and his own decision. It's not up to us to decide what he will do. The Kazekage also says. You are crazy. Just because you agree to sacrifice our Jinchuriki does not mean that you are a good leader. Says the Raikage. I won't miss them. And I will stand still. B is running on the Raikage, holding his right hand raised at neck level. Don't even try, your weak lasso won't help you, B. And it's true. B couldn't even move him from his place. Bro. When you became the Raikage, you underestimated my strength, simpleton. Says B. Both immediately step back. The others don't interfere. This is the work of two brothers. Bye. You and Naruto are valuable Jinchuriki, no matter how strong you think you are. The Akatsuki were able to capture 7 Jinchuriki. Naruto and I won't lose. Says B, and runs towards his brother. Fine. Let's see whose lasso is stronger. Hei says and also runs towards his brother. When they collided, a strong wave of wind was formed. The Raikage is thrown back. He was surprised that his younger brother was able to defeat him with a lasso. You finally understand, you simpleton fool. It was my dream to surpass you. Well, who feels like small fry eee? You are dear to me, bye. But even so, I can't miss you. When I became a Jinchuriki, I thought a lot about brother. But there was something else inside me. My heart was illuminated by something that was like the sun. And I understood. My son is my older brother. Says B. Naruto even has 2 of them. Uzumaki Naruto. Who are your 2 sons? Asks the Raikage. My parents. Minato Namikaze and Uzumaki Kushina. My father helped me restore the seal, and my mother helped me control the power of the 9 tails. My teacher once told me that my father was chosen as the child of prophecy. Only your father died. And he failed his own mission. What do you say to this? Uzumaki? The Raikage asks a question. Naruto didn't answer him, so he assumed that the guy didn't know anything. Rising from the ground, he pushes his brother aside. Get ready, Naruto. By killing you, we can wait a few years. And Madara will be left with nothing. Raikage. Do not even think about it. If you try to touch him, you will regret it. Tsunade says, standing in front of Naruto. So that's how you decided, Tsunade-sama wants to protect me. It's clear that he's at the peak of his strength, and she can't do anything to him. Fine. Then me too. The responsibility lies on my shoulders. Naruto stands still, waiting for A to strike the first blow. At the peak of his power, A is faster than himself in a normal lightning cover. About 7 to 8 times. Therefore, it is very easy for him to land any blow very quickly. a few centimeters from Naruto. And he disappears from sight, appearing behind the wreckage. I can't lose. He dodged when Bro was at the peak of his strength? Yes, B was very surprised, and could not even utter even one word. Reminds me of Yellow Lightning. Sasuke adds. The one who was able to destroy my main army during the war. Hundreds of my shinobi fell at his hands. That's who this guy took after. I attacked you with the intention of killing you because I wanted to check. You are very fast, and worthy of your father's shinobi. Naruto. You are the second one faster than me. If your father, Hokage, and the others believe in you, then I will trust you too. Be careful and take the enemies to the pits. We divided into 5 groups. The first group is under the command of the right hand of the wreckage. Darui. Says Nara. They protect the shore side, so their mission is much more important than ours. They operate at medium distances. Darui is a fairly tall, dark-skinned man with a slightly clubbed nose, black eyes that usually appear dull, and surfer white hair that covers his left eye. He wears a seamless uniform with a high collar, low-slung pants, wristbands, and a Kumogakure shinobi vest over one shoulder. The second detachment under the command of Kitsuchi. They are specialists in close combat and they fight on the front lines. And the commanders of the other 3 detachments have not yet been disclosed. Shikamaru said. This is a war to protect Naruto. We can win. I'm sure. It's very good to believe in yourself at such a moment. But we were just unlucky. Naruto is not in the hidden cloud. Chuza tells her. In what sense? Naruto is not part of any squad, but at the same time, Killer B, the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails, is part of our squad. Naruto is also a bigwig of the Alliance. Under his command is the entire Anbu squad of the Alliance. The Alliance has 5 divisions. And the Anbu squad includes about 400 people. That is, each division has 80 people. Says Chuza. But what is their task? Asks Choji. The Anbu will have to control the entire battle. They are like a special squad. Since they are able to fight at different distances. You are part of Kakashi Hataki's squad, and Naruto will be in this division and accompany you. Chuza replied. Our main task is to cover the main division. We are divided into 5 squads, but you will ask me for permission. Each of our squads has signalmen and sensors. Therefore, we can communicate with each other quite easily. There's even an Anbu route here. I didn't think that this old man would go to war for us. I am your captain, and the second captain of the 3rd division. Everyone knows me by my nickname, Bloody Fox, or simply Fox. How will we divide our composition and what will we use to cover them? Anbu asks Sand. As I said, we are covering the main division. In short, we have a huge responsibility. Intelligence service. We are leading the way. Cover. And also behind and on the sides. So we accompany them? You can say that. But we must take on the bulk of their power so that the Alliance can get to Madara and Kabuto Yakushi. Enko's reconnaissance squad was unable to return. In addition, the infiltration and reconnaissance squad under the command of Takuma Hyugo also did not return. Therefore, the Yamato detachment was sent. We also cannot allow a surprise attack by the enemy. Got it? Come on. We are Kakashi Hataki's squad, 3rd division. Hinata, Kiba, Shino, me, Lee, Guy Sensei, and Naruto. We must hold together. Ino says standing near his division. The commander of the 3rd division turned out to be Kakashi. The commander of the 4th division was Gaara. And the 5th one turned out to be Mifune. Gaara is also the commander-in-chief of the army along with A squad of scouts under the command of Yamato was also added. as well as a detachment of Anbu under the command of Uzumaki Naruto. And the second commander of the 3rd Division. Is Naruto also part of the commanders? Ino was surprised to see him as an Anbu commander. In part, their task is much more dangerous than theirs, and they have a lot of life on their shoulders. Yes. Naruto-san is also the 2nd commander of our division, and Kakashi Hataki's partner. Says Santa from the Yamanaka clan. He was assigned there because he is the most experienced of all the Anbu. Their main task is to cover and take all the enemy's power upon themselves. Clear. At least I can be closer to Naruto. I am the commander-in-chief of the shinobi army. Says Gaara. My friends. Fiery speeches will do nothing to inspire us all. But I'll just say one thing. Victory in the war will be on our side, and Akatsuki and Madara will fall. Everyone understood immediately. Nobody needs fiery speeches. Everyone has motivation. And there is something to die for, saluting. At stake is the salvation and protection of the entire world from the hands of the tyrant himself. A tyrant under the name Uchiha Madara. The divisions quickly split up. Each division has 80 Anbu members from different villages and with different abilities. The most important of them are close, medium and long-range combat, sensor, scout, signalman, medic, and the most important people are the personal captains of the Anbu commander. He chose them carefully. Starting from skills to strategy. Kakashi, we are moving in Image 4.0, Naruto says, running next to his old partner. Your division is protected on all sides by my guys. Fine. We need to get to a huge forest. This is approximately 50 kilometers from our location. Move 300 meters away from the alliance. Kakashi answers. 3rd detachment, we are expanding 300 meters from the division. Naruto says. Each Anbu member of his squad has special headphones for communication between each other. Thanks to Hidden Cloud Country, the Anbu Alliance has its own connections. But this only works for a certain team. Since communication is lost if the distance between them is no more than 2 kilometers. In this case, only signalmen will help. Naruto himself was far ahead of Kakashi's division. Next to him were 19 Anbu members. Several sensors moved slightly ahead. But suddenly, one of them froze in place. There are many goals ahead. Looks like it's those white Zetsu. There are a lot of them. The 3rd detachment will gather in 4.0 quickly. Report to Kakashi to prepare for the attack. The sensor was right. Thousands of white Zetsu ran towards them furiously. Naruto gave the command to stand on alert, but not to attack them yet. We are preparing to attack them. We use long-range weapons or techniques. He is concentrated. 500 meters left. Those who use techniques add seals. 400 meters. 300 meters. Naruto makes the last seal and nods. Element of wind. Slashing blade. A wave of wind immediately hits the enemy, dismembering them into pieces. The Anbu attack them with all their might. Close combat. Let's attack. Ranged combat makes no sense. The enemy is too close to use techniques. Within seconds, Naruto had already killed 6 Zetsu. Jumping upward, he jumps into the middle of all Zetsu. There really are a lot of them. But even they may not be able to withstand them. Kakashi had already given his friends a sign to attack them as well. The plan was unsuccessful, they did not calculate their exact number. Initially, the alliance thought that the enemy was 5 times superior to them. But it turned out that Madara's main army decided to attack the 3rd detachment. Naruto takes up his tanto, and notices how they are trying to attack Hinata from behind. He throws his tanto at him, and accurately hits the enemy's head. Hinata, look around. Naruto shouted. Stay close to your team. 7 Zetsu attack him. Thinking that he was unarmed, they were confident that they could capture him. But attacking Naruto unexpectedly is certain death. Element of fire. Kusarigama. Once the fiery Kusarigama appears in his hand, he makes one full swing. And from these 7 Zetsu only ashes remain. Suddenly, Naruto hears an explosion. Looking back, he was horrified for the first time. It's none other than Demoman Gary? Naruto knew about such a person. He was a hidden stone shinobi and had an enhanced burst genome. He died in unknown circumstances. He also heard someone else screaming in pain somewhere. Looking at him, or rather at her, he also recognized who it was. Hello, Uzumaki-kun. Long time no see since we crossed paths, says this woman. Pakura? They know each other personally. There was a time when Naruto had to escort Pakura to the land of water. Of course, he accompanied us, but it turned out that they were both expected. Pakura took over and allowed Naruto to leave. And she committed suicide by taking them with her. Have you been resurrected? But why? Not just me, Uzumaki-kun. I'm under control and you need to stop me and Gary the Demoman. We take it upon ourselves. Kiba says. Team 8. To battle. Really? And you? Kakashi-sensei. What's going on here? What are me and Sasuke-kun doing here? Sakura. Sasuke. Sensei, I think we don't have time to talk. I can't control myself, and it's like I'm dead. But what am I doing here? Kakashi. Stop us. Me and Haku have been dead for a long time. I thought it was all over, but as it turned out, I was resurrected. Zabuza says. Momochi didn't want to fight. He admitted to himself long ago that he is no longer a swordsman of the mist. He is a fallen shinobi who renounced his title and sword. He made the choice to die. But he was not given peace, as was his student. Where is that kid? Zabuza suddenly asks. I remember that he was able to kill Haku, and was the last of your students, Kakashi. He has become much stronger. That same bridge was named in his honor. He was able to forgive both you and Haku for the deaths of Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke-Sakura fought Ino and Lee. No one expected to see both of them resurrected. Sasuke was more interested in one thing. Where and how Naruto? Apparently many years have passed, but he is probably wandering around somewhere. Element of fire. Fireball technique. Sasuke shouts as he blows a fireball towards Lee. Lee! Beware! Lee manages to dodge, but the technique continues to move on. And behind them were Kakashi and Guy. They fought against Zabuza and Haku. But then there's Gary the Demoman. It also needs to be removed. He's too dangerous. Meanwhile, Gary attacks the Umbu troops. It is almost impossible to contain his attacks. Now I will show you my true strength. The element of explosion. Those. He does not have time to finish, seeing his right hand cut off. Uzumaki stood next to him, holding a tanto in his hands. Did not have time. Naruto answered him and sharply attacks Gary. Gary is skilled in taijutsu, so their strengths were equal. Naruto was in no hurry to reveal his cards. He first hits Gary on the stomach with his palm, and taking him by the head, throws him to the ground. You won't be able to move now. Naruto says. The sealing team is doing their job. And Naruto himself sees something that he never wanted to see. There, Sasuke. Sakura. Really? The heart missed the pain. He was not ready to meet them. His best friend, and the one he loved. For the first time his voice trembled. He could accept their death, but... Naruto? Sasuke asks a question. The Uchiha cannot control himself, so he attacks Naruto. Naruto is of course much stronger than Sasuke. But, to attack his best friend. To see his friend resurrected, desecrating his soul. He couldn't attack. Stop me, Naruto. I can't control myself. Akatsuki resurrected you. That's why you're here, Sasuke. This is an unholy resurrection technique created by the second Hokage. Naruto replies, dodging the blow. Out of reflex, Naruto knees Sasuke in the stomach. Togo is thrown back. Why are me and Sasuke-kun here? What's going on here? Ino. Tell. Yamanaka saw her best friend for the first time. She doesn't cry, she just points at Naruto. What is it about that guy? This is war. War for Naruto. The one I pointed to is Naruto. Sorry, Sakura. But then you did the wrong thing. He loved you, and that's why he renounced everyone. And he even lost those who were dear to him. And then I saw you resurrected. So Naruto is a jonin? He became one at the age of 13. Now he is the commander of the Umbu Alliance, and the second captain of our division. That's how it is, said Sakura. Sorry, friend. But I will do it for you, and for Naruto himself. We'll have to fight. Have you found yourself a better guy than Sasuke-kun? Both kunoichi switched to close combat. Who knew that the resurrected one was much weaker? Especially when you're a child. Ino had a choice. Let Naruto do this, but he is already worse than everyone else. Or do it yourself. He shouldn't fight Sakura. This will cause him a lot of pain. I'm faster than you, Sakura. Even though I'm dead, I don't mind competing. Where is Itachi? Asks Sasuke. I killed Itachi half a year ago. Sasuke was dumbfounded. Is Naruto really strong enough to defeat Itachi? His older brother. Yes, that clan was destroyed like crushing small insects. Uchiha Jr. already knows. Naruto is not an easy shinobi. In front of him is another version of him, which reminds him of the fourth Hokage. Sasuke, I need to seal you. Before you do this, answer my question. Are you happy? Yes. And he lies. He is not happy because those he lost are not with him. Sasuke trusts him. But something tells him that this is a lie. This is a mask on a friend's face. When we meet where I will be waiting for you, I will ask the question again. Naruto. Sasuke's body suddenly disintegrates. Although Kabuto took control of him, one thing is preventing him. Technique of the Uchiha clan. A special genjutsu in which any bookmark or something else will not allow you to control it. Itachi imagined something like this could happen to Sasuke. That's why he put in a special genjutsu. Sasuke's soul stood in front of Naruto. He approached his friend with 2 fingers extended forward. Just like Itachi did. But unexpectedly for Sasuke, Naruto did it first. Thank you, Sasuke. Now it's my turn to do it to you. Rest in peace. When your time comes, we can meet Naruto. And remember. You won our argument. And forgive me for the very pain caused to you after my death. I don't regret that I died for you. Goodbye. Sasuke. Sasuke also poked his old friend's forehead with 2 fingers. And his soul flew away. And the unknown resurrected body was sealed. Sorry. But it will be better for all of us. First. For the first time he sheds tears. And if he was accused of the death of his friends, then here. He pierces Sakura's chest with his own hands. I know. Sakura answers. Apparently time has had such an effect on you. Naruto. This is partly true. Goodbye, Sakura. Your place is only in the afterlife. But not here. You died 4 years ago. I will personally seal you. Kakashi and I will miss you. I'm sure he would like to talk to you and Sasuke. Goodbye, big-headed one. Says Ino. She really wants to hug her friend. But she died. And this is a cold and alien body with her soul. And you really are a couple. Take care of Naruto's pork. Sorry for everything. I realized my words too late. And I probably don't have the right to your forgiveness. It's not your fault, Sakura. If you're done, then let me seal you already. Sakura nods her head. Naruto made several seals and placed his palm on her forehead. Her entire body was covered in a seal. This is a 6-character seal. There is only one way to destroy the seal. She will not be able to move or even speak. Therefore, we don't have to worry that Sakura will attack us. It was very difficult. It's too heavy. Tears froze on his cheeks, and his whole body was bleeding with blood. Naruto had no idea that it was them he would see. Who knew that when he pierced her, her blood would remain on his hand? No one knew. Umbu of the Alliance. Let's cover further. Help Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy seal 2 more resurrected people. And we take on Zetsu. He hides all the pain inside without showing it to others. There's no time for that now. We need to protect everyone. And as it turned out, everything is only in his hands. Naruto. Please. Stop. The blonde's soft voice stops the guy. I know what you feel. We will help and we are by your side. Don't take all the burden on yourself. Sorry, Ino. But let's talk later. As you can see, we are now on the battlefield. There is no way to relax here. Naruto enters Kyuubi mode. He moves quickly. Their task is to clear this entire area of the enemy. What they do successfully. There were only a couple hundred Zetsu left. But no one allows them to escape. Half of Naruto's squad prevented them from escaping. They destroyed everyone. What's next? Naruto asks Kakashi. Shall we move on? We are divided into 2 groups. Half of your guys are going to help Darui. And half goes to help the Kazekage division. I'm moving in the other direction, Kakashi. May I not have any tail behind me? Fine. But are you sure that you can defeat your enemies? Of course I can go with you. Your place is here. They trust you as their captain. This shouldn't continue. I will go alone and finish Madara once and for all. Whatever happens. Let's hold on. We can't let them pass us by. Darui shouts. Captain Darui. Umbu appeared next to him. Now we use our special technique. I advise you to step back. Clear. You can begin. About 15 Umbu members stood in front of the captain, looking at the white Zetsu. They began to make identical seals at the same time. Element of water. Water bullet technique. Thousands of bullets flew at these Zetsu. There were many more of them than the 3rd detachment. Darui saw the most terrible picture in front of him. These people. Kinkaku and Ginkaku? There were legends that these brothers fought against the 2nd Hokage and they are direct descendants of the Sage of the 6 Paths and have his same genes. Both were able to defeat the 2nd and even kill him. They also fought against the Kyuubi, were inside his stomach and ate his flesh. That's why they are called Pseudo-Jinchuriki. We'll have to take them on ourselves. This is complete nonsense and so boring. Element of fire. Fireball technique. Out of nowhere, a fireball flies towards Naruto, which he easily dodges. Landing in the water, Naruto looks around. He is a good sensor, so he notices 2 chakra flows. One is powerful enough, the other is not. He dodged well. Naruto heard a familiar voice. He saw two people who came out of the shade of the trees. I didn't expect to see you again. I never thought we would fight again, Naruto. Uchiha Itachi and Nagato. And you have changed, Naruto. Said Nagato. This is my Nine Tails mode. Now I control his chakra completely. Naruto answers. A lot of time must have passed. But for me, as a dead man, it was like a couple of seconds had passed. Says Nagato. Have you become so strong in a short time? It's no wonder you've become different. Itachi was surprised. Naruto, I have to ask you. I also want to ask you a question, Itachi. Itachi blows a fireball towards Naruto. The Uzumaki easily dodges to the side. Apparently you are already being monitored. I need to get closer to them. Kabuto controls them well and uses all their abilities to the fullest. I think that we will also have to fight at full strength. Otherwise I will lose. Itachi is weak only in taijutsu and a minimal number of his techniques. But since he is resurrected, his amount of chakra has no limits. Nagato is weak in close combat and no amount of genjutsu or ranged attacks will help. But the repulsion technique will not allow you to get close to him. There is no point in using clones. I will spend a lot of energy in this mode. Then we will work as usual. Do you have a plan to give me time? I have to, quickly. Itachi immediately attacks Naruto with taijutsu. Although this is his weakness, it most likely will not affect him in any way. You can use powerful punches and combinations to make him fall to the ground. And then attack with techniques. But Nagato can absorb them. The resurrected have all their powers with them. This means that Nagato has all 6 paths of pain. And Itachi showed me Susanoo before his death. Things are bad. Very bad. Hardly. The techniques don't work for me. You have 30 seconds in between to use them. Said Nagato. Try it like before. Fine. Naruto nodded. He was just defending himself from Itachi's blows, but now it was time to counterattack. Letting him miss, he grabs the sleeve of his cloak. Hitting his leg and allowing him to sit down, Naruto punches him in the face with all his might. The wave was powerful, as was the blow itself. Itachi walks face first into the ground. Before he could get up, Naruto jumped up and was about to land a kick. Divine attraction. Naruto pulls back. The technique of influencing attraction. This is very bad. Nagato uses it within 5 seconds. And this is enough for him. Very quickly getting behind him, Naruto hits him with his elbow. Togo is also thrown forward. Element of fire. Fireball technique. A large fireball moved towards them. Nagato, against his will, absorbs this ball. It takes time to absorb a technique, great Naruto. You know how to work against me. Naruto walks through the same fireball, about to pierce Nagato with a tanto and place a seal. But he is interrupted by Itachi, who jumps on top of him. After dodging the Uchiha's attack, Naruto moves back. The plan was good. But this only works against Nagato. Then I'll use clones. Shadow cloning technique. 3 clones appeared next to him. 2 attack Itachi, and I, with 1 clone, attack Nagato. First I will attack myself and let him use divine attraction. 5 seconds interval. The clone uses a fireball and I immediately attack him. I'll put a stamp and that's it. And with Itachi it will be easier. The clone's task is not to let him touch him. Genjutsu won't work on clones, especially mine. Mental protection from Ibiki Marino saves the whole situation. Naruto immediately attacks Nagato. A couple of meters before him, and Nagato uses the repulsion technique. Element of fire. Fireball technique. Naruto clone shouts as he blows a fireball at Nagato. About 13 seconds left, and then it would absorb my technique. Element of water. Untamed water wave. Nagato shouted. Steam has formed. This is good for Naruto. Okay, that's even better. His Rinnegan is not that fast. But Nagato is a good sensor, so it's time to hide his chakra. Hiding his chakra, Naruto ran towards Nagato with quiet steps. Suddenly appearing from behind, Naruto makes a Tanto strike. But alas, Nagato almost dodged. But he was able to cut off one of his hands. This means that Nagato will not be able to fully use attraction and repulsion, as well as some hand seals. Not bad, Naruto. But although I cannot use seals, I have the Azura path. Damn. This is a problem. My clones are holding Itachi. We need to end this problem quickly. Otherwise I won't get to Madara. He showed up after all. Said Inoki. He was a fair-skinned man with spiky black hair that had a somewhat bluish tint to it. His hair was waist-length, and his bangs further framed his face, while at the same time almost completely covering his right eye. He wears scarlet armor made of multiple metal plates that form a protective zone on his body, covering his chest, waist, shoulders, and thighs. But what surprised Inoki were his eyes. Was Madara resurrected? Then who is that Madara? Looking closely at his eyes, Inoki understood. He was resurrected, which means he is not Madara. And someone else. He was finally able to resurrect me. Madara said, looking at the entire alliance. This is a divine resurrection technique. There was another person next to Madara. Most of his body is covered in intricately wrapped bandages that leave only his eyes and nose visible, giving him a very mummy-like appearance. At the same time, his appearance is complemented by a black headband without distinctive insignia and a pair of dark pants. He also does not wear shoes, because his feet are completely bandaged. Divine resurrection technique? Isn't this the sage rebirth technique? Madara asked, looking at his hands. I didn't think that you would do this, Mew. I myself wouldn't want to see you again, especially after our unpleasant conversation. Mew answered him. They have the same bandana. Does this mean Shinobi Alliance? I thought Nagato would resurrect me. Well. Let's see what happens next. Yes. The Shinobi Alliance wants to fight against us, Madara. Mew's voice immediately changed, letting Madara understand that the one who resurrected him was talking to him. Are you talking to me through this technique? Sorry, Sight. Madara replied. I corrected some of your shortcomings. And you became stronger than in life. By the way, my name is Kabuto Yakushi. I'm that Madara's partner. So he decided to summon me through this technique. He probably decided that I was needed to show these children. Well, I don't mind having fun, especially dancing with them. Madara immediately jumped down. The 3-volume Sharingan activated in his eyes. Let's start. Madara was in no hurry. But with every step he accelerated. One against tens of thousands of shinobi. But the first to stand in front of him were the Umbu. Let's attack. The Umbu immediately ran to attack Madara. But the Uchiha easily passed through them, and began to kill them one by one. The Alliance also ran at him. He fought quickly, attacking each of them. Madara easily analyzed their attacks, and in a second he was able to understand the abilities of his enemies. After killing almost 1,000 shinobi, he grabbed one by the neck. Do you want to dance with me too? Suddenly he is thrown to the left. He lands lightly on his feet. It turned out to be Temari, who waved her fan. Don't underestimate us. She shouted. Madara shook himself off a little and made just one seal. Element of fire. Great fiery destruction. A huge wave of fire was moving towards the alliance. Some water elemental users ran forward. Element of water. Wall of water. Only 25 people were able to stop this technique. Inoki knew that only Hashirama Senju could defeat Madara. But the alliance will not have enough strength. Gaara may be the commander-in-chief of the army, but even he finds it difficult to understand how to defeat him. They are just children compared to him. From the contact of their technology, a thick fog formed. Madara benefits from this. He immediately launched dozens of fireballs at once. There was no way anyone could escape his attack. Gaara immediately released his sand at Madara. Although his sand is quite fast, Madara easily dodged it. He's too fast. Is this really all you can do? None of you could hurt me. It became a shame. You are nothing compared to Hashirama. Your abilities, techniques, strategies. They won't help you at the moment. Madara's voice had a tone of arrogance. These shinobi are unable to fight him. Hashirama defeated Madara even twice, despite the fact that Madara planned his own death in order to survive later. How do you intend to defeat evil if you cannot defeat one person? Element of wind. Raisin Shuriken. Naruto immediately throws his Raisin Shuriken at Nagato. Realizing that he was able to distract him for a short time, Naruto switches to Itachi. Happened. Shursue's technique worked. Itachi nodded to him. Blood immediately began to flow from Itachi's eyes. Impossible. Was he able to escape my control? Kabuto was very dumbfounded. After all, only one person is able to get out of any control. So he had Uchiha Shursue's eyes all along? I foresaw such a turn. Therefore, I kept these eyes for myself, giving the command that I could use them later. Danzo has the second eye. You should take them from him and destroy them. These eyes are the most powerful. Let's attack together. I'm distracting, you put a stamp. Red ribs appeared around Itachi. Do you remember my Susanoo? Nagato won't be able to just break through it. The ability of any Manjikyu Sharingan. I wish I could give my eyes to you, Naruto. Even if I have Shursue's eyes, I won't be able to give them to you. His eyes are incredibly dangerous. But even without those eyes, you were able to defeat me and Nagato. Echem. They really told the truth about you. Amaterasu. The technique creates tongues of black flame at the point of the user's gaze, while he should not lose sight of it. This often makes Amaterasu a technique that cannot be blocked. However, if the enemy moves fast enough to make it difficult for the enemy to be seen, the flames will miss and instead form on other objects in the field of view. Once created, the flame will burn for 7 days and 7 nights. It cannot be extinguished either with water or other conventional methods. Only the owner of the equipment can make the flame go out. Nagato won't be able to put it out, and he won't be able to absorb my technique. This is to our advantage and cannot absorb my equipment. This is to our advantage and cannot absorb my equipment. This is to our advantage. Element of wind. Great flow of wind. Naruto shouted. My technique is compatible with the element of fire. The wind will intensify the fire, which means the burns will be more serious. Nagato begins to decompose. It's time to put a stamp on it. Chibaku Tensei. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to rise up, and a huge sphere of stones began to form. Itachi, this is the Chibaku Tensei technique. I think you've got a plan. You were able to defeat Pain, weren't you? And he will not miss the chance to use this technique. So how were you able to survive? Itachi asks. 8 Tails were able to help me. Will offensive techniques help? I think yes. Let's try. Itachi was the first to begin making seals. Inferno element. Amaterasu ball technique. Element of lightning. Thunder spear. Their technicians immediately went to this ball. There was a huge explosion. Nagato stood below. As can be seen in his eyes, the Rinnegan became a darker shade. He was completely under control. Itachi formed a full Susanoo and pierced Nagato through. This is Tatsuka's sword. Having pierced you through, I can easily seal your soul inside the pot. Itachi says. Nagato is no longer under Kabuto's control. I will seal his soul forever. Any last words? Itachi and Naruto looked at Nagato. I'm going to our teacher, Naruto. Jiraiya-sensei was the first. He was ideal. And the second story is me. Failure. The third is you, Naruto. And the story ends with you. My teacher couldn't recognize me. So be so amazing that everyone forgets about the second part. Nagato was immediately sucked inside the pot. Naruto and Itachi looked at each other. What's next? I'll go get Kabuto. I think you're going after Madara now? Itachi asked. Yes. Only Madara remained. Itachi. Did you know about Sasuke? Yes. I knew that Sasuke was resurrected along with that pink-haired girl. And I even know why. They wanted to let you experience old wounds again. They wanted you to become desperate. Madara really wanted to win you over to his side. It is beneficial when you have the very person on your side who can kill you. Itachi knew Naruto was holding back too much. There are reasons for this. Find out about the enemy's ability, and then use full power. His Nine Tails mode is not at its peak. Perhaps he is holding back because he might accidentally harm others. Or, instead of detaining, he may simply kill. This time I won't hold back. Madara must answer for his words. He killed a lot of people. And this is unforgivable for him. Only Naruto, promise me something. Itachi paused. Naruto stopped and was ready to listen. Don't follow Madara's path. Don't give in to his words and don't let him control you. Okay, Itachi. Good luck to you, buddy. Stop this technique. Of course, my friend. Kabuto will regret resurrecting my little brother. I'm tired of sitting at headquarters. Hei grumbled. Who knew that the 5 Kage would unite? It was worth living until this time. Said Inoki. Great, I'll test my abilities on you. Madara chuckled. A Tonto falls in front of Madara and the 5 Kage. And a second later Naruto himself stood in front of Madara. Another boy? What a pity. I won't be able to dance. First, fight me, Uchiha Madara. So this means he's resurrected? It turns out that he is not Madara. My original moves towards him. And my 4 more clones are in all squads. The Alliance Umbu were unable to do anything. I knew it. Do you think that you are my rival? I have the Rinnegan, boy. And you can't resist me. Only Hashirama could defeat me, not weak shinobi like you. I have already defeated one Rinnegan owner, and I know about the abilities of these eyes. So don't count on an easy victory, Madara. So your name is Kurama? Your original has already made his choice. And yes, my name is Kurama. Let's go. Let's go, Kurama. Both bumped fists. If before this Naruto's body was surrounded by ordinary yellow chakra, now a yellow cloak with black inserts appeared. Madara fires his Susanoo at Naruto. But Uzumaki very quickly splits this arrow into 2 parts. He became so fast in a short time. Naruto was able to destroy such a fast arrow in a second. And his chakra. Is it really him and Kyuubi? So you are also the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? No less impressive. Madara chuckled. Element of fire. Great fiery destruction. A huge stream of fire moved towards Naruto. He understood that the techniques of this element do not affect the cover of the Nine Tails. Especially for the special cover that he himself controls. I have about 5 minutes, then I will disappear. The original is looking for that guy in the mask. Element of water. Water dragon technique. May came to the rescue immediately. Moreover, this is not a one-on-one battle. This is a battle for peace. Moreover, their enemy is Madara Uchiha himself. Her water dragon absorbed Madara's technique. The Uchiha was not surprised. Shinobi of the Hidden Mist have always been distinguished by this element. Madara did not expect how Gaara pulled him out of Susanoo with the help of sand and how the Raikage hit him with a powerful blow. Element of wind. Slashing blade technique. Naruto shouted. Madara just gets up when several blades pierce him. Element of lightning. Cargo spear. Looking at this technique, Madara began to absorb it, but the technique did not disappear. It turns out it was a Tonto. Before he could catch her, the Tonto pierces him right through. Element of particles. Atomic fission technique. Inoki immediately uses his special technique. As it turns out, this technique destroys at the molecular level. Therefore, if you get hit by this technique, you will end up in trouble. Your techniques completely surprised me. Madara says, absorbing Inoki's technique. Are you Inoki? Haven't you learned? I told you back then. All your abilities will not help you. But your teamwork is good. Okay, then I'll ask you. Do you want clones with or without Susanoo? I didn't expect this from this guy. So young, but smart like your little brother Hashirama. To create such a technique as a thunder spear in your hands. It's not at all easy. Moreover, use the replacement technique with your weapon so that I absorb. This means he killed or defeated Nagato. In any case, he has my eyes. When I deal with these, I will go to him. That's what I thought. You have the blood of Hashirama in you. Madara looked intently at Tsunade. Are you his relative? He's my grandfather. Tsunade answered him. What is the use of such a descendant? You are a weak woman, and you cannot even use the element of wood. And even your regeneration is weaker than Hashirama's. I have heard a lot that the generation after us becomes stronger than us. And as I see, you are nonentities. Madara made one seal, and 25 of his wooden clones appeared near him. For each of you, 5 clones from Susanoo. If you can defeat them, then you deserve my attention. Call me whatever you want. Madara or Toby. Who cares? Your world will be destroyed in an instant. Says the masked man. Nagato is just my pawn. So are you. Your whole life and your suffering. All thanks to me. Join me and together we will punish this world. No thanks. We refuse. Naruto answered. Fine. Then I won't bother you. Says Toby, and disappears. In his place, 7-tailed beasts appeared, which is very upsetting. Even for the likes of Kakashi and Guy, these monsters are incredibly strong. Let's go. And you boy fights well. Madara easily dodges Naruto's attacks. The Uchiha has considerable combat experience and hard training since early childhood. And his Rinnegan expands his abilities to the fullest. I realize that you are a clone. Judging by his chakra flow, he is from the Mito clan. This means that the volume of his chakra and vitality exceeds even Hashirama's. You give me hope that we will dance. But how long will you last? The clone was losing its volume. One last hit and he will disappear. Madara is very strong. Naruto won't be able to help the others. His clones are strong, just like the original himself. I need to get close to him and use the last technique. Raisin Shuriken and Thunder Spear won't help. It cannot absorb only natural energy. So we will have to cancel the Nine Tails regime. Naruto did just that. After canceling the Nine Tails mode, he simply sat on the ground in the lotus position. Don't you want to dance? It's a pity. Judging by it, this is the hermit mode. The boy knows about the weakness of the Rinnegan. I cannot absorb senjutsu techniques or natural energy itself. Only one thing can help in this case. This is Susanoo. Orange pigmentation appeared around Naruto's eyes. As I thought. Hermit mode. You remind me of Hashirama with his sage mode. Then you must defend yourself against my technique. Naruto grins and makes seals. The art of the hermit. Thunder Spear. With a sharp movement, Naruto throws a Thunder Spear at Madara. Madara did not dodge, activating Susanoo's full rib. But even Susanoo could not withstand such an attack. I see. Knowing that I would not absorb this technique, he added his chakra. The clone will disappear. If I were alive, I might die. This technique is very powerful. Lightning covers distance very quickly, and the faster his technique, the worse it is for me. If you don't have time to reflect with the Rinnegan, then you must accept death. Naruto's clone disappeared. And the original Madara burst into laughter. The 5 Kage are waiting for him. Let's look at my clones from Susanoo. Crossing his arms, Madara watched as the 5 Kage could barely cope with them. Well, at least a couple of them are no longer there. And you are capable. But not enough. Defeat them, then fight me. Obito? Kakashi couldn't believe his eyes. This masked man is his old friend. Former teammate from Minato's team. He was considered killed during the war. And even before his death he gave his left eye to Kakashi. Uchiha Obito. His eyes were confirmation. Obito and Kakashi have the same Mangekyo Sharingan pattern. You can call me whatever you want, it doesn't matter to me. Says Obito. The right side of his face had many scars. During the war, the entire right side of his body was flattened. And it is unlikely that he could survive. It turns out that Obito was the one who did everything from the very beginning. He knew that Kushina Uzumaki was a Jinchuriki and he also knew about the birth of Naruto. And knowing a lot of information about Konoha, Obito knew what to do. I was able to survive Kakashi that day. Who is Obito? Naruto asks himself. Our former classmate and member of the Uchiha clan from Konoha. We all thought that he died during the last war. Guy answered. If you were able to survive, why didn't you return to Konoha? This is the first time Kakashi has been so confused. He had never shown such emotions, but when he met his old friend, he was dumbfounded. You know Kakashi. Obito burned through Kakashi with his activated Manjikyu. Because you let Rin die. Kakashi was even more confused. These days when he lost his closest friends. He could never forget. Relax Kakashi. Don't make that face. Obito looked at the full moon. I'm not interested in a world that will already disappear. We'll talk later, Kakashi. The 10 tails will appear soon, and we also need to deal with this. Asuma-sensei. Team 10 couldn't believe their eyes. In front of them is their own teacher. The deceased. The one they lost. The one who hurt the most was Ino. Asuma couldn't control himself, but at least he could talk to them. Sarutobi knew that only his team could win. Choji. Shikamaru. Ino. You have become excellent shinobi. These words became a pain in their hearts. Asuma saw tears flowing from their eyes. All thanks to you. Shikamaru replied. His disciples immediately ran towards him. Ino and Choji attacked from both sides, and Shikamaru ran straight towards Asuma. Simultaneously throwing kunai at Asuma from both sides, Sarutobi caught them. And he jumped back. Work harmoniously. Shikamaru's shadow technique and Ino's consciousness transfer, as well as Choji's heavy blow. Come on. Get your act together. Shikamaru began attacking Asuma with his shadows, while Ino tried to transfer consciousness. Nara knew that Asuma would dodge in any case, and would fall under Choji's attack. Come on Choji! Shikamaru shouted. Choji swung to hit Asuma, but when there was almost nothing left, he stopped. Choji! What are you doing? Stay calm and carry on. I can't. This is too much for me. Asuma kicks Choji and makes the seals. Realizing that Shikamaru was trying to grab him, he jumps to the left side. Element of wind. Dust cloud technique. A sharp stream of wind moves towards Choji, but Ino still manages to save his partner. Why did everything turn out this way? Not now, we ourselves agreed to this fight Choji. Shikamaru replied. What is that look from Choji? Get over it, I'm your enemy now. I'm already dead, there's no time for mercy. Asuma says. But you are the sensei. Choji answers his teacher. There is a war going on at the moment. War for the sake of our comrade. While you are here trying to defeat Asuma, Uzumaki Naruto is fighting with Uchiha Madara. Asuma says. You are Team 10. And you must defeat me and save your friend. Are you really going to do this, Choji? No, I won't do that. Then let's get to work. I believe that only you can defeat me. So prove to me that it was not in vain that I trained you all these years. You're taking a long time, Obito. Says Madara. Naruto didn't expect to see him here. If he is here, then what happened to the Kage? What did you do to the Kage? Naruto asked slowly. They are not able to fight. And unfortunately I couldn't dance. Madara answered calmly. Bastard. Naruto hissed. I'll kill you. Naruto's aura changes dramatically. From calm, his aura became very powerful. He was so angry that he was even ready to destroy the entire area just so that Madara would finally disappear. Kakashi had only seen such a look once. In the same fight where Naruto killed Haku. Beaten to death. But the angrier he is, the stronger he is. In this state, it is almost impossible to stop Naruto. Before anyone had time to blink, Madara flew back from the blow. Wow! You still decided to fight me. Madara grins. Your place is in the afterlife, damn Uchiha. And again a sharp blow from Naruto, but Madara was able to parry with the help of his gunbai. Uchiha reflections. Madara says, and there is a huge explosion. Naruto flies back, but quickly gets up. You shouldn't go ahead out of anger. Control your emotions, try not to think at all. Extra thoughts can hinder you. Madara is very strong, even for you. This bastard already knows how to fight you. His only weakness is his hermit mode. He will not be able to attack and absorb the technique at the same time. Therefore, I advise you to use the hermit mode together with my cover. This way you will have a greater advantage over him. As you thought, Madara is not able to use taijutsu and ninjutsu against senjutsu. You are a stupid boy. You believe in a world without war. Just like Hashirama. His ideologies and all his faith in the will of fire are just a stupid idea. How easy it is to make a flame go out, isn't it? His will of fire extinguished with his own death for years after our last battle. Says Madara. But his will was passed on to the future generation. I also don't trust his will. Because of this, I lost people close to me. But most of all, I hate you. Naruto still had the same kurama cover. If before this his eyes had vertical pupils, now they are in the shape of a cross. Hm. Nothing will help you. The 10 tails will take on its new form, and your end will come right there. Is it really worth sacrificing oneself for true peace? And all just for the sake of a boy like you? Madara said. Enough chatter already. This world is no longer interesting to us, which means it's time to get rid of you, said Obito. The 10 tails formed a bomb. Taking aim, he fired. But the bomb suddenly flew past Naruto and the others. Obito immediately realized that he was under the control of the consciousness transfer technique. Great Ino! We knocked the bomb off course. Shikamaru praised his partner. You're on time. Kakashi says calmly. The first squad is here. The second one too. The third one is here. The fourth squad is also here. The fifth squad also came to the rescue. Great, now we can smash them. Naruto says. Don't expect that you can win. Now we will show you what a real spectacle is. Madara chuckled. Naruto. Try to distract the 10 tails for a while. I must tell the alliance my plan. Okay Shikaku. I'll take it upon myself. Kakashi. Understood. We're behind you. Naruto immediately rushed to attack. The 10 tails immediately fully appeared. After creating a tailed beast bomb, Naruto and Kurama fired at the 10 tails. There was a huge explosion. Naruto and Kurama understood that nothing could take him. Even combining senjutsu and my chakra doesn't help. The 10 tails is natural energy, which is why you cannot sense it. In this case, there is only one chance. Remember that Nagato technique? So, the Rinnegan can help us, but it requires a lot of our own chakra. Your reserve is slightly less than Nagato's. But how can I seal it? I don't have the Rinnegan or a large amount of chakra. You have my chakra, moron. But as for the Rinnegan, I'm afraid that this is already a problem. Your Fuin skills won't help against him. So, by reining in the owner, we can take the mad dog away from them. Silent murder. Naruto whispered quietly. A second later, he is behind Obito. It's a thing. It looks like they are using it to control this monster. Naruto throws a punch, but immediately passes through Obito. Obito himself pulled out a rod to pierce Naruto's back. Gotcha. Obito couldn't believe his eyes. Is this really the same technique? An explosion thundered above the 10 tails' head. Madara was resurrected, and Obito was seriously injured. Uzumaki appears next to Kakashi. What kind of technique is this? Hatake asked. I was able to use the new technique I created. This is something like a tailed bomb, only it is used as a Rasengan. Before this, my control of the 9 tails chakra was very poor. And now I feel that I can completely control his chakra, along with natural energy. Naruto answered. So you didn't look at the risk, but were able to use it on Obito? Yes. I deliberately attacked Obito in this style. My shadow clone from behind was able to attack him from behind. And I myself was able to dodge my attack. There is one risk. And as I said, this is the scale of destruction of this technology. Fine. Now the Alliance will make that very planned plan. Great. May I be informed? Yes. You will be the last one to attack. Without answering, Naruto leaves Kakashi. Element of lightning. Flash of heaven. Several hidden cloud shinobi shouted. The first step is to blind the 10 tails. And Madara and Obito. And then. Element of earth. Ground shift. Shinobi of Stone also shouted. A huge area of land beneath the Ten Tails sank down. As planned. Shinobi of Stone, we must stop the Nine Tails from moving. Lava element. Lime technique. A large amount of lava covered the Ten Tails. Hidden mist, now you. Element of water. Water bomb technique. Mist also added large amounts of water to the lava to improve the new composition. The Sarutobi clan. Now you. Element of fire. Great flame techniques. Fire elemental techniques began to work very quickly. Dried lava with water became solid thanks to fire. Now the strike team. You must kill these two. Sarutobi clan, launch another fireball into the sky. And Hidden Cloud will help Naruto use his Thunder Spear technique. Element of fire. Great flame technique. The Leaf Shinobi shouted again. Launch the element of lightning into the sky, and I will form a Thunder Spear by adding Senjutsu Chakra. Naruto says. Element of lightning. Storm strike. Under Darui's command, the Cloud Shinobi sent a multitude of lightning bolts into the sky at one point. Bye. Let's. Killer Bee launches Naruto upward. Naruto manages to touch the lightning with his hand. He added his chakra with Senjutsu Chakra. The equipment has become 3 times larger. Move away. The explosion radius is very large. The Alliance retreated a couple of 100 meters. And Naruto jumped down on Madara and Obito. Not a bad technique. Now, Obito. Says Madara. Yes. Obito nodded. The Ten Tails is easily selected from the entire layer. He changed his uniform to a new one. Hermit mode. Element of lightning. Thunder Spear. Naruto throws a huge spear at the enemy. Madara and Obito begin to absorb this technique. What? Madara was very surprised. Technology is not absorbed in any way. Did he use natural energy along with their chakra? The technology crashed down on both of them. The blast wave threw everyone in all directions. Naruto had the worst luck. He was at the epicenter of this technique, and the Nine Tails regime collapsed. Because it took a lot of chakra. He landed near the Alliance. The technique is quite impressive and very destructive. But the Ten Tails withstood such an onslaught thanks to Obito's Kamui, but he was able to absorb about 30% of this technique. And we were able to withstand the remaining 70%. Says Madara. Intangibility barely saved my life. Thanks to Hashirama's cells, I was able to maintain that 30% in my Kamui. Obito added. The wounds are considerable. I need time to heal you. Although I'm not such a good doctor. Ino treated Naruto. His right hand is in the worst condition. 2nd-degree burns. Almost reached his muscles. Subcutaneous fat was able to stop a little. But good is not enough. And the rest of the body is only covered in cuts and abrasions. Thank you. Naruto whispered and smiled. More, tears flowed from her eyes. Do not do that. Ino. This is Madara's final attack. Ino looked at the Ten Tails. This monster was met with a bomb somewhere to the side, but definitely not towards the Alliance. I'm proud of you, daughter. You've been able to get through a lot. I am glad that I have such a caring and kind daughter. You didn't turn away from your team, although you wanted to be with Sakura and Sasuke. You didn't break even when your friend died. And she was able to defeat Asuma and her team. Even in difficult times, you care about your friends. Dad. Do not interrupt me. The bomb is flying towards us, so I want to tell you the last words, just like Shikaku did. Take care of Naruto. This guy is the last descendant of the 4th, and also the hero of our village. I'm sure you yourself know about your feelings for him. I managed to tell him so that he could protect you. After all, I am your father. And I love you." The father's rough but gentle voice was interrupted. Ino saw the explosion. Which means her father died. Tears continued to flow from her eyes. But now her tears flowed with bitterness. Ino didn't cry. This is the most difficult moment for her, and a blow to the heart. But she felt herself being hugged and pressed close. "I promised him that I would keep you safe. He is a true hero and loving father, Ino." While Naruto was calming Ino down, the Ten-Tails was about to demolish him with his palm. But Hinata managed to save both of them, preventing the Ten-Tails' palm from touching them. "Naruto-kun! Ino-san!" Hinata shouted. "Thank you, Hinata." Naruto shouted back. "Listen to Ino. There is no time to sit and mourn." Wiping away her tears, the young kunoichi nodded to the guy. Realizing that she was okay, Naruto joined the rest of his friends. "Great, hermit mode has been restored. Hinata, move away. I'm attacking." Naruto began throwing a Ten-Tails wind-release Raisin Shuriken into each hand. He was able to throw 6 times at once. His limit was 4. And since Kurama is gathering chakra to re-enter Nine-Tails mode, it's not easy. "I made it," he said, falling to one knee. "Senjutsu chakra has ended. As I expected. I used the Raisin Shuriken 6 times, which is already a lot." The Ten-Tails launched wooden spears at Naruto. Since he is the main attacker. "Crap. The attack is focused. My technique won't help," said Hinata. "What to do? What to do? I won't have time to save Naruto-kun." Naruto saw someone stand in front of him to protect him. Raising his head, he saw her looking at him. "Ino. You," the spears pierced. That's all he heard. But not into her. And in the other, Hinata. Naruto quickly runs up to her. The spears pierced straight into her chest, piercing right through. "Naruto-kun. Shut up. Now. I'll help, hang in there, Hinata." Ino's hands glowed green. She is a good doctor, but, unfortunately such a wound cannot be healed without Tsunade. Hinata herself smiled softly through the pain. Being in the arms of Naruto and Ino, Hinata felt free from all shackles. As if she became free. "You claimed that you would defeat us. You said that you won't let anyone die again." Obito shouts, standing on the Ten-Tails. "You said that you would bring peace. But gradually your world is destroyed with the death of people close to you. While her body is getting colder, you feel the very pain you went through." Naruto looked at Hinata and realized. She had already died in his arms. He remembered those moments again. The death of Sasuke, Sakura, Asuma, Jiraiya, and now Hinata. Look around. These bodies are your friends. Those who gave their lives for you. And their death is on your shoulders. How many more people will you kill? Your death will bring peace. Because you are the killer. You killed them all. You made them suffer. Obito continued to press Naruto. Because if he gives up, then the alliance will lose hope. Your ideals and goals have led to a dead end. And this is your punishment. This is what you deserve. Eternal suffering. And your main fear. Loneliness. Nobody acknowledges your existence. Enough, Naruto. Join us. Together we will destroy the world and plunge her into the eternal Tsukiyomi. Naruto was self-absorbed. Join the side of Obito and Madara? Will he die and peace will be brought? So that means It's all because of him? Is it all his fault? But Naruto. Ino looked into the guy's eyes and slapped him in the face. Please. Don't trust them. Do you remember? Is your ninja way? Hinata died because she respected and appreciated your choice. She believed that you would stop this war. Please. We will stop them both together. Together with the alliance. We are here because we want to protect you and help you. Fine. Naruto carefully removes her hand from his face and stands up. You know, Obito. Your words are not empty for me. But you must know one thing. Bloody fox. Naruto now has Kurama's cloak with hermit mode. Never gives up. Even in front of people like you and Madara. Naruto's chakra has improved. I feel that the sage's chakra flows in him. This means he is the second after Hashirama Senju who can use the sage mode. His own chakra is the sage's chakra. It turns out. He is his direct descendant. What kind of bloody fox? Madara asks. The so-called Arbiter of Destinies. He killed quite a few of the best missing shinobi. He always acted alone, and Nagato lost to him in battle. As I understand it, Naruto was able to destroy it with ease. But at the last moment, Nagato himself abandoned his role in our plan. Obito answers. Not interested. But this guy interested me. He was even able to fight with me. And I think he has the right to a second chance before death. Madara is expecting an attack from Naruto. It's very boring for him to fight with a young guy. But since he is a recognizable shinobi, then we can dance. The Uchiha jumps down. Wait for Obito. The Ten-Tails full form will appear in a few minutes. And I'll deal with this guy one-on-one. Naruto and Madara are standing 50 meters from each other. The Uchiha pulls out a gunbai from her back. And also throws a katana towards Naruto. This is Hashirama's katana. Prove to me that you are capable of defeating me. Then I will give you my gunbai. Both immediately clash weapons. Madara pushes Naruto back harshly, waiting for him to land on his feet. And it's all? I expected more from you, boy. Is this really all your strength? You're wrong. I'm just used to a different face. Naruto takes out a fox mask from his belt and puts it on his face. I'm used to working in my favorite mask. Element of fire. Great fiery destruction. Madara blew a huge wall of fire at Naruto, but the blonde stopped this wave with many walls of dirt. Element of fire. A hail of fireballs. Naruto jumped out from above and attacks Madara with fireballs, which he dodges. Element of wood. Chokehold technique. The roots of the trees try to entangle Naruto, but he cuts them with his katana. But the technique manages to grab his hand and immobilizes him. Naruto is trapped and he disappears. Clone means the original is nearby. Element of lightning. Thunder spear. Thunder was heard from above. Madara activates a simple Susanoo, which Naruto punches in the back. Element of wind. Raisin shuriken. Out of nowhere, a Naruto clone appeared. He throws the Raisin shuriken straight at the open back. Madara and Susanoo fly forward. Not a bad guy. You're almost comparable to Hashirama. At least he made me happy. His chakra is similar to Hashirama's. There is not only a family connection between clans, but something else. He is either a descendant of Hashirama or his younger brother. Since the chakra of the sage himself is present. Did they talk about him? How about the child prophecy? Or I'm wrong? Frankly, you are a worthy opponent. All you need is more experience in combat. And mine is enough for me. Naruto answers. Damn. There's not much time. Now you need to use the most special technique. It's time for the world to see this technique of my father. The art of the hermit. Rasengan. Suddenly, Naruto hits Madara from behind with his Rasengan. Flying Thunder God technique? Is he really? Kakashi was very surprised. No one after the fourth and second could use such a teleportation technique. Because this is obvious death. As expected. I used Rasen Shuriken on you and was able to mark your Susanoo. As I expected, you have absorbed the mark, and therefore I can attack you whenever and as much as I want. This is war, which means we need strong shinobi. Kabuto ended up on Madara Uchiha's side. In that case, I will resurrect the most powerful shinobi in centuries. Orochimaru stood in an unknown bunker. Behind him were a bunch of masks. What are these creepy masks of Orochimaru-san? Asks the red-haired girl with glasses. Long ago, this place was the temple of the Uzumaki clan. Karen, you are also from the Uzumaki clan. You have Uzumaki Kushina's chakra in your DNA. Wife of the fourth Hokage and mother of the bloody fox. Orochimaru answers. What? Blood fox son of Uzumaki Kushina? The same one? Karen is surprised. Yes. Blood fox's name, Uzumaki Naruto-kun. You still know little about your clan, Karen. And now we move on to the resurrection of our 4 Hokages of the Leaf Village. Not bad, very good. Use Tobirama's Thunder God technique. You really are a difficult guy. But I am resurrected. And I want to fight you as a living person. And what are you offering me? This world will disappear anyway, my boy. When I can do everything, I will let you live. Then we'll see what you can do. Or will you help me? You and Obito will work well together. Madara is a good manipulator. Only one thing is important to him. Plan of the Eye of the Moon. What he started over 20 years ago. And he left the rest to Obito. Naruto interested him not only as an opponent, but also as a possible ally. Who knew, if he had lived another 10 years, he could have manipulated Naruto into becoming a vessel for the Ten Tails. Since the Uzumaki clan can easily control the chakra of a Bijuu, and even several. And with the Rinnegan, he would become much more dangerous in the hands of Konoha. I will not fight on your side, and I will not be a pawn like Obito. Naruto answered. His business is not so good. Kurama's cover and hermit mode disappeared. Without his regime, he is nothing against Madara. Since he was resurrected and has the Rinnegan with his Sharingan abilities. Oh well. In vain. I have offered you the most advantageous position in the war. You could bring back your friends in my eternal Tsukiyami. And he would live happily ever after. Since you decided to refuse. In that case, you will simply die after I take the Kyuubi from you. Orochimaru? It is you again? The second Hokage asks a question, examining his hand. What do you mean again? And who is Orochimaru? Asks the first Hokage. It seems he used the seal of the death god and freed our souls, and then resurrected us using the resurrection technique. Hiruzen says. Orochimaru-san? Could you really do this? Asks Minato. Yes. This technique was originally created by the Uzumaki clan. I have researched everything about the death god seal. Orochimaru replied. Wait. So are you the fourth Hokage? Asks the first, approaching Minato. I'm sure the village is safe in such young hands. Sorry first Sama. But I died long before the third. Minato said, scratching the back of his head. Then who is the fifth Hokage? Your granddaughter. Princess Tsunade. Tsuna. I hope the village is not in a pawn shop. She still learned card games and money washing from me. That's why we had to sell our house, big brother. Well, you, Tobirama, created this technique. And as you can see, we stand here resurrected. The first Hokage suddenly froze. He sensed several powerful chakras and a very powerful natural chakra. I feel powerful chakra. Reminds me of Mito's chakra. Looks like your son is not far from here. Hiruzen smiles. He became a strong shinobi. Yes. But your son Minato became famous throughout the world as the Bloody Fox. For a long time his team tried to find me. But they didn't succeed. Says Orochimaru. And while we're chatting here, there's a war going on. I resurrected you because Madara was also resurrected. The Alliance needs your help. Should I trust you? Who knows, maybe this is just another lie. Tobirama walked up to the wall and put his right hand. But I can sense Madara's chakra. Well, different shinobi from different villages. It looks like the alliance really took place. In that case, there's no time to waste, brother. It looks like Madara has already been waiting for me. You don't have the strength, Naruto. And my chakra is running out. You can't go into Ninetales mode every 5 minutes. Says Kurama. I can clearly sense the chakra of the Sage of the Six Paths. So I was right. Naruto is the child of prophecy and the savior of this world. Hold on a little longer while I accumulate more chakra for you. It's time to finish with them. I will kill you all with one shot. And there will be nothing left of you. The Ten Tails formed a tailed beast bomb. Everyone was confused. There is no way to resist such technology. The bomb went off. The 8 Tails jumped out from behind the alliance and fired at the 10 Tails. But he clicked his bomb and hit Killer Bee. Kurama. Let's. To her. Tailed beast bomb. Naruto became completely covered in the 9 Tails chakra. Both fired. Naruto's bomb hit from below, and as he wanted, he changed the trajectory to the top. There was an explosion, and the shock wave pushed everyone away. Was he able to withstand the 10 Tails bomb? Very good. Madara chuckled. But what will you do now? Let's see how you hold off another salvo. Naruto was practically exhausted. Almost all the chakra was spent on this technique. And Kurama is gathering chakra again. Hold on. He felt warm hands lay on his shoulders. And his strength returns. I'm always surprised how you run to save me. Naruto said quietly. Get used to it. Saving you is one of my tasks. Kurama will not collect chakra soon. I need time to get into the mode. But now I am unable to do anything. Don't worry. Shikamaru will help us. Kitsuchi-san. I don't have time to think. It's time for us to do this. Shikamaru says. Fine. I need to contact the entire alliance. This way we can put up walls. Ino, you are needed to form a mud wall. We need to show the seals to the entire alliance. Fine. Ino contacted everyone from the alliance. Everyone repeated after her. Madara and Obito were sure that their walls would not hold back such power. Element of earth. A wall of mud. The 10 Tails fired a bomb. The bomb itself flew past their walls at high speed. But suddenly, it disappeared. A kunai fell in front of Naruto. And a man in a white cloak appeared. I am late? He asks. No. You are just in time, father. The street of Konoha is filled with joy and fun. Otherwise. After all, it's New Year. Both adults and children throw snowballs at each other and build a snowman. Even the leaf shinobi have fun celebrating this holiday. The fifth Hokage has a habit of drinking sake at a local bar. New Year. Not interesting, said the man in the fox mask. There are no tasks, I just stand and watch them. Fox. Have a rest. I take over the patrol, says the man in the dog mask. It's better to celebrate this holiday with everyone. Thanks Kakashi, but I don't like this holiday. There is a reason for this. As a child, he was happy to walk the streets and lie in the snow. But when he saw how children and their parents celebrated this holiday, he felt sad. He has no one and no one wants to celebrate with him. Even Grandpa 3 was always busy. Another reason is drunk people. Seeing this child, they wanted to beat him. But for them this is another reason to drink. But I insist. Jiraiya-sama is in the village. You know he will be happy with your company, answered the dog. Certainly. He loves to drink. Tsunade-sama is now in the bar, probably having a blast together. I won't interfere with old friends. The fox disappears into the shunshin. He appeared outside the village. The guy was unbearably sad. Everything is still the same as it was before. This was exactly what upset him. The fox takes off the mask from his face. But suddenly a kunai stabbed into the mask. Give up, fox. The girl shouted to him. She has brown hair and green eyes. Dressed in the uniform of a jounin of the hidden mist. There are about 9 mist umbu next to her. Where is the decapitator sword? Belonged to Zabuza Momochi. It's rude to come here without Terumi Mei's permission. You better get out of here. So far none of yours have died. The guy answered. Kill him. The girl shouted. The umbu immediately attacked him. For them, the legend that Fox was the most dangerous killer remained a legend. Seeing him as a young guy, they thought it was a trick. It's impossible for a child to become a dangerous shinobi. He immediately disappears from sight of these same umbu. Mei barely has time to blink before her umbu die. He was easily able to kill them. Some bodies were dismembered and some were beheaded. This terrified her. After all, the legend turned out to be true. The fox was able to kill them all. Tell whoever sent you here not to appear before my eyes again. I won't kill you. You go back and give him the message. If I see your gang one more time, then I will wipe the fog from the face of the earth. His look. His aura. Mei was never afraid of danger, but he was the first who could make her tremble with fear. How do you, me? Mei barely blurted out. Uzumaki Naruto. Now go away. Otherwise you will die with them. He pointed to the corpses of her partners. Mei immediately runs away from him. All Naruto can do is take out the kunai and put the mask back on. And he seals the bodies of these umbu in a scroll. This scroll is your grave. May it also perish with you. He says, burning the same scroll. Naruto is almost 15 years old. And he's just becoming a world-class killer. He decides to return to Konoha. The guy sees a lot of people on the streets. Everything is as usual. And it makes it easier. Who did you manage to fight with? The dog, who appeared behind him, asks him. Terumi Mei's squad. Everyone except her is dead. The guy answered. Maybe you can at least rest? You already killed people during the holiday. But they also wanted to return home to their family. Then they attacked me in vain. You know me. I don't like being disturbed. Jiraiya-sama was looking for you. He says he needs to talk. As usual at the Hokage-sama residence. Naruto disappears into the shunshin again, appearing in Fifth's office. The stench was terrible. There is a strong smell of alcohol that can easily make you sick. The fifth Hokage is snoring on the sofa, and in her hands is unfinished sake. Jiraiya is sitting at her table with a small glass. "You came," the man said. "How do you like the new year? If you haven't swelled up, then it's not bad. Otherwise, look at your drunken face with a salary for the Hokage." Jiraiya just laughed in response. He has already fooled him into thinking about non-reciprocal love, etc. "Well, that's enough. Come here. I prepared a gift for you." The Sannin pulls out a red cloak with black accents. "Since you are also a Sannin, I asked Fukasaku-sama to make this cloak for you. Not even your father and I could earn it. Try it on." Naruto tries on this cloak. It sits flat and looks stylish with his basic outfit. "They made it just for you. This is for you for the New Year, Godfather." The man gets up from his chair and approaches the student and hugs him tightly. "Thank you, pervert Godfather." "Do not thank. It's just a small thing. I should have been with you from the very beginning and raised you. Who knows? Maybe you would still love the new year. I am sure that the time will come when I will see you happy. That a beauty with an ideal figure will walk next to you. Dream on. This is not a dream. This is your future. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side. Naruto. Minato, you're fast. As always. Says the third Hokage, landing near the fourth. The second and first Hokage appeared behind them. "Fourth, you are even faster than me," says Tobirama. Madara landed on a huge mountain in front of them. "I was waiting for you, Hashirama." Madara shouts, rejoicing as if for a holiday. "I'll deal with you later. I must stop the 10 tails." Hashirama answers. Madara muttered, saying that this idiot still hasn't changed. "Okay. You can wait. Rest, Naruto," says Minato. Looking at Ino, the man smiled. "Thank you for treating Naruto. You're his girlfriend, aren't you?" "No." "Oh, Kaki. Shut up, Naruto." Ino hits the guy on the head. "I have to concentrate to heal you." Reminds me of Kushina with her personality. This creature feeds on natural energy. Naruto stands up and approaches the 4 Hokage. Although the hermit mode or the sage mode can have an effect, the problem is the amount of his chakra and natural chakra. "Did you manage to analyze it?" asks Tobirama. "Yes. Usually it is controlled by 2 people. If Madara went to the side, this means that it is more difficult for the second to control such a creature. We need to get rid of the Jinchuriki before he becomes one completely. Moreover, the 10 tails will take its final form." Good analytics guy. "Leave it to my brother." "Fourth, are you ready?" "I've already placed kunai in all directions." Fast as always. Minato moves the second and third Hokage towards his kunai. The 4 stood in a quadrangle. Ninja art. Barrier of the 4 crimson lights. A red barrier formed around the 10 tails. According to legend, this is an impenetrable barrier created by the Uzumaki clan. Only shinobi with the power of a Kage can use it. "Do you have a plan, Naruto?" asked the original Minato. "Not reliable, but I think it's worth a try. In hermit mode, I could easily hit him with an attack. I think it's worth using the thunder spear." "Were you able to change the shape of lightning that much? Convert into chakra that can be thrown?" Minato was incredibly surprised. Not even he could do this. He once tried to use lightning with a Rasengan, but it didn't work. And here, Naruto was able to make the shape of a spear out of the element, using it as a throwing weapon that could have a large area, or such a technique would kill even a huge beast. "Yes. You have the main release of lightning. Even though my base is wind, I can use a thunder spear." "Will not work. I don't know this technique." Although I can use seals, it is impossible for me to make a form from a chakra clot. You just need to give me the same clot of lightning chakra. I'll make the form myself. Let's try to use this technique as the largest one. Naruto, what's your plan? Tell those who have the basis of the element of lightning to help me. I just need a bolt of lightning to hit the sky. Just like last time. Fine. Kakashi-sensei wants to talk to you. I'm tying. Naruto. I take Obito on myself. Your troops and I will distract him and move him away from the Ten Tails. His Kamui will absorb this technique, preventing the Ten Tails from being damaged. Excellent, Kakashi. We are ready? Minato asked. To her. Having entered hermit mode, Naruto expected the help of all shinobi based on the elements of lightning. Since only they can use lightning at full power, and Naruto will be able to control it thanks to Senjutsu chakra and kurama. Once upon a time in this world, there was a lightning god named Reiju. According to legend, he himself is made of lightning, and his power was passed on to his descendants. Probably the Uzumaki clan is also included in his descendants. That's why this clan was considered the most dangerous. Mito is an example of this. Without the strength of Hashirama, she was easily able to fight the Nine Tails and seal it away. She also had the same sage chakra as Naruto. There were few wise men in the world. The last one was Hashirama. And most likely Naruto is the next sage from the direct generation of the Sage of the Six Paths himself. Element of lightning. Thunderstorm technique. After using this technique to the sky, Naruto himself gradually combined it into one technique. After spending a huge amount of Senjutsu chakra to control and to use against the Rinnegan, Naruto creates a very huge spear. It is 4 times larger than the previous one. Since Minato was also able to help him, also using the chakra of the second part of Kurama. There is no way to dodge this technique. This is a failure, Madara thought. With his Rinnegan activated, he looked at Naruto, trying to study the sage's burst of power. Can't be. This is the chakra. The chakra of the Sage of the Six Paths himself? Who are you really, Naruto? Element of lightning. Great Thunder Spear. Naruto sends the technique at the Ten Tails. The flash was so strong that everyone had to close their eyes and cover it with their hands. The Hokage tried to hold the barrier. When the spear hit the Ten Tails and Obito, the explosion was so powerful that even the barrier could not withstand such an onslaught. Tobirama managed to transport his brother and the third, and Minato, who was holding the barrier, was only a shadow clone. After the explosion, everyone saw only the separated parts of the Ten Tails, which turned into small trolls made of wood. Minato appears in front of the barely alive Obito, who was able to escape thanks to Kamui. A sharp swing of the kunai in front of the Uchiha's eyes. Minato, looking at him, remembered that very battle during the attack 16 years ago. Obito. So it was you? Obito's body fell to the ground like a lifeless corpse. You forgot Obito. The mark of the Flying Thunder God will never disappear. Madara. It's time for us to end this whole battle. Enough. Hashirama shouts. Really? Obito is just my pawn. And he did his job. There's only one thing left. Madara grins. Sensei. Kakashi approaches his mentor. It's time. Obito cannot be returned to that same path. I swore an oath to Rin that I would not let both of you die. And that I will protect you both. It's probably my fault and she hates me. Perhaps that's why my journey ended with the birth of Naruto. Is it really because of Rin's death that you and Obito decided to follow this path? I have nothing to lose. Obito wheezed and made one seal. All this is for the sake of Rin, and for the sake of the new world. Divine Resurrection Technique. Finally. Says Madara. He feels as if from being resurrected, he becomes himself. A living person. It's time to go get the second Rinnegan. I don't need Obito anymore. Stop Madara. This is our last battle. Alas, Hashirama. I only need the 9 tails. And then I will plunge the world into eternal Tsukiyami. As it was written on the table. Do you remember? In the temple of your clan? Yes. The sage said that only thanks to the eternal Tsukiyami can one find peace without war and bloodshed. In our world, peace without war is just an illusion. But I will create such an illusion that everyone will live peacefully and happily. You won't know about this anymore. After all, you are dead. What the hell? Kakashi shouted, looking at Madara. How did he end up alive if he was resurrected through unholy resurrection? At one time, I knew many techniques, especially this technique of divine resurrection. Madara answers. I only need the 9 tails. Then I will become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. You probably understand that we won't let you approach him? Asks Kakashi. Self-confidence, more than enough. But that won't help you. Loud words don't change the world. Madara replied, calmly walking towards Kakashi. Your Sharingan is a gift from our clan. A gift from Obito. It's time to pick him up. Kakashi ran at Madara with a kunai, but he was suddenly sucked into the Kamui. Have you decided to deal with him yourself? Kakashi will be in the way. Obito croaked. I don't have the strength to fight in battle. Echem. In that case, I don't need you, Obito. Before you die, I will tell you one thing. Rin. She didn't die because of Hidden Cloud's attack. I set it all up. It's all because of you. You ran under my tune, and you yourself wanted to do the same with Naruto. You. Bastard. It was all because of you. I will kill you, Madara. Madara just laughed at that. Continuous threats from a dying man. You can't trust people, Obito. I told you this a long time ago. What will you choose? Death? Or will you cling to your life? Obito tried to get to his feet. But there is no strength anymore. After Naruto's technique, Obito was already practically destroyed. Minato throws a kunai at Madara, but the Uchiha dodges. Namikaze moves behind Madara, using a Rasengan to hit him. But Madara activated Susanoo. You are fast, Yellow Lightning. But that's not enough against me. Minato quickly steps back. It's not a good idea to fight Madara alone. In my old age, I could admire you. In my younger years you were stronger than me. But experience cannot be taken away from an old man like me. But why did you save Obito? Didn't he ruin your whole life? After all, it is his fault that your son became a Jinchuriki and lonely. Despite this, he is my student. Obito knows that he did something stupid, but he realized that it was all your fault. To ruin the entire life of an innocent child by deceiving him, you have deprived the lives of others. Minato answers. Let it be so. But what can you do if I, Madara points to Obito who is trying to get out of the control of Black Zetsu. Will I kill him now? An easy choice for a wise person like you. By the way, what about your son? He exudes the chakra of the sage. Won't you tell me? Or do you yourself not know about such power? I won't tell you anything. Kusarigama. A fiery Kusarigama whistled near Madara, which he managed to dodge. But this is only the first wave. It was followed by a second one, from which the Uchiha had to activate the Rinnegan and absorb the technique. The element of fire used chakra by combining with natural energy to create a blade. Are you really capable of more surprises, Naruto? It's time to finish with you, Madara. Father, rein in Obito and get Kakashi-sensei out. The other Hokage and I will try to reign in this bastard. Minato followed his son's orders. He looks like his mother. Kushina has always been a persistent and not timid girl. Madara, you said that the 5 Kage are dead. But unfortunately for you, they are here. Hm. Apparently they were able to survive. But nothing. You can't stop me. Element of wood. Chokehold technique. From underground and from the sides, Madara was entwined with tree roots. Hashirama and Yamato were able to capture it. You are a living being, so we can easily seal you, Madara. Tobirama says, folding the seals. Death God technique. You didn't take one thing into account, my friend. When you threaten my loved ones or descendants, I will not look at who you will be to me. Hashirama recognizes the blade in the back of an old friend, like last time. Even if you are my friend, brother, or even my child. Madara tried to activate the Rinnegan, but due to the fact that he is alive, his chakra is suppressed by the strangulation of tree roots. We were able to come up with a plan to stop you and the Ten Tails. Of course, everything would have gone differently, but I don't think it could be any other way. Naruto says. Eternal Tsukiyami is cancelled. Come on. Madara chuckled. Do you think you are a hindrance to me? The Uchiha activated Susanoo's cover and got out of the technique. After impaling Tobirama and Hiruzen, Madara was able to move calmly. Because only they can use this technique. Element of wood. Technique. Hashirama had just begun to use his technique when Madara approached him, piercing his chest with his hand. No, my friend. Your sage mode will be useful to me. Madara says, grabbing Hashirama by the neck and pumping chakra out of him. I can't lose like that, especially to your children. Your whole concept of the will of fire is a lie. My clan was completely destroyed and your descendants are to blame for everything. So let them answer for this. I was able to forgive the death of my younger brother, but I will not be able to forgive any more for my clan. When I left, I believed that you would not let my clan lose the reason to continue to exist. But apparently you yourself were blind, seeing nothing except the post of Hokage and the capture of the tailed creatures. You're wrong, Madara. It's unlikely that we'll be able to chat. If you had killed me back then, I would have been waiting for your arrival in the other world. Madara has drained enough chakra from Hashirama. It's time for Naruto. Naruto himself is waiting for the Uchiha to attack. If you give me the tailed one, I'll allow you to live a luxurious life in Tsukiyami. If not, then the road to hell. But I'll still take the Kyuubi. No, I want to live in this world. Without you. Naruto says, activating hermit mode and Kyuubi. Remember I said that if I were alive I would fight with you. So, it's time to finish what we started. Fine. Naruto pulls out Hashirama's katana. One must remain, one must fall. Both rushed at each other. Madara attacked Naruto with heavy blows, which Naruto so far dodged. He throws a kunai at Madara, which he dodges. Finding himself behind, Naruto attacks him with a Rasengan. But the Uchiha activated Susanoo's cover. I can't be caught by a cheap trick, says Madara. Now you will see your end, Naruto. Madara activates full Susanoo. In front of Naruto stands a warrior 200 meters tall. Naruto himself enters Kurama's cover. Your cover is nothingness in front of my Susanoo. Give up and hand over the Nine Tails. Kurama's cover is almost 3 times less than Madara's Susanoo. As it turns out, Naruto has half of the Nine Tails chakra. And this is not enough. Madara swings a huge katana, cutting off the cover of half the body. Naruto is left without cover, and Kurama needs to accumulate chakra in order to ideally re-enter the mode. My creation is the last thing you will see. Madara shouts and swings his katana and hits Naruto. The wave was powerful, raising dust in its wake. What's there? Shikamaru asks clan member Hugo with concern. Now, Byakugan. A member of the Hugo clan, looking at the place where Naruto was very surprised. How? What's happened? Nara asks again. He stopped the blow of the sword. Madara laughs loudly, looking down. But he may have killed Naruto, so Naruto will have to be resurrected using Edo Tensei. I never would have thought that he would die like this, says Madara. When the dust settled, he saw his sword not touching the ground. What? The sword sharply leans back. Did he manage to enter hermit mode and stop the blow? He did not find an answer to his question. Naruto appears in front of him and punches Susanoo's chest. There was a crackling sound. Madara never expected this. This is definitely not a hermit regime. It is impossible to break my Susanoo. You said that our battle will take place at the peak of our powers, Madara. It's time, Naruto says while floating in the air. Madara peered with the Rinnegan into his chakra channels and chakra pockets. The Uchiha noticed something he didn't expect. Were you able to awaken the full power of the sage? Madara is surprised. But how? Met an old friend. Flashback. Naruto found himself in a strange place. This place was similar to his subconscious. But Kurama is not here. Don't worry, you're not alone here. He heard a voice unknown to him. Looking at this unknown man, Naruto couldn't believe his eyes. This is the Sage of the Six Paths himself. Apparently you already know who I am. Yes. But I don't know the reason for your appearance. Naruto says. You know me as the Sage of the Six Paths, but my name is Hagoromo Oitsutsuki. Time is short, so I'll give you something. And your friend too. Naruto saw Sasuke. He was incredibly surprised that his best friend was here. Sasuke? Naruto. The sage said that we are the incarnations of his sons. For hundreds of years they waged war until they were reborn into both of us. And my son's war is over. I divided my forces exactly in half. But Sasuke is already dead and I can't resurrect him. You will receive your half of the power. Sasuke has already received his. Come to me. The sage extended his palm which Naruto touched. The mark of the sun appeared in his hand. Sasuke also approached his friend and touched his forehead with 2 fingers. Remember when I asked you, are you happy? You said everything was fine, and I believed it. But apparently after our death you fell in the other direction. The sage showed me everything. You lied to me and I understand. You know what power is and you know how to control it. The fact that I have the other half of the sage's power does not give me hope of defeating Madara. Just don't say. I'll give you the power. Only you can I trust the future. We'll meet in many years, when you die of old age. I promise, buddy. We will see you in another world. Give me your word. Live a happy life, my friend. End flashback. Have you awakened the sage's hermit mode and the Rinnegan? Madara asks. That means we're on the same wavelength. His strength has increased many times over. Even if I'm at my peak right now, I can easily lose to him. Either he dies or I die. Yes. And we are both at the peak of our strength. With a quick movement, he crushes Madara's Susanoo to pieces. The Uchiha jumps back, folding the seal. Element of fire. Great fiery destruction. Blowing out a huge wave of fire, Naruto himself concentrated chakra on his right eye. The Rinnegan successfully absorbed the technique. This is Choko Tomo Rinnegan, which means awakening the eyes of the sage. According to legend, only with these eyes was he able to seal the 10 tails and leave only an empty shell. There is no time to stand on ceremony, Naruto says as he attacks Madara. Having kicked him, he sends the Uchiha into the rocks. Madara breaks through the rock with his back, but Naruto crashes into him with such force that they went right through the entire rock. Before Madara can figure out where he is, a second blow to Naruto's face follows. Madara falls backwards, and before he can even stand up, a black spike is stabbed into his hands. Is this the realm of the Sage of the Six Paths? The Uchiha asks. Yes. My last technique is your death, Madara. You caused a lot of harm to people and started a war. Quite. I didn't expect that someone would appear who would be stronger than me after Hashirama. The Uchiha grinned. My last words will give you nothing, young man. Even if you consider me an evil person, I was only following my own path. Eternal Tsukiyami was supposed to help the whole world find peace from everything. I had a choice. Forget about this and continue to be with Hashirama, or betray him for the sake of the future of all people. I was a fool to believe my father's words. Is this repentance before death? Maybe. I'm sorry that I couldn't make my dream come true. It's time. Naruto says, and a thunder spear appears in his hand. I won't lie, you may have a noble goal, Madara. But it is better to leave this to the future generation. Hashirama would say the same thing. Madara smiled. I am ready to accept death from a worthy hand. With a sharp movement, Naruto plunges his spear into Madara's heart. When lightning passed through the Uchiha's body, he quickly died. Your eyes are dangerous, Naruto says, looking at Madara's body. Another bolt of lightning from the sky struck Madara's dead body, leaving only ashes. As are you. While he was dealing with Madara, the Ten-Tails was very angry. Nobody controls him. Only Madara and Obito know how to control it. But the Uchiha is dead, and Obito is already dying. Do you know how to get rid of him? Naruto asks Kurama. Don't be stupid, you know what to do. Kurama answers. Technique for rupture of a heavenly body from the earth. Releasing a small ball into the sky, Naruto waited for the Ten-Tails to begin to be pulled there. Now I will create chains for all of you. You will draw chakra from the Ten-Tails. This way we can save the tailed ones too. We got you. Alliance. It's time to finish what we started. Tsunade shouts. Obito barely rose to his feet as he approached the Ten-Tails. He was filled with anger at this monster and at Madara. Rin. I did this for you. Perhaps it's time for me to save the world and leave this life for you. Kakashi will only hinder us. Obito, using Kamui, pulls Kakashi to freedom. Kakashi, you should move away. Obito says, folding the seals. I have to help Naruto. Kakashi looked around the battlefield. He missed a lot. What do you want to do? This time to save the world, and save Naruto from death. Sealing the Ten-Tails is very difficult. He will use all his chakra to pull out the tailed beasts. If he weakens before he does this, the Ten-Tails himself will absorb the fox. Then Naruto will die. And I will take this monster with me. Having finished folding the seals, Obito touched his heart. Death God Technique. The last Uchiha senses the presence of the god of death. The body felt cold from the appearance of such a creature. I must seal the Ten-Tails into myself, and the god of death will consume us both. It's better for everyone. But you will die. Kakashi says worriedly. We will find another way out. I know, Kakashi. This is probably the first time you've seen an adult me trying to save the world side by side with you. You know, I respect not only Naruto, but also you. You are both the only ones who have not fallen into the hands of hatred. You were next to him, and you probably knew what to do. Otherwise he would have become the same as me. Obito smiled. I don't think Rin can forgive me. I did too many bad things and ruined Naruto's and teachers' lives. Moreover, I would like to give Naruto a gift. Today is Naruto's birthday, but also the death of his teacher and Kushina-san. She loved you like a son, and wanted the same. I know. It was nice to chat with you, Kakashi. But I have to go. Obito jumps up next to Naruto, who transforms his mother's indestructible absorption chains. Did you manage to use your mother's technique? Asks Obito. Yes. This is the only way to suck out all the tailed creatures. Says Naruto. My strength should be enough to do this. That's enough, Naruto. Said Obito. Don't waste so much chakra. I'll help you pull them out and seal it myself. Since I created the monster myself, I must get rid of it. The entire alliance was pulled by the red chains. Minato understood what Naruto was risking. Whatever one may say, this requires a very huge amount of chakra. Although Naruto has a large amount of chakra, there is a high probability that his son will be out for a long time. First Sama. Minato turns to Hashirama. I need your help. What's the matter, fourth? Your wood elemental technique. What if you hold off the Ten Tails with your technique, and the three of us can help Naruto without losing all our chakra? You know, he could die from exhaustion. You underestimate your son, Minato. Your son is no longer the little child you saved from the other half of me. All the power of my father flows in him. And most likely he told him everything. Are you saying? Yes. He and Kushina are direct descendants of the sage. Who knew this would happen? Now. Naruto shouted when all the tailed creatures were sucked out. Obito. A condition is a condition. You know what to do, God of Death. The God of Death licked the Tonto and, pulling out Obito's soul, began to pull out only the shell of the Ten Tails. Geto Mazo was absorbed along with him. Naruto didn't expect this from Obito. So the Uchiha deceived him? But why? There is no one to ask. Obito is already dead. And he had no choice but to go down to the alliance. We won? Asks one of the Cloud Shinobi. Yes. At the cost of many of our friends. And even, suddenly Naruto was sucked into his subconscious. He saw the sage, his father, and the second part of Kurama. And also the rest of the tailed creatures. What am I doing here? The war is over. And the matter did not come to the resurrection of my mother. As you can see, the symbol of the sun is healing and the path of light, and the crescent on your other hand is absorption and the path of the dark side. Apparently Obito decided to do everything himself and ended up in the stomach of the God of Death. I'm here to thank you. You saved my creations and the whole world. Why are you all here? They are here so that you know their name. I am one-tailed Shikaku. Eho. I am the two-tailed Matatabi. Nice to meet you, Naruto-kun. I am the three-tailed Isabu. Once guarding the ocean leading to Uzushio. The place where your clan was born. I'm Son Goku. Monkey King. I am the five tails. Kokuo. I am the six-tailed Saiken. Seven-tailed Chaomei. You know me, eight tails Gyuki. And I won't even introduce myself. You already know me. Now you know the name of each of them. It's time to say goodbye, and to your father too. I cancel the unholy resurrection technique. Says the sage. After the sage's words, Naruto appeared in reality. Only a second passed in real time. Naruto. Minato says, looking at his son. Happy birthday. Father. You've become a good guy, Naruto. I promise that I will tell your mom everything. Minato's body lit up, leaving only his spirit in front of Naruto. Time to say goodbye. Tell mom that I'm fine. I was able to fulfill the dream of Nagato and our teacher. All that remains is to live for yourself. But the dream of girls is still spinning in my thoughts. But I feel such a dear and close soul. Even when others were afraid of me, she was not. She is always ready for anything, and I myself promised her father that I would protect her. I don't know what these feelings are. Is this love for a person? Yes, son. This is love. Thank you for giving me the chance to fight alongside you. Now I know what my son has become. You are the child of prophecy and the savior of this world. Minato's soul leaves Naruto. He accompanies his father with only a small tear, and his father smiles sadly. They will never meet again. But he will be able to watch his son. And there is someone he can trust. Finally, I have reached my full form. How is that? While the sage was telling you about everything, your father sealed my other half into you. And we united. It's clear. The bodies of the remaining Hokage also left this world. Hashirama was the last to leave. I will meet Madara, I think he will tell everything about you. Says the first Hokage. Good luck to you. Naruto nodded. And you too. I'm sure Mito would be proud of you. When all the Hokage disappeared, the alliance began to slowly leave the battlefield. Ino ran towards Naruto. She was very worried about him. And seeing him now is all she wants. When she saw him from behind, she runs up to him and hugs the guy from behind. I don't care that he's covered in dirt and blood. I don't care that he has the most dangerous dojutsu. She only needs him. I knew that you would defeat them. The war is over. It's time to go home. Congratulations on your wedding. Kakashi shouts, looking at the camera and smiling. May your marriage be stronger than. I don't know what is the strongest in our lives. This is my sake. Kakashi heard Tsunade's voice. I wish you all the best, Naruto. Ino. Shut down Konohamaru. Excellent sixth Sama. This will be your wedding gift. Konohamaru gives a thumbs up. Speaking of the wedding. Is he busy with preparations? Naruto now moved away from his post. As you can see, managing the root Umbu and our Umbu at the same time is a difficult task. Especially when you also have a child. Kakashi answers. But Iner is only 2 years old. This won't last long. Don't think. For the sake of his son and wife, he is ready to do anything. Moreover, he is a hero of the whole world and is respected by every person. Thanks to him, crime in all countries has decreased to 7 times a year. And this is a great success. Kakashi said. Wedding day. Are you ready? Naruto asks, holding his wife's hand now. Yes. I'm ready for anything just to be with you. She answers. Both come out in front of everyone who came to the wedding. The widow and, of course, grandmother of the little blonde boy with 2 stripes holds the baby in her arms, waving to her daughter and to her unborn son too. She dreamed that her daughter would have the most worthy man. And to those who will love her. Naruto. This is not just a promise to her father. This is his very first and last love. There is no other option. I love you. She whispers, looking at Naruto. Me too. And I will always love you. He answers. Ino just giggled in response. What are you doing? I spent so long trying to teach you to show such emotions. Flashback. Clear and bright day. 2 months have passed since the war. Everyone knows about Naruto, everyone comes to Konoha just to see him. Well, wait. I told you, it's very easy. The blonde walks quickly after the guy. Really? Why am I embarrassed to invite you to go to Ichiraku? You're just not used to showing love. That's all. The girl says, calming the guy down. She touches his cheek with her hand and opens his eyes. Naruto. I see how hard you are trying. Everything will be fine. This is the beginning of our life. I don't know, Ino. I love you very much. Yes, I know that you were the first to admit it, and I answered thinking about it for an hour. But I myself lack love. You know, my past is just continuous murders and that's it. I will teach. We will be happy. I love you. End flashback. At the beginning you thought that you should love me like ramen. Ino burst into laughter. Fortunately, almost no one is at the tables anymore. Everyone is dancing. Well, I don't deny that I'm still a fool. But now we only need to think about one thing. I hand over the post of head of the umbu and the post of head of the root. Not now, of course. He still has a lot to learn. And who will it be? Sigh. He is a good candidate and has a good head on his shoulders. Didn't you know that Karen was in love with him? She's Orochimaru's messenger. It is impossible that she had time to fall in love with him. Well, it can. Dad. Their little baby runs up to Naruto. He raises his son's hands. The baby hugs his father. I missed my father. Daddy's boy after all. Says the grandmother. Another one. I always see the two of them in the kitchen after work. One is trying to cook ramen, and Inoru is still waiting and waiting for Daddy to give him the oversalted ramen to try. I'm not like that. I just can't cook. Naruto says, looking at his wife and mother-in-law. Well, since we are now officially husband and wife, I can calmly prepare you salads and a vegetable sandwich. More, while she was counting with her finger, her husband and child were carried away like the wind into the middle of the dancers. I'll show him the house. There will be no surprise for you, Uzumaki. What other surprise? Her mother blinked her eyes in disbelief. Well, we're waiting for one more. In 7 months. The story is coming to an end. Naruto says, looking at the entire village from the mountain of Hokage faces. I might be surprised that I'm standing here and writing a sequel to my teacher's book. But this time, I think we need to change the plot of this book a little. But what to call it? Yes. Exactly. A ray of light and hope. Because Ino is that same ray of mine. Naruto takes out a book and writes "A Ray of Light and Hope" on the cover. Having finished, he puts the book down and disappears into the shunshin. He appears at home, where he is met by his wife with a little daughter, and a son who has grown up a little. Are you bored? You've been gone for a week. Certainly. By the way, do you want a surprise? I've been waiting for a very long time. Everyone nodded to him. Naruto extended his palm forward and a transparent sphere appeared in his hands, inside of which slept a little fox with 9 tails. This is little Kurama. Although I created him from a piece of his chakra, merging him with an ordinary fox. Thank you, Dad. Inoru shouts. Can we feed him and play with him later? And how? Let's all play together. Naruto says, grabbing his son's hand. The end is worthy. I don't want to say anything more. Everyone already knows. But I'll say one thing for sure. We have the very person next to us who will be with you to the end. Appreciate them. After all, for them you are the closest people. Several months have passed since the war. Naruto began to feel like a living person and could smile. This made him, his teacher, Tsunade, Kurama, and also her happy. They became best friends, and you can say that there is such a spark of love between them. Of course, the blonde is constantly visiting his new house. A small 2-story house with 2 rooms and everything he needs. She never tires of making him something tasty and new every day than regular ramen. Ino was even surprised that she constantly runs to him after work, cooks dinner for him, and sometimes sleeps at his house. It even happened that Ino was delayed in the hospital because she had to work the night shift and go to the store in the morning to help her mother collect different and new bouquets. Naruto himself has not yet retired from his umbu duties. One old man who is a big shot is annoying him. The one who has one eye of the shimmering Uchiha Sasuke himself. Who found terror in everyone who could either notice him or feel his chakra. At just 16 years old, he became a dangerous leaf shinobi, all because of his Mangekyo Sharingan and Genjutsu. They said that only someone on whom Sasuke did not use this technique could get out of Kotoa Mitsukami. The guy decides to deal with this old man once and for all. Naruto. I came. He heard the cheerful voice of that same blonde. Probably at the wrong time, since he needs to change clothes. And he doesn't want to show her his scars all over his body. The steps got closer and closer. Ino froze when she saw his body. The first reaction was surprise. It wasn't because the guy had a good physique, she knew that. And from his scars. There were so many moments, but he did not show his scars after the war. Naruto? This. Yes, I know. He sighed. The guy approached the girl, making her blush. I need to finish one thing. The style of clothing has also changed. Instead of his usual dark green vest, he wears a dark-colored vest with elbow-length sleeves. Of course it was a small order from the Hidden Mist with the Uzumaki clan emblem on the back. He does not wear the leaf bandana. As he has the Konoha emblem on his right shoulder. He has grown his hair a little, but does not cover his Rinnegan. This of course gives him a more menacing and brutal appearance, making anyone fear him. The sun sign remained on the right palm, but the moon sign disappeared. Since this is the seal of Hamura Otsutsuki, the brother of the sage. Without dinner? Ino is surprised. But your umbu can wait. I'll be home in a couple of hours. He smiles brightly, and after getting dressed, uses the Thunder God technique. Once inside his base, where he gave orders to his men or carried out orders himself, Naruto opened his small closet. On the walls hang various bladed weapons, shurikens, and kunai with the mark of the Thunder God. There are also smoke bombs, blinding grenades, and scrolls to seal something. This is all not only for himself, they are also used by umbu to perform special tasks. For example, clearing a camp, but do it silently. Do you think that if you kill Danzo, the elders will not declare you as a dangerous shinobi? Risky idea. Kakashi himself said that sooner or later we need to get rid of Danzo. If he activates Kotoa Mitsukami, then even I will have a hard time getting out of control. Yes. Despite the fact that Tsukiyomi does not affect you because of the Rinnegan, but the ability of some eye of the Uchiha clan can affect you. Funny, my friend. Yes, but you need to be wary of Uchiha Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan. It's not for nothing that this old bastard wanted to take possession of these eyes. Naruto carefully approached the root umbu base. Putting on his old and favorite fox mask, he expected something. But this did not happen. Two guards at the entrance of the base stand quietly on level ground. There's a flash, and he's above them, throwing two kunai right in front of them. Not even a second has passed before both fall with their throats cut. It looks like Danzo is paranoid. He didn't put guards here before. Probably decided that safety comes first. Or maybe he's afraid of Kakashi. Moving the two corpses aside, Naruto went inside. There is nothing here except darkness and a long corridor. Walking through this tunnel, Naruto understands. This is an old bunker from the time of the second Hokage. Probably because of the war it was created for the residents. Maybe even earlier. He found himself in a huge hall. There are 4 statues here, and in front of it stands Danzo with his men. Do you know that I was waiting for you to appear? Danzo asks a question. I once told Hiruzen that he should have given you to me. That I will make you a real weapon to fulfill my desires. I risked everything to take possession of you, but others always interfered with me. Your eyes are the reappearance of Madara. You are dangerous, just like you said about Madara. And you should be destroyed, and your eyes will become the main power for expanding the hidden leaf. Do you really want to do this on the blood and bones of other people? And all for the sake of your desire. And what? This is a reasonable and long-term solution. I thought through 100 plans, and my main plan was you. I tried to put pressure on Hiruzen that you cannot control yourself, but he stood his ground. I did everything so that they would hate you. All so that hatred for the village takes over you. And then Hiruzen could only trust me. But you are strong and endured everything that happened to you. I destroyed the Uchiha clan by forcing Itachi to do it. My plan worked, and I promised not to touch his younger brother and thought about taking the Uchiha to myself. But you interfered with me again because you and the Uchiha became friends. For a person like you, many people died. You could have killed me back then, but because of your uncertainty you paid with a cruel mistake. After all, your mistake is your birth. If you had not been born, everything would be different. Akatsuki and Madara appeared only because of your fault. Danzo removed the blindfold and, looking into Naruto's eyes, activated Uchiha Shirsue's Koto Amatsukami. I have been waiting for this moment for many years. You became your own prisoner trying to kill me. The one who will save many lives. Submit to me. Raikiri. Suddenly Kakashi appeared behind Naruto. He jumped up and, aiming at Danzo, missed. Since he was protected by the root Umbu, jumping on his technique. A whole people came running after him. Team 8, Team 9, and Team 10 along with the other Umbu. Danzo Shimura. You have been declared a renegade of the Hidden Leaf due to the mind control of Uzumaki Naruto. And also for betraying the village for his own benefit. Says Kakashi. Root Umbu. You'd better give up. It's too late, Kakashi. My technique worked. And it's too late. Danzo grinned. Naruto, standing on level ground, lowered his head down. Slowly but surely Kakashi approached him. And when Hatake touched his shoulder, Naruto looked at him with his eyes activated. Pushing him aside, the blonde ran towards Danzo. The dead bodies of hundreds of Root Umbu members lay on the floor. Naruto's vest was torn and left with cuts from the bladed weapon. 2 of his personal Umbu remained near Danzo. You'll pay. Naruto whispered. Suddenly appearing behind one of his Umbu, he breaks his neck in one motion, and throws a tanto at the other, hitting him right in the middle of the chest. He was getting closer and closer to Danzo. Luckily Koto Amatsukami had no effect, but Naruto's anger got the better of him. He didn't care whether they lived or not. He was ready to kill everyone who stood in his way. You will be responsible for my childhood, for my parents, and for the Uchiha clan. He grabs Danzo by one arm and throws him to the ground. Pressing one hand with his knee and the other hand with his right hand, the guy rips out the eyes of Shirsue, whom Itachi told him about. You are not worthy of these eyes and to call yourself a shinobi. Putting his hand on Danzo's face, Shimura felt lightning pass through him. Naruto sent lightning through it, destroying it. Naruto. She ran up to him from behind. The concerned blonde stood behind him, looking at him in horror. Naruto immediately realized what he had done. He looked at his hands, which were full of blood. Ino. He slowly turned to her. Sorry. He's right, I really am a monster. No, Ino came closer to him, and taking his cold hands, looked into his face. You are not a monster. You are Naruto, the hero of the Hidden Leaf. And he is a villain who ruined your life. She saw tears flowing from his eyes. I promise, you and I will restore everything. Together. He felt her hug him tightly, pressing herself into his chest. Because I love you. We will be happy, I promise. This is where the story ends.